he says some good things, and I'm like, yep, and then he's just like, well, these stupid flat earthers, they don't know anything about geometry and science, and I was just like, ooh.
Who said that?
Yeah. This guy called Larkin Rose is he describes himself as a voluntarist. It's basically an anarchist. But we don't like that word because it's been twisted a little bit, which it has. But yeah, I just think I looked into it. Maybe I don't know, but that was my first thought. Anyway, Platter, are you there?
I'm here. Always. How you doing, Andy?
So we've just sort of been, while everyone else were talking, we were sort of having a back and forth about this Paul McCartney being replaced shit.
I don't know much about it. I haven't really looked into it.
No, I'm just clearing it up once and for all. All right. So it's obviously garbage.
Okay.
Really, I'm going to post this video. All right. This is a scathing attack on Paul McCartney because when they broke up, you see, they went. It's always money. It's always bloody money, isn't it? Don't forget they were like a family, and so basically, Paul wanted to go with Linda's dad, and that's obviously a conflict of interest. The rest of the band wanted this slime, I think, anyway, whose name is Alan Klein, who then was an agent for the Rolling Stones, and he wanted 20%, and it was just, you can imagine. So that song is an absolute scathing attack against Paul the whole way through. Like,
is this the Paula's Billy Shears channel?
All right, Helio, Jesus, we can listen to you talk to yourself, or I can just clear this up with Platter. All right, Jesus.
Hurry up.
So yeah, just listen to this song, and it's like there's no reason for him to sing this to Billy. All right, it makes no reason. It just makes no sense whatsoever. But to sing it to his ex-best friend, who's just basically broken his heart, yeah, it makes perfect sense. So okay, I'm done.
Thanks, Andy. I'll check it out afterwards. I'll bookmark it here.
Now we listen to me eating cheese. Good job. Elio, where's the pressing information?
Tell a story about the cabinet shop.
I think he's listening to the song. He's interested.
Tell a story about the cabinet shop, Helio. It's my favorite story.
Well, I got a story for you. You have to wait till my other headset charges, and I'm done eating this delicious cheese. It's about that Go Fast kid from this little gambit on the 255-mile Canigoo shot meet. How he thought it works in his favor, but it really don't.
Yeah, he's a very dishonest guy. I mean, that's fucking pointing out the obvious. I might as well just said water's wet, but anyway.
Well, I guess I can talk while I'm eating. Worst case, Elijah can translate for me.
Go for it.
Anyway, so the meme is a picture of the Canigoo Mountain, or whatever the heck, shot in infrared, and it says above 255 miles, zero curvature. That's all it really says. Doesn't really explain like why it's saying that. It just assumes that the photo is self-evident, I imagine. So our friend decided, okay, I've got this meme that says 255 miles, no curvature, so let's find some curvature in there to debunk the flat Earth's claim that there's no curvature in here. So how does he find curvature? Well, I think he got clued in by, I believe he said the blog from the guy who took the photo. He's talking about a church that he normally couldn't see. This church was 157 miles from the observation point. Okay, so we already got a problem. The thing says 255 miles, so he's looking at 157. So he's already not necessarily focused on the right thing. But he's just trying to find curvature anywhere in there, and that debunks the meme, right? So what he does is he says, oh, I can't see the whole thing, right? So some of it is unresolved at the bottom. Therefore, that's curvature, and I disproved the meme. Now, where did he validate that curvature? In the photograph? No, there's not enough information for that. What he did is he went to an Earth curve calculator, right? But the Earth curve calculator, when you type in those numbers, the top of the church being 547 feet, the distance being 157 miles, the elevation from the observation point being 9,000 feet, you end up with a hidden height of 1,200 feet. Okay, so that is double the height of the top of the church. So you shouldn't be able to see it according to the geometry.
He didn't
Now,
give a shit
when
about
we
that.
were having this,
He was told this, wasn't he?
yeah. So when we were having this argument, he was saying, oh, well, everything in this photo is congruent with the globe geometry. So there's one thing that isn't. Now, later on, he did change his tune and say, oh, yeah, that's silly. It's really just congruent with physics. Well, what physics is it congruent with? Because obviously, I just showed you that you can't see the thing, right? So, of course, you have to add refraction. Now, how do you add refraction? Do you go out and measure it? Even though the kid said, I don't accept just calculations, I accept demonstrable evidence, right? So, where was the demonstrable evidence for the refraction? Well, it wasn't anywhere in the photo necessarily. He didn't go out and measure it from reality. What he did was he went to the Walter Bison's advanced calculator and just clicked a thing that says STD and gave himself an STD, also known as standard refraction. So now that he's been infected, Yeah, now that he's been infected with this, refraction disease, it puts the hidden height at 587. Now, what does it even mean? It puts the hidden height at 587 because you didn't get this refraction from reality. You just put it from a slider in an app, in a computer. So what does it mean? The hidden height, blah blah yada yada. Okay, so we look at it with no refraction, and it says 12,000 hidden. The sagittah, which is the apex arc between point A and B, or the hump of water that's supposedly blocking the thing, right? I can't remember the exact number, but let's just say it's 5,000. Okay? Actually, I believe it was 5,000. Then you click refraction, and that number changes. The sagittah, the hump of water, the size of the hump of water changes. How is that possible? It changed to like 4,000. So wait a minute. You said this comports with physics. Last time I checked, right, physics comport with objects spontaneously changing size based on observations, right? You can't just observe something and say, oh, the object changed size, because that's what would need to happen for the sagittah to change. Based on the circle segment formula, you need an increase in the circumference of the circle, which means an increased radius. Lo and behold, you go down to the radius in the Walters Bislands, and it says apparent radius. And it's bigger than the radius that they claim the Earth is. So what did he do? He went to an app and changed the radius of the Earth. And then says, oh, this comports with reality and physics. Now, lo and behold, of course, as the argument goes, bottom of thing disappear if Earth globe. I see bottom of thing disappear, therefore Earth globe. Okay, we all recognize this as a logical fallacy, which it is. So, obviously, if the things that are disappearing from the bottom and the Earth's not a globe, then you have to have an alternate explanation. Well, the alternate explanation is optical effects. It has to be, right? Which you can validate at short ranges that the bottoms of things disappear from optical effects. I mean, it's a given. Optical phenomenon is caused by optical effects. I mean, get real.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I like that military example that you gave a while back.
Yep.
But I can't remember it. Were it 3 different lasers?
Yeah, good.
And it didn't
Good you
say
can't remember that, where I can continue.
Did you say it nullified the refraction? Any refraction?
Certain types. But let's talk about it, because this is the kid's argument. So, the classic flat Earth thing would be, well, optical effects cause the bottom of things to disappear. You know what his answer was? Well, it can't be, because this is in infrared, which means it mitigates refraction. So you can't claim that refraction is causing the bottoms of these to disappear, right? So notice how he said, this photograph mitigates refraction. Now, didn't he just present a counterexample to the fact that this thing should be buried below Earth curvature by appealing to refraction? The very thing he just denied the flat earther by saying it, the infrared mitigates it out. See the problem?
Yes, I do. I also like Nathan's little argument where he says the Earth curve calculator in itself begs the question in the first instance. So, yeah.
Sure, fine. But notice what he said. He said that the refraction, you really can't appeal to refraction in this photo, even though he appealed to it. So, okay, so fine. When you do the refraction in that, it comes out to a 9% differential, right? So he just says to himself, even though it still should be hidden below, I can just say there's more refraction, blah, blah, blah. But the point of that meme isn't about the things at 147 miles or 157 miles, sorry. It's about the thing at 255 miles, which is a mountain called Tete Garnicir, which is 7,600 feet tall. The hidden height at that range from that elevation for that observation is 12,000, over 12,000 feet. And Tete Garnicir is 7,600. So you have almost a mile. The tip top of the mountain should be a mile, approximately a mile, below the hidden height. Now, this kid already said you can't appeal to refraction, right? As if it's going to save your butt. So then what have you here? You have a mountain, right, that you can see a large portion of that should be the tip top a mile below the hidden of the, obstructed by this huge hump of earth curved water that they think about, So you can't have it both ways. So now how did he prove any of this? He didn't. He just went to a model and did some refraction sliders until he got a favorable result. The problem is that he completely missed the gorilla in the room, which was the actual mountain that was the point of contention. Now, by the way, they do the same crap with the black swan argument. You talk about the horizon being beyond the oil rigs, proving that the horizon is not geometric, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. You know what they say? Well, what's obstructing the bottom of the oil rig platform's feet? Gotcha.
Right. Curvature of the earth. Curvature of the earth, right? Which one is it? Is it the curvature of the earth obstructing these objects, or is it just refraction? Well, I wouldn't even call it refraction. It's just as far as you can see. It's angular resolution more than refraction. Refraction can't obscure anything.
But how much water is there behind those rigs? How far is
that? How much water?
Nobody knows.
That matter.
It looks like 10 miles more. It looks huge. I mean, that's
sure,
the point.
but the point is, yeah, the horizon is. I mean, we only have to argue the numbers they gave us.
No, I know.
Well, Helioskeptic is making a great point right now, and
okay, well, then I just gave the point. We have to go off of the numbers they gave us about said globe, and then we can extrapolate everything from that.
That's a really great point.
Because if you think the Earth is a globe, how big do you think the globe is, and then you can extrapolate everything from that.
I mean, you're totally right, Helioskeptic. Like,
yeah, Branch, bro, I've been freaking arguing this same thing, and so have all of us for a very long time. I don't know why you're just saying, "Oh, it's a great book." We've been doing this for hours on end for like 5 years. I don't know why you're just like pointing it out now. I'm just like, oh,
well,
really good
because you said it with so much authority. That's why. You've never said it with that much authority before.
I think I have.
Wow.
But anyway.
Branch, are you trying to defect? butter the buns so you can slip right in?
I mean, honestly, like I really wish I could believe the Earth was flat.
You don't have to believe it. You can just go see it, bro. It's right in front of your fucking face.
I wish I could, bro. I wish I could. Like,
where do you see the globe? Tell me.
I don't know, but I wish I could see it's flat. I just can't. I never have been able to.
Why do you wish?
You see it on TV, Branch. You see it in your mind's eye.
Yeah, why do you wish?
Yell over. Little louder. Little louder.
Is my microphone really loud? I can turn it down. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, Helioskeptic, and
No,
you
no,
know,
I think
I was about to ask if you could sing us a song.
no. I'm actually I'm asking you. Where have
I
you
get
seen
it.
the Earth? Why do you wish that you could see the Earth as a globe, even though you never have?
Because life would be so much more fun if the Earth was flat.
Well,
Branch, how come you have to show up, man? And be
we've
like, sing me a song and stop this
Have you ever
elucidation.
heard Helioskeptic sing? Like his
branch,
lyrics are off the
branch,
fucking chain.
Yes,
branch,
man, we know, bro.
branch. Everybody knows I can sing. Where have you seen the globe? Where have you seen it? As a globe, the Earth as a globe. Where have you seen it?
Where have
Oh
I
man,
seen the globe?
Yeah, where have you seen it?
On TV.
Yeah, on TV. On TV, motherfucker.
All right,
That's
Superman,
right.
the movie. We all saw the globe, didn't we?
all
Of
right. So
course.
that's why you believe it.
Oh, okay. So if they started showing flat Earth on TV, you'd believe that. Okay, great.
I mean, it was shown pretty well on TV, though, wasn't it?
Well, dude, I mean, you're a case example of a glober that when the mainstream consensus narrative changes from the globe heliocentric paradigm as we know it, you will just accept the next paradigm, hook, line, and sinker.
What a sad way to live. Oof.
It's just that simple, bro. That's what
Yeah.
you are. You've been weighed. You have been measured. My prediction is set in stone.
And Branch, did you not just admit that fact that AI just pointed out? That if the general consensus was that the Earth is flat, you would go ahead with that.
I mean, if the general consensus was the Earth was flat, I would look at everyone like they're dumb fucks.
All right, so because you
No, Branch. Listen, fair enough, you can lie to us. But when you look in the mirror, you know the truth. And so do I.
Yeah,
I
unfortunately,
don't know. I swear to God, like deep down inside, I think that if the world told me it was flat and I lived in the same world we live on today, I would totally fucking doubt that. Because all the evidence points to the Earth being a globe.
show what evidence?
how many
Show us
hours
the
are
evidence.
we
Like
gonna-
what?
How many hours of obfuscation are we going to go through here with Branch again?
Do you realize you could get 3 bitcoins off David Wise? Just one piece of scientific evidence. That's all you need. 3 bitcoins is yours.
Yeah, but we're talking about David Weiss.
Yes.
You all know this is a bullshit fucking. Do you know that fucking you can also get the same amount of Bitcoin from who's the other guy?
Who?
MC Tunes.
Oh, McRetard?
Yeah, he has a whole website based on it. You know, I mean, we can go.
Listen, let me put it to you simply for everyone who doesn't understand. McToon's challenge is a moot challenge. And David Weiss's challenge is a moot challenge.
Agreed. I agree with you on that.
Thank you.
They're disingenuous challenges. Period.
Absolutely. And you know what, man? I'm not here to fucking. I'm actually just here to chill. I'm not here to fucking get anyone's balls.
You are here to take the piss out of everybody and obfuscate for hours and hours on end.
Not
Because
really,
that's
though.
what you do, bro.
Helio. I'm actually here just to hang out, bro. Like,
All right, then the best way to hang out is just to not talk bullshit. That, I mean, to be honest, me and you've been back and forth. Fuck, what
I know, and that's why I like to mess with you, and that's why I was talking about you singing.
No, you're not gonna mess with me, bro. I'm not gonna let that happen.
I'm just saying though, like me messing with you wasn't even about the whole shape of the earth thing. It was just me asking if you would sing us a song.
They love us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Branch is a huge fan of us, but that's
Anything to distract the topic.
Hey, I'm sorry. I've been a fan of this room before Helioskeptic was.
AI.
I think we became fans at the same time. But anyway, but bro, man, like we try to have serious talks about, flat Earth versus globe, but the way that you answer the questions that we ask doesn't really help the conversation, in my opinion.
All right, well let's try again, right? If you want to have a decent conversation about the shape of the Earth, let's do it.
Yes. What is your latest observation you did yourself on the surface of Earth, Branch?
So, my last decent observation, the last time I actually did look out and try to see something, I wasn't trying to figure out the shape of the Earth. Could be kind of weird as fuck if I did, right?
Well,
Well,
last
that's a
time
hard-
you did, how about, I think he was asking specifically about the last time when you did look across Earth to try to determine shape of Earth.
So are you telling us that you never did?
No, what I mean is like, I've never been high enough to actually think that's worthwhile
What?
looking at.
How high do you?
You're in a
how
category.
high-
Listen, wait. No, Helio, stop.
Oh,
Wait,
shit.
I didn't say high. I said on the surface. Why do you think you have to go higher? That's bullshit.
Well, that is a good question because last night I told, Panda about my observation in Panda server, and he said because I was too close to the water, it was cheating because that's where the highly refractive part is. I was too low. I actually should have been much higher to see if I
Right.
could see further.
No, he's
So-
probably wrong. Like, if he's talking about,
Oh, that
like,
makes
you guys gotta understand. Like, a lot of times, Gem Panda's
Write
wrong.
a song about that.
Gem Panda is no fucking scientist, right? He's an old fucking man that likes to sit around and talk about flat Earth all day long.
Wait, you're gonna hang out on Gem Panda server all day, and now you're gonna come in here and talk shit about him?
Fuck yeah, I don't get along with those people.
Well,
You
I
think-
don't either, but I'm just saying that. But what do you think about what Hank said?
I think Hank's somewhat right. Like, sometimes people say stupid shit.
Really? Well, you just said some stupid shit, so we're asking you about it.
Yeah, right. My stupid shit, I say it in a nice way.
That doesn't fucking have anything.
All right, so what stupid shit did I say, Helio, that you so specifically
I
against
mean,
it?
Hank actually brought
But
it
you
up.
know, you don't even know. You talk
I
about me
do,
saying
actually.
stupid
He
shit,
was saying
but
if
you
you go
cannot even.
Why are you
Helio,
talking over-
Helio,
told you
pinpoint me down to one thing I
I'm
said that
gonna
was
tell you
stupid.
What exactly stupid shit?
All
you
right.
said.
Pinpoint
If-
something I said that was stupid.
Hank actually addressed it, and yeah, I was about to address it. And,
I'm sorry, Helio. Can you or can you not pinpoint one of the things I said that was very
Why?
stupid?
But you keep talking over me. What you said that you
All right. Well.
Yeah,
The reason I was talking is because like
Christ.
if I didn't, the conversation is gonna go over to Hank,
do
and,
you want
and
me
the
to
conversation
be sure
should.
you want to hear my answer?
Well, you was trying to give Hank the conversation.
Hank
Right.
can handle this quite well. Go ahead, Hank. Tell him why that was bullshit. Go ahead.
That was bullshit because Helio was reasonable. Second of all, if you're just here to obfuscate, you can't even say observe without saying the word obfuscate because that was a Freudian slip. Number three, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you probably don't have glasses powerful enough or Coke bottle enough to be able to see the nose in front of your face.
Number
Yeah,
three.
you can't even say the word. That's kind of a tip off.
Yeah, and honestly, like if I really came in this room,
Thank you.
if I came in this room just to have a flat Earth debate with you guys, then I can.
That's not why you're here, bro. We know that.
Why am I here, Helio?
I don't fucking know because you've been banned like freaking
To say,
at least
listen,
15 times from this server.
I'm here,
Listen.
Helio, because I enjoy the people.
listen, Branch.
I
you're
enjoy
here.
open-minded fucking people.
Listen,
and,
Branch.
if you guys believe the Earth is flat, that's fine. I
No,
still
we don't believe
enjoy.
it.
I
You're
still
wrong
enjoy
category
open-minded
error.
people.
I object. Hold on a second. Branch. You're here to have a friendly conversation with us and to say stupid shit like you just did when you said observate or whatever you
Yeah,
said.
honestly, I am here for just general conversation, but I would like it if it's a little bit fun. We're arguing a little bit, but we don't really.
This isn't a fucking playground that you can go on a fucking merry-go-round and discover centrifugals or centripetal force. Dude, bro, you're about to bore me to the fucking death, Branch. And if you continue this, you're not going to be allowed here anymore. Why don't you actually address?
My bad. I didn't mean.
Yeah. Why don't you? You're really getting on my nerves. Why don't you address what the other people are saying here? I'll jump out, but address what other people are saying. This isn't a fucking playground. We're talking real shit here. Talk about
You sure you're about to jump out?
No, you're about to jump out because I can mute your ass and you won't be able to talk anymore.
No, I mean, what the reason I asked that was I want
to jump out because I want everybody else to.
I think I can have a good conversation with the people in the room.
Really? Well, are you embarrassed, or you think?
What am I embarrassed about?
Are you embarrassed, or you think we should be embarrassed because we're?
I think that we're a bunch of fucking people talking to each other. I don't think anybody needs to be embarrassed about anything.
I think you should be embarrassed about some of the shit that you're obfuscating. You come in here on purpose to obfuscate the conversation, so you're the one that should be embarrassed.
Well, you said you was about to jump out, my man. I'm still waiting.
All right, I will. Everybody tell him how he's wrong about everything that he came in to say.
Listen, dude, I don't know you from Adam. I've never heard of you, but the first sentence that came out of your mouth, you sounded like a snake. Seriously. I just, in my ears, it sounded like, you can go and eat that apple and you'll not die.
Honestly, bro, the reason that happens is because when I walk in a room like this,
I don't know you. I don't know you at all.
And the reason
I've never heard you.
The reason why maybe the first word I said maybe negative was because I expect negativity when I walk in a room like this. Like, but honestly,
dude, I don't know you at all, though. That's
I know,
the point.
man. But honestly, I love your accent. You sound like you're from
England.
I would say,
obviously,
maybe a little bit south of Leicester.
Well, that's neither here nor there, is it? Well, the point is, you sound so contrived. That's all. Do you understand?
Are you a little bit south of Leicester?
What's that got to do with anything?
Because that's us Brits, we do sometimes love to be able to.
Are you trying to dog people on the server?
I'm just saying it's fun to pinpoint an accent in England. Like, it's kind of a fun thing British people do, right? It's like
you're not British.
I'm not. I'm like, I was born there and shit, but like I'm probably I've lived in America way longer than I have in England. I'm more American than I am British.
Hey, Branch, do you want to talk about Earth, or you want to talk about where this guy's from?
Good point, Helio. Good point.
Yeah, no shit. Go ahead. Everybody else besides me. Anybody else want to talk to Branch?
Why do you do what you do, Rich? Why do you come in here and just avoid the subject? Avoid the service you got, right? Why do you do it?
I got like 50% of what you said. Can you say it again, please, Larry?
Why are you here?
Yeah, he was just basically asking you why do you want to come in here and talk to us?
Because you're a group of very open-minded people, and I always liked this room.
I always like.
Well, that's lovely. That's lovely and all, but we don't bring anything for us. Right? We don't need friends.
What's preventing us from having a good conversation? I think the only reason we're not having a conversation is firstly because
It's because of you. It's because of
no,
you.
firstly I think it's
What-
because Helio has presented me as the enemy.
It's your lack of interest in the server topic that's
Don't fucking blame
preventing
this
it.
on me, bro. You did this to yourself. Everybody knows who you are, bro. Don't freaking put that shit on me.
Yeah, we'd have a better
Helio,
conversation
I
if
don't
you
think
took an
there's
interest in the
anyone.
topic.
Helio, I mean, apart from Helio, who in this room, maybe Batman, Effie Batman, but who in this room knows me from back in the days except you?
Are you trying to hide so you can just freaking
I'm just trying to say you.
all fucking night, bro? Is that what your plan is?
No, I'm just trying to say nobody here. That wasn't my point.
That's
You
not
said
true. Everybody, there are dozens of people. I mean, how many people in this room right now? There's like everybody knows who you are, bro. It's like
no, Helio.
All
I
right,
think
Branch.
it's only
Branch,
me,
Branch,
you,
Branch,
maybe
Branch,
Batman.
Branch.
I'm looking up and
I'm
down
gonna
this
ask you a
list.
simple
I
question.
don't think a lot of people know who the
I'm
fuck.
gonna ask you a simple question. Branch, why does the horizon appear almost 10 times further than it should in the Black Swan? Do you know that answer?
What's up, Larry?
What's up, bro? Do you know the answer, Branch?
You know the answer, but you're not gonna like it.
What is it?
Refraction.
Oh, I love that answer because that means every time you're measuring the distance to the horizon, you're not actually measuring any kind of geometric horizon or Earth curve or anything like that. You're just measuring the apparent horizon's location due to the atmospheric conditions. Therefore, you have no Earth curvature. I actually love it when you guys say that.
I mean, in today's day and age, like we don't really measure the horizon very often, do we?
Yeah, we do.
It's only in this globe Earth, like fucking weird shit that we talk about.
no,
When measuring the distance of the horizon is even a thing.
Well, distance to horizon is never measured because it shouldn't be, because it's a place that you head towards, and every time you head towards it, it moves. So that means you're traveling across a level stationary plane.
Yeah, you know what, Helio, you're on point, bro. Good job.
All right, well, then what's your problem with this?
I've got no problem with it. Maybe you're right. Maybe the Earth is flat.
Maybe. No, that's a fact. I just stated a fact.
What's the fact?
The fact that when you move toward the horizon changes and you move across a level stationary plane. It's a fact.
Okay, that's why you got so mad?
What?
Why are you getting mad, bro?
I'm not getting. Well, I'm getting mad because you're just.
My bad. I didn't mean to make you mad.
No, you're not making me mad. You're just a total retard. So whatever.
Yeah, do you know what? I just realised you sound like the snake from Jungle Book. That's what it was. That's so funny.
Is the snake?
Trust
Is the snake from Jungle Book Indian?
Just in me.
Is the snake from Jungle Book Indian? Because I'm Indian as fuck. I'm brown as fuck. And I hope the snake is too. And I hope you not bring up Jungle
I've been doing
Book.
this for 5 years, and I've been busting his balls every single fucking time he comes in here. So whatever.
I mean, Helio
You're an
pretends not to love me, but he does really love me like a friend.
Dude, if I loved you, I would treat you with more respect, but I think you're a fucking idiot, to be honest. Because, I mean, dude, I don't know why you actually keep coming back. Isn't there another room and some other Discord where you can troll? Because I don't want you to troll in here anymore. I really think you're a piece of shit, and you just
Okay,
people.
irrelevant. He's muted. He's not going to reply. There's new people in the room, or maybe people interested in talking about the actual topic. Let's see who we got. We got Vanu. We got Gumball. Oh yeah, Gumball. If you can hear us,
All right.
ask your question, speak your piece. You got VC verified. All right, fair enough.
That's all correct. It's flat, guys. 100%. And there's
right.
many of us.
Cool. All right. I guess all new people don't want to talk. So I guess we got to listen to Branch.
Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Hell no. I don't want to listen to Branch's bullshit. Every time he comes in, he just makes shit up. Every single motherfucking time. So, I mean, I ain't gonna permaban Branch, but y'all, somebody else is gonna have to do it. Somebody let his dumbass back in. But anyway, go ahead. The circular conversations with Branch never make any sense, and it just wastes a whole shitload of time of live stream, and it's just ridiculous. So if you guys haven't realized that by now, then you don't even understand who this motherfucker is. Dude, the first day he joined the server, I freaking called his ass before he even started the live stream. I freaking was freaking on his ass anyway. But tonight,
he's an obfuscation expert.
Tonight he fucking sold his ass out, So anyway, so yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say anything on the live stream about. I don't think he should be here anymore. I don't think he should be allowed here.
He's an obfuscation expert. That's all he does. He won't address any arguments. He comes in here trying to be friendly, like we're old buddies and old pals. He offers nothing.
Right, Larry. If you're friendly, you have to try to be friendly. If you're friendly,
all these different ploys.
Why do you have to be? Why do you have to try to be friendly? But you could tell just by his attitude that he's not trying to be friendly. So, fuck you, Branch.
Okay, that was that last remark was from Helio Skeptic.
Yeah.
Thanks, Helio.
And but I freaking put that shit out there a long time ago. I didn't put him on permaban list, but I think he should. But you guys have to do that shit because every time it comes in here, he's just freaking obfuscating. And you guys want to? It's just like you're just like playing with a little troll, just like slappity slap slap. Slap, slap, I'm gonna slap Branch. I already banned that motherfucker like 10 times from this fucking server, and you guys just like bring him back.
He accomplished his mission, Helio. He was trying to get under your skin.
All right, well, it's done. I'll put him on the permaban list. You guys want me to? I want to, but I mean, there's a large room, but I mean, do you guys ever want to talk to this idiot again?
He's a loser. He's a waste of time. Doesn't talk about the topic. He's an idiot.
Yeah. I agree.
I'll leave it alone. You guys fucking talk to this retard again. Go ahead.
That's not what we said, Helio. How do you always hear the opposite of what people say, bro?
Well, but your microphone is shit most of the time. So, did you say yes? I'll fucking put him on the perm.
Yeah, but I got a pretty mouth.
I got a pretty mouth. Branch shouldn't be allowed here, and I think I've made that clear like quite a while ago. And he's been unbanned and re-allowed and everything. But this dude's such a fucking idiot that nobody should hear his nonsense anymore ever.
Well, that's a pretty harsh stance there. Helio.
Really? Have you heard him speak?
Yeah, I have.
All right. Well, do you think that he actually adds anything to any conversation that anyone has ever had?
Well, I'll tell you this, Helio. Sometimes when you have a toolbox, you can have the oddest freaking shaped tool that you don't think works for anything, and all of a sudden you find a use for it.
I haven't found the shape for this motherfucker. Did you find one, Sonny?
I'm not looking.
Do you want to keep him here?
I'm not looking.
Well, I'm about to.
No, I don't really care. Either way, actually.
All right, I'm about to get rid of it. I don't think Branch should be here. I think that's
meanie.
He's
okay, y'all. A moment of silence for Branch. Okay, that was interesting. Moving on.
Branch.
I'm gonna get rid of him in private.
The room. Helio spoke to doom.
He's only here to obfuscate and be like, "Oh, I'm a fan of Flat Earth. Oh, I'm a Flat Earth Globe." You know, it's just totally weirdness. It's like this idiot's been doing the same fucking thing for 4 years. There's no reason for us to actually entertain anything this idiot says.
But dude, if they do reveal that the Earth is flat and he switches sides, if he's not here, then he can't play that. Oh, I was their friends all along.
He doesn't take a side. He doesn't even have a fucking side. He's a total fucking retard.
Right, guys. Look, I'm quite new to the subject, and I definitely am leaning towards the fact that there's something.
I'm gonna message you, AI. Can you?
Hey, that kid's asking a question, Holmes.
Oh yeah, because I'm quite new to this subject.
Hey, Sonny, can you stop playing guitar while this guy's asking the question, please?
Sorry.
Yeah, here and guys, here. No, it's a bit of nice twang in there, nice music. But just in seriousness, yeah, I'm just a guy. I live in Ireland, and I do definitely have a lot of question marks about fucking the moon landings, NASA, the ISS, all that sort of shit. And especially the curvature of the Earth, because a friend of mine has been photographing and filming with telescopic lenses and seeing no curvature over miles, maybe 30, 40 miles from Ireland to Scotland, and seeing zero curvature, zero. And we're going well, hold on.
Oh yeah, bro.
If you follow the orthodoxy, then you wouldn't be able to see the rocks in Scotland, because these are rocks at the base of their coast. This is the sort of shit that blows my mind. And I'm starting to question all of these things myself. But the question that I really wanted to ask any of you guys that are maybe been around here for a while or a lot more informed of the subject than I would be is, has there ever been anyone any geologist or anyone from the orthodox kind of side of science has come on the subject or debated anyone who is well versed on your side of the argument that I could listen to both sides going toe to toe and see who comes out more credible? Or is it
the Tony Hawk guy?
Is it a silo? Is it silo based? As in, everyone on this side of the argument is on places like this Discord, and the mainstream Orthodox people, they don't come near it, and they're on that side, and they don't give people on this side an opportunity to debate them. And are they in separate places, or is there any place that you could see both of these guys go toe to toe from either side of the argument, if you know what I'm trying to
say? There's been a few.
I just linked modern day debate. I think that's about as fair as you can get, in my opinion.
Yeah. A lot of professionals don't really engage too much with flat Earth topic.
Well, and some of the debates, modern day debates can be fair, but for the most part of it, it's not the most fair debate. But anyway.
What about the guy that was here that graded Tony Hawk Skater? I can't never remember his name. Mick West? Mick West?
Yep. That's the guy.
Oh, dude, do you guys want to hear the Mick West talk with the people from this server?
Surely.
All right, cool. Let me find the video. We have a really good interview with a lot of the moderators from this video, from this server for
okay.
Mick
Yeah,
West.
I'd like to see like a proper debate, like an intellectual debate that doesn't get based into name calling.
This one's this one's really good. I think you'll like it. Hold on, let me find it.
Okay.
Let me find
yeah,
it.
Really I always was obviously conditioned. Well, I suppose it was.
Sonny, can you please stop playing the fucking guitar, please?
No. Hell no.
So maybe it was about maybe about 10. I say, you know who it was? It was your guy. It's about 10, 12 years ago. The guy Bart Sabrell, and the guy Bart Sabrell done a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And for me, right, because I never this is one of those things that I never really even questioned before. Obviously, I'm sure everyone who knows who that is, he's the guy that got punched by Buzz Aldrin and all that shit.
Yeah, he's the one that freaking Buzz punched in the face. Yeah.
See, was it Astronauts Gone Wild or something? Was his follow up?
Yeah.
It's the funny thing happened the way the moon, and I was like, gosh, you know what? And then, I did. You see, it was only by default because I was investigating and researching a lot of different things, and it was a guy called David McGowan, God rest his soul. David McGowan. He wrote a book just before he died about the Laurel Canyon music scene in California, and the upper the canyons up the Hollywood Hills in California and Los Angeles. And he was talking about how all of the music industry was controlled by intelligence and blah blah. But he also wrote another book called Moon Buggies, or Moon Bug, and he did a whole big expose on how the whole moon landings and them taking dune buggies and doing handbrake turns on the moon was totally
what were the details of? Is there any evidence these handbrake turns, with the moon buggies and shit? Because they actually took the moon buggies. They're not dune buggies, but they might as well be, because they're not dune, but they took them to, and they were attached to the side, and then they had to,
he did
together, and then they
mathematics. The payload is unsustainable, so it was he did like a lot of the calculations and was presenting it, and then giving footage and showing little. It's going. So all it would take is like a stone to flick up, from the
So on that, on that moon landing, they had the construction of the moon buggy, right? It
Yeah.
was built and into the lunar lander, right? So then, once they got there, they had to put their costumes on, or not costumes.
costumes.
Anyway, their moon suits on.
Freudian slip.
That was a Freudian slip. And then they had to go outside and then put this moon buggy together and then drive around and no, because it was attached to the side. Right. Tell me more. Tell me more.
Hey Richie, are you in the live stream voice text? You've been tagged. Everybody's giving you a bunch of videos to watch.
All right, no. I just jumped in there and just started asking questions. So I have no idea what even that is, but
Directly above
the room right above
this live stream. Yeah.
Okay, let me
add a little direction.
Oh, okay. What will it go there now, or will it save that for later?
You could save them. You should be able to see it.
Just within a conversation, we can't talk about everything you might see from these.
If I click on it, will I lose what? Will I drop out of this conversation or not?
No, I mean, it depends on if you want to just like, hey, I'll be back in 5 minutes after I take a look at this.
No, you can look at it while you're listening to conversation. That's what its purpose is. We're loading things in there that are related to the conversation. Most of the time.
Oh, yeah. See a few of them there. Yeah. Okay. Well, some of the YouTube videos and stuff, which you might need to look at, with a bit more kind of concentration. So, I'll maybe save that for maybe tomorrow or later on. But no,
what I'm saying, if you're looking on a phone, if you're talking to us on a phone, I mean, it's really more difficult to look at.
Yeah,
if you're on a laptop or a computer, then you'd be able to.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, and I can talk to you.
Hey, your microphone sounds great, though.
Oh yeah, I'm talking really close to the microphone. It's just my missus is literally next door sleeping, and we're in a caravan in the middle of nowhere, and she's gone to bed. So I was just doing a bit of research.
Does she know you're talking to flat earthers?
No.
I always love to ask that question.
No. Here, man. As I said, I approach this thing with an open mind. I'm not dyed in the wool. I
get that.
I'm asking questions and I'm interested, which is, that's important. As I say, a friend of mine who lives in the east coast of Ireland, he was with telescopic lenses. He was taking photographs 40 miles away and seeing zero curvature. I was like, fuck, right. It's like, what the fuck, right? That can't be true.
Have you heard about some other things about like seeing the cliffs of Dover?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, and he spoke to me, and it was him that introduced me to this. And I remember, obviously, I don't, but as I say, that's why I was going back to, David McGowan and Wagging the Moon Doggy is his thing. I forgot the title of it, but it's Wagging the Moon Doggy. And he did the whole expose on, taking these fucking dune buggies to the moon in Apollo 15 or Apollo 12 or whatever. 13 was the last one, obviously, because they had to come further. But so I think the whole moon landing is bullshit. I don't think you can. Really
nobody landed on the moon. Nobody.
Yeah, this is my thing. There's obviously loads of it, and I'm just I'm a novice, and so this is a novice's kind of like a naive kind of person, but still someone who's has got at least a bit of critical thinking. That I think the Van Allen radiation belt has got sort of some control over where we are in our fucking orbit, and I don't think we can get beyond that. Whether that's true or not, I don't know because I haven't researched it. But what I have researched, I think that's probably the limitations of our adventures above the surface of the planet.
Here's a clue. if they claim to have gone beyond the Van Allen radiation belts to the moon, and then when they asked the astronaut, well, what happened when you went through the Van Allen radiation belts? And they said, what's that? Then that's another question, because these astronauts that were supposed to go through the Van Allen radiation belts didn't even know they were there. Then
it was what really well, would you, first of all, before I tell you the next story, would you be on the same wavelength? Would you agree with that? Are you like, because this is what I think, just what I know, but would I be correct in thinking that we can't get beyond the Van Allen radiation belt, or is that just
talking about up? For the most part, when it comes to flat Earth, most of the time, as far as up goes, that's their argument. For the most part, what we're talking about is across, like in straight line across Earth.
I don't know.
I mean, if you come into a flat Earth server, we're talking about flat Earth, right? So we're talking about what you can experience, across Earth, not in the sky. Right?
Fair enough. But I suppose I'm just coming from. I suppose I have to break down like the orthodox spherical world.
I have to break down the walls of lies that are there protecting the truth.
He sounds really smart, Larry. He sounds really smart.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I'm sorry for interrupting you, brother. I'm just going to ask you something, and I want to hear your answer, and then I'll let you listen.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so I want to ask you a question. I want to hear your answer, and then I want to tell you my answer. Okay, so real simple question, not so easy to answer.
Okay.
What is truth? What is truth, sir?
Is this philosophical happy hour?
It might as well be, right?
Well, let me give you my answer. So truth is that which is verifiable. Right? So if I claim that I'm 6'3", right, and I say, no, you can't measure me against the doorway with a tape measure, then it's not verifiable, so it's not true. But if I say, yes, I'll stand here barefooted, and you can use your pencil and your tape measure, and you can verify it, right? Well, then it would be true to verify it.
Only if you can define what measurement is.
I wasn't trying to go that philosophical, but you see what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
I think he's getting. I think he's about to get it.
I was just being a bit of a cunt, just because it's like you can take philosophical questions to the extent of how do you know what even consciousness is unless you how do you know? Is it got kind of what is it? Not existentialism. It's like René Descartes, cogito ergo sum. Is like the only thing you can ever be certain of is yourself, because you've got consciousness.
Yeah, you can't deny the physical because you experience it, right?
Yeah, but when I punch you in the balls, you're not wondering, whether or not your brain is a jar in a vat.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. That really cuts through all the bullshit and all the philosophical bullshit, which I think much of contemporary philosophy actually contains. But yeah, I get what you're saying in regards to that. But where are you going with that?
Well, to me, if you need to know if something is true or not, you need to know whether you can verify it, right? So if there's a group of men, a group of 500 men and women who says that they went to this magical place of Narnia, how do you verify it? And if you can't verify it, then how do you know it's true?
How do you know? How do you know?
And on top of that, if you believe these group of men that left Earth on a rocket, went to the moon, and everything about the solar system is true, because the only way they could have made it there is because their truths about the measurement of the solar system. The only way they could have made it there is because what they predicted about the truth is true. And why did they fake going to the moon when it's obviously not true?
Right.
Okay,
Well, let me give you. Let me respond. I'm not going to respond with an answer, but I'm just going to respond with a equivalency.
All right, I'm after you.
Which would be like a deep dive towards the Mariana Trench, which is in the Pacific. So very, very few people have been down to the depths of the Pacific, and probably not even to the full extent of it. So very, very few people have been that far submerged. Does that mean that it doesn't go that far? Like, do you not believe? Like, do you believe people? Do you believe the Submariners story? Or do you
that's the thing. It requires belief, just like walking on the surface of the moon, right? It's a modern day miracle. Jesus walked on water. Apollo walked on the moon, right? So you have to ask yourself, it's like this.
It's not as straightforward as that. I don't think it's as straightforward as that. But yeah, go ahead. I don't think it's just as clear cut as that. But yeah. Just continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. Sorry.
So an extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. So if they claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right, then we should see the evidence of that. And the reason the server has so many members is because there's people all over the world who aren't seeing it.
Well, that's why I'm here.
It's 2022. Why are we here? Why is there so many people asking this question? This should be solved 50, 60, 70 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but
Larry,
here, I don't think that's Sorry, go ahead.
No, I want you to answer the question. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I don't think that's a fair equivalency. To be honest,
because
because
most of the people that are members here don't believe the Earth is don't believe the Earth is flat. Most of the members are globers. Now, but they're not always here. They're not. But I mean, the flat earthers are here all the time. But we have 25,000 members, but most of them are globers. But they're scared as shit to actually address exactly what we just went across.
What if we always saw the geometric horizon and the flat earthers were saying, well, the reason the horizon is always at 1.225 times the square root of 0 height feet is because of refraction. Like, there wouldn't be that many people coming here asking questions. But because we can see too far, and they have to say refraction to explain away their problem, which is why we see too far, that's why they're here.
You see, my thing is primarily history and politics, right? And so I went and studied history at university, got a degree and all that shit, and had to leave university and realize that history is just a set of lies that are no. History wasn't. I always refer back to a quote that is supposedly attributed to Napoleon, which I love, man. It's a great quote, and I use it every time I talk about it. I go, history is just a set of lies that are no longer contested. Which is like fucking yes. It's like history's written by the victors. It's like boom.
So you're in Ireland, so you're kind of in the middle of the Civil War that started in 1517, right? You're in the middle of it, I'm sure. The Protestant Reformation and the Counter-Reformation.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
You know about that, right?
Of course.
Okay, so 1517, he challenged him to a debate. And he said, "You're wrong about these 95 things." Did they take up his challenge and debate him openly? No. They couldn't, right? Because he read it himself. And they were like, indulgences? That sounds like some made-up shit. And they were like, well, we can't debate them head-on, so what are we going to do? Well, they used subterfuge, right? Because Ignatius of Loyola, he was wounded, right?
Well, first of all, English Civil War took place in the 17th century. But you're talking about the Lutheranism and when that came to England. That came to England later on in the 16th century during the premiere of Henry VIII.
Well, it spread. It spread, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But it started off in Germany, and I think
I'm with you.
Martin Luther, his mother was Lindemann, and I think he was part of the tribe in order to undermine Christianity in the West. But that's a different story. But it's the whole.
No, he was undermining the authority of the Vatican, not Christianity. The Catholic Church. Yeah. So
of course. And there only was Christian. There was no such thing outside of the Catholic Christendom than Catholicism until Martin Luther nailed his treatise to the wall or the door.
Right. So I'm trying to talk about Ignatius of Loyola. Are you familiar with him?
Oh yeah. This is
right. So he was wounded.
This is Jesuit school.
Yeah. So he was wounded, but still wanted to fight for the Pope, but was not physically capable. So he decided he was going to fight, mentally, right? And everything they did is the opposite of what the Bible says, because if you can break the foundation of a building, it's much easier to knock down, right? So instead of, the earth coming first, right, the sun came first. Right? The Bible's the exact opposite of what, so-called science says, right? So this Ignatius of Loyola, he knew he couldn't take him in the head on debate, so he had to use subterfuge and tricks. And it was his tricks that led a lot of people down this, evolution path where everything came about by a natural, order rather than a creator creating all the order that we see here, right? And it's led a lot of people astray. Right? And the Catholic Church is for evolution, right? And they're for heliocentrism, even though in the past it appears that they weren't. But do you think they weren't aware of the Hegelian dialectic thousands of years before Hegel?
Well, Hegel, George Friedrich Hegel came about, he's sort of a precursor of Marxism, again, part of the tribe, and their number one cause was to undermine Christianity and Catholicism and splinter it into 1,000 pieces to make them all into different factions that will compete against each other and destroy each other and fight against each other. Most of the wars in Europe was about.
Do you really think that was the intention and they succeeded?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So, well, tell us more about that. Tell us how they did it.
Well, I'm on my phone. I'm not even on my phone. My phone's in the corner. So I don't know.
Propaganda, mostly propaganda bullshit. Just same way that they do it now. I mean, yes, I'm quite aware of these psychologists that how they write these books, but they're all Marxists. For the most
part, and Hegel is a precursor to Marx as well, obviously.
But it's just like, hey, throw names out there, but bring your backup. Oh, come on, man.
Okay. So, I'm from Irish Catholic kind of background, all that sort of stuff, and grew up in that. I don't know so much anymore. Sort of I'm on the fence on that sort of stuff, but I do believe that. No, that's okay. That's it is what it is.
I'm glad you found your way here, man.
Yeah. And I'm not approaching this from a rational point of view, not necessarily like a Christian point of
Well, and
view
as
or
far as all that stuff that you mentioned, that in Ireland, that was a big deal.
Oh, well, Ireland has been destroyed by cultural Marxism and all that sort of stuff, but Ireland is gone. It's the Ireland that people think about what it was is no longer alive anymore. It's if it is, it's the older generation still have that, but the younger generation is gone. It's gone. Which
Similar
is sad.
things happen in America as well. So
Of course, and it's really, really sad, and it's tragic because it's destroying the fabric of what it meant to be Irish, essentially, and Christian Americans similar, and there's so many Irish people. Essentially, Irish people and the Scottish Irish built America, from the get go, right through from the early founding fathers to up until probably the mid 19th century, and then it just dissipated into chaos, and now it's a fucking shit show. But going back to what Ireland has turned into, it has lost its faith, and I don't think that's a good thing. Even though I have question marks for a lot of it, I think the faith has been a real. Ireland was always considered the land of saints scholars, and Ireland was always a very important aspect of Western culture and civilization. And
I have Irish blood, man. My grandmother her family was from Ireland, so.
And most people in the United States, especially the original generation over the last couple of generations, they all have good connections to Ireland and England or Scotland or Germany, or Western Europe in general. And that's.
But it's not white. What the hell is white? White people. What is this? No, just like.
No, wait a minute. Hold on, time out. So white was a classification. There was many, people that were red-haired, freckled, and green eyes from Ireland that weren't considered white when they came to the United States. It was a status, right? So there was whites and blacks. So there was white black people and black white people. I know this is difficult to understand, right? But it was all about status. So there could be a white slave owner, right, with black skin, but his status was white because he owned slaves and plantation. I know it's difficult, but.
Hey, and you know what's really another difficult thing to understand is there were black people in America long before white people got here. Holy shit! There were red and brown people long before America got here. I mean, America was created.
Anyway, let's go back to the whole Earth thing. So I tried to go with you about truth, right? About it being verifiable. Have you ever experienced the curvature of the Earth? Like I'm sure you've experienced a Coke machine or a cigarette machine if you're old enough. But have you experienced the curvature of the Earth?
That's what I was trying to say. A friend of mine, like I'm 43. My friend's in his early 50s, like one of my good friends, and he's been documenting. He was doing all. So he's ex-military and stuff, and he was. He got fucking over in Iraq. He got fucked up, so he's now just he's doing. He's got his own channel and doing things, and he's like filming airplanes and all the chemtrails and fucking shit and documenting them and putting them down as like Cessna jets and blah blah. And he's documenting all this stuff. You could find him probably on Telegram and different things. But it was him actually.
Check that out. But does he talk about?
But so just in regards to the curvature, so he's on the east coast of Ireland, and he was he had like these telescopic lenses, and he was it was him actually put me on. Well, I had like heard other people talking about this, and I spoke to him about it like about 7 or 8 years ago. But he's now kicked on. like my thing is looking into history and looking into culture and the different things, but his was he just gravitated towards this, and he was so he's looking from the east coast of Ireland to the west coast of Scotland, and he's going like, this is like 30, 40 miles away, and he goes zooming in, and you can see like the rocks of like on the coast of Scotland, and going
right. The rocks means that it's below the land, right? And you can see the shore, right?
Yeah. Zero curvature, but according to the orthodox kind of understanding of the globe model, you shouldn't be able to see this. And that was that's what triggered me. Is going, fuck. Well, what the fuck? Like, well, obviously you shouldn't be able to see this. Like, that should be curved out of your sight. And that's what made me think there's something else going on. And obviously, I questioned the whole NASA and the history of all that shit. So this is what's led me to come on this channel today to ask questions and talk about this and tell you what I think or what I know and see if it stacks up to scrutiny. So I don't know. I'm here more or less as a
that's cool.
questionnaire.
It sounds like you're brand new to the topic, sort of.
Yeah.
But yeah,
not brand new, but inquisitive.
You have a very close relative that's like, hey man, you got to check this out, and you took a look at it and said, hey man, there's other people talking about this, and so you can.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. I always knew there was something sus because obviously, I say my thing is politics and history, and I don't trust, military and governments and all that shit, which I suppose no one does. But then when I realized that NASA's just a branch of the U.S. Air Force, I was like, right, well, obviously it's fucking suspect. And then
got it, bro. You've got it. I've been saying it for a while. What if NASA is the propaganda or public relation arms of the military-industrial complex? Nailed it, bro.
Of course, yeah. So that's it. Once I realized that NASA is just like a branch of the U.S. Air Force, and like all of the fucking pilots or astronauts are all ex-astronauts. And then whenever I saw like Gus Grissom and him being burnt up the fuck after he hung a lemon, all that shit in the Masonic stuff, I was like, right, fuck that. This whole thing is fucking sketchy as fuck, right? So I'm very questionable about all this stuff right now. And then I saw a few videos and different things, and I don't know. It could be green. Well, it could be fabricated or whatever. But like I saw so much, just so many questionable videos of people in ISS, with the green screens and strings on their back, and they dropping stuff, accidentally, quote unquote, just, on this, which are supposed to be in zero gravity. It's like, what the fuck? This is like, that cannot just, and then it's like bubbles, that was just underwater training. All this stuff is done underwater just to give the idea. And then, just the shit that you see, even with the original kind of footage, which is supposed to be, and I think, maybe it's just been slowed down, and I don't know if it was Stanley Kubrick that's maybe, after, his Space Odyssey 2001, where he's, pulled in to film this and sell it to the public as, authentic. I'm very questionable about the whole thing. I don't know for certain, and if I told people around me, they would think I was crazy. But this is where I'm at right now, and I just need something a bit more, I suppose, concrete to.
All right, let me give you some concrete. Right, you said you're a history guy, but I'm sure you have respect for the scientific method, right? Texas, you can have knowledge. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. It's just when I hear people say trust the science, and like the climate agenda and the vaccine agenda.
No.
This is pump the brakes. That's not science. That's pseudoscience. That's
That's where I'm at, you
scientism.
see.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Because I've heard a lot of people say, "Oh, trust the scientists." They also
No. See, here's the thing about science. If you're doing real science with the scientific method, you don't have to trust anything. It's right there before your eyes. It's firsthand experience, like I was talking about before, right? So let's just go over gravity, real simple. If you understand how the scientific method works, right, your car won't start. Okay, so you got a cause and effect relationship. Why won't your car start? So you start doing a series of tests, right? Well, is your engine getting fuel, air mixture, combustion, and spark? Okay, so then it's getting all that. Well, maybe it's not getting, the starter's not working, right? So you test the starter and you do.
It was my alternator. Literally, it was my alternator last week.
There you go.
It was last week. It wouldn't start. It was my alternator, so I had to get a new alternator.
So when you changed the alternator, then it worked. Then you knew it was the alternator, right? There was no belief or trust, right?
No.
You replace the alternator. There's no belief and trust. It starts right. Okay, that's how the scientific method works. So let's say a caveman, he finds like a hot spring and there's boiling water. He says, what causes the water to boil? So he says, well, it was hot. The water was hot. So he goes home and he adds heat to water. It boils. He takes the heat away. It stops. He adds heat again. It boils. First-hand primary knowledge, heat causes water to boil, right? So there's knowledge there. That's why we use the word science, okay? So let's say the apple fell, right, hit Newton in the head, landed in a pail of water. It's going to float in the water, right? Because it's a fresh apple.
Okay, well, obviously that story is bullshit, but yeah, go ahead. But
well, just follow along. I'm just using the story to teach a lesson. Okay, kind of like a parable. Okay, so let's say a guy's practicing crossbow and there's a wild shot and it ricochets and it pokes a hole in the bucket and the water drains out. What happens to the apple? It goes to the bottom.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There's a hole in the bucket, the water drains, the apple goes to the bottom. So did it have anything to do with mass attracting mass? Did it have anything to do with the bending and warping of space-time? Or was it simple buoyancy and density?
Well, that would be buoyancy, yeah.
Right. Lack of buoyancy caused the apple to fall because here's the claim, right?
But the apple doesn't have much density.
Well, compared to the gas, the atmosphere, it does. Right?
I don't know.
He's talking about it's medium dependent, right? So it goes up, rises or it falls, depending on what medium it's in. That's what he's trying to say.
Okay.
Right. Just like everything else. Just like everything else in reality, right? A hot air balloon rises because the buoyant force, right? What they're saying is that the gravity is pulling it down, right? But what we actually observe is buoyancy and density, and it has nothing to do with mass attracting mass. So when you look at the world like this, boats float, rocks fall because of buoyancy and density. And any object in a medium is going to rise or fall depending on the density between the object and the medium, like water or air, that it's in. Did you know that an anvil floats in mercury?
Well, I think a lot of it. I think everything. As in like liquid mercury. There, as in like quicksilver, like liquid mercury. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm familiar with like mercury, but I never even considered objects contained within it. So I never even thought about it. So Oh,
well, an anvil does float mercury. We can show you the gift. I'll show you now when I'm driving. I'm sure somebody will post it, but an anvil made of steel, it floats in mercury.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is what I'm trying to tell you. They told you mass attracting mass, even though that's been out of date for like 5 years or something like that. So they replaced it with Einstein, which talks about the bending and warping of space-time, right? But space-time is a concept. It's not physical. You can't put space-time in a jar and manipulate it like we did with the water and cause things to rise and fall by manipulating space-time. So if you understand the law of cause and effect, you manipulate the cause and you see the effect. That's how the scientific method works. And the reason they call it the independent variable, because it's the variable that's independent from all the rest of them, because it's the only one that you manipulate. Like, you only change your starter. You don't change your starter and replace the battery and the windshield wipers and go, well, what it was, but I spent like an extra $300 and now it works, right? You do one at a time with diagnosis.
Yeah, you don't change the whole car. It's like buying a brand new car. Just
right.
Yeah.
When it could be something as simple as a $100 part, right? You replace it, now it works, and you have primary first-hand knowledge. Yeah, you have primary first-hand knowledge that it was indeed the alternator, right? So in this case, it was indeed the buoyancy and the density that makes objects rise or fall in nature. Now, in nature, there's birds, and they use aerodynamics, right? So excluding that, everything in nature rises or falls based on its relative density. But they're not going to teach you this in school, right? They want you to wonder, how did those Egyptians move those rocks? Well, what if they had a bunch of hot air balloons or a bunch of hydrogen balloons? Because they had Baghdad batteries. If they had enough of them, they could put it in a series and crack water. And when you crack water, hydrogen and hydrogen and oxygen comes out. H2O, right?
Yeah,
but they don't want to tell you that because they want you to remember the Hindenburg and all the humanity, right?
Oh, that was bullshit.
So
I don't Hindenburg. See, when you talk, I'm not very familiar with ancient history, but that Hindenburg stuff was there's a lot of fucking suspicious goings on with that story. But yeah, I get what you're saying in regards to. So how do you suggest that the rocks were moved in to build the pyramids and stuff? You think it was done with balloons or
buoyancy? They could have hemp, tar. They could have moved the rocks around pretty.
Right. Here, this is something I never even thought of or considered. So here, this is good. This is brand new information for me, and it's just something I never even considered, or nobody's ever suggested it. So this is fascinating for me. So yeah, continue. Go ahead. And I don't really get the whole scientific aspect of it, like per se, but I'm doing the best I can. But yeah, go continue. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, so let's go over the scientific method one more time. So let's say me and you get a hotel, right? We could argue in the hotel for a month over which light goes to which circuit and affects which bulb. But how are we going to gain knowledge? Well, we would have to do a series of experiments or tests to flip the switch and see which bulb goes to which switch. But until then, it's all theory, right? Not a scientific theory, but just a layman's theory, right? But until we do the test, we don't have any knowledge, right? That's why the scientific method is so important, right? And the shape of the Earth is not science, it's geometry. But there's a lot of other topics that we talk about that people are making claims with no scientific knowledge. For example, they say that the moon's tides are the Earth's tides are caused by the moon's gravity.
Yeah,
right? But when did they ever...
Yeah,
go ahead.
That's what I always assumed.
So when did they ever turn off the moon's gravity to see the tide stop and then turn it back on to see it start again?
Oh, well,
like the light bulb. They can't do it, so it's pseudoscience. That's the thing that you were like, hey, pseudoscience.
Yeah,
I don't trust the science. Right? But
Yeah.
what if I said, what if the sun producing so much more energy on the ocean affected the elements within the ocean and causes them to expand? Right? That's a different theory. Maybe the sun causes the tides. We don't know because it's not something that we can manipulate and test. So if I were to claim that, my theory is a scientific theory, that would be pseudoscience, right? But if I claim that lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, that's not pseudoscience. That's actually knowledge. We can actually test that, right? Because it's a real science. So the thing is, everything you've ever heard about cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, and astronomy, it's all pseudoscience. You can't manipulate space because you're on the Earth.
Yeah,
So everything you've ever heard is pseudoscience.
Yeah, it's just speculative or just manipulation in order to persuade people to believe a certain way of thinking, which has obviously some overarching agenda. And it could be to disprove, God's existence or whatever, because, I know about Darwin and Freemasonry and all that sort of stuff, and that might be the case, I don't know. But, if you go right down to the bare bones of it, this whole could be, like, if we did live in this. So this is what I want to ask you, actually, where it goes down to it. So, if we are on a flat Earth, right, and then this is like this is a flat Earth model, and I've saw the models with the Antarctic, which is actually circumferencing the Earth, and like I've saw different sort of ideas of that. Is this your way of thinking that we're in a stationary Earth? And
there's no model. There's no model, right? The reason that you've seen the Antarctic circling the Earth is because that's like a concept, right? For you to be able to grasp the concept. So here's what we're actually claiming. The Earth, the dirt, because when I say Earth, you might picture the blue marble, right? That's a model of the Earth. So a model portion is very different from a real portion. So when we say the Earth, we're talking about dirt. The Earth has terrain, right? There's valleys and hills, mountains and plains, right? What we're claiming is the water is flat and level, and the Earth sticks up out of it. And it's primarily level because the abyssal plains make up more than 50% of the Earth's surface. This is the underground plains that gradually grade down towards the mid-Atlantic ridge and then grade back up on the other side of the pond, right? So these abyssal plains, more than 50% of the Earth. Then you have the Great Plains, not just in America, from Texas to Kansas, but also in Canada, also in other places like Africa and, the old world, right? Then you have salt flats. The one in Bolivia is the largest one, 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of vertical relief, meaning drop, right? So the salt flats, the Great Plains, the abyssal plains, tectonic plates, it's all kind of leading to one thing. But the beautiful thing is you don't have to believe a word I'm saying. You can go test it for yourself.
Well, I can't really because I'm not. Well, first of all, I'm not going to. But how can I, as just an ordinary person, test that? Or can I?
Well, the claim is boats go over the horizon. They've been telling us for hundreds of years that boats go over the horizon, and we've actually tested that and found it wanting.
That's not true. Yeah. It's just saying earlier on about how my friend was like looking like 40, 50 miles away and seeing like just literally the rocks on the other side of the sea, and it's like according to the globe Earth or curvature of the Earth, you wouldn't be able to see that, but you can, and that's what that's why I'm here. Because
Richie, the thing is, the sea's level. You see, that's why it's called sea level. Sea level. It's not sea curve.
But according to the Orthodox history or Orthodox understanding of the globe Earth or spherical Earth model, you shouldn't be able to see that.
It requires containment. Funnily enough, so does the air that you breathe. It requires containment. Do you understand? Because it's called pressure. The clue's in the title. It needs the gas needs something to press upon. Pressure. So if you need a vacuum, for that matter, you need a container. All these things need containment, including Earth. It's a closed system, and it must be.
If you're right, not to be disparaging or anything, like, right. I just, it's any like, you guys obviously know what you're talking about, and I don't have the capabilities or the intellect to challenge this and on an academic level. But has there ever been any geologist or astrophysicist or anyone who's taken you on and you have wiped the floor with them, or is there any debates where you go up toe to toe with somebody who comes from the orthodox side of history or the orthodox side of geology?
I'm not a big fan of debates. I'm not a big fan of debates, honestly.
But that would be, for me,
in this regard, Richie, you need 2 points of contention for a debate, and I'm afraid that's not what we have here.
No, I know it's everyone's on the same side of things, but for me,
it's flat. It's provably
it's hard.
Flat.
It's difficult for me to break
measurably
out.
Flat. Hello, it's navigatably flat. It's measurably flat. It's observably flat. Understand?
Yeah. No, here, look. There's so many things about the whole history, and like, for me, there's so many questions. It just leaves me perplexed, and I just would like
difficult.
Of course, and I'm coming from. First of all, I was like in a place going, of course, we're like, why we wouldn't be? And then when I started questioning NASA and all that sort of stuff and all the moon landings, and that was my sort of gateway into question everything about everything we've ever been told. And obviously, I studied history, did a degree in history, and fucking good degree. I got a 2-1. It was all good, blah blah. And I was, and only when I left my degree later on, and I started questioning stuff, going and realised that I said, you know what? All I was told was, what I got my qualifications in was the orthodox version of history, and now I don't believe any of it. And then it was like snowball effect to this is where we're at now, and question everything. I question everything, and you guys are definitely well more versed on the subject than I am. But at the same time, I suppose I would like to see somebody from this side go up against somebody from a mainstream side of things and see, who betters who, and who can, who's got, like, if somebody, I probably wouldn't even be able to follow it, to be honest, because like whenever these are things that I think are very important, especially, I'll just use my example of politics or history, and I see somebody, for example, like talking about, is Vladimir Putin a force for good, or is he part of the system, or was Adolf Hitler, was he working for the same people, or was he an independent operator? And seeing those people go, or was he just the most evil person ever existed? And seeing everyone go at each other, and obviously it's dependent on the knowledge and the confidence of the person that's making the argument. But at the same time, you can always sort of strip through and listen to and start to, I think, gain knowledge of just not even the people arguing, but just the subject itself. You can start to make sense of it as an independent, and you can sit back and listen to them and start to unravel it and make sense for it yourself. And you don't have to follow the crowd. You don't have to listen to this side. You don't have to listen to that side. But these guys are obviously, as I say, very knowledgeable. And
Dude,
like, I
forget
feel,
all that.
I
Dude,
feel
Richie, just be quiet. Just be quiet. Fuck all that.
Okay.
Fuck all that. You use water every day, don't you? It's your reality. Every day you use water. Yes?
Of course.
Well, it's the most accurate measuring tool of level there's ever been. It's time immemorial.
What does that mean? What are you saying?
I'm saying it's the most accurate measuring tool we've ever had for measuring a level.
Okay. Do you say
it's not 18 ohm? It's not 18 ohm, is it?
So the spirit level goes back thousands of years. People would use water, right, to find level, right, and we still use it today. It's the most accurate way to find level because water always finds its level. And this is just the physics of water. It's what water does, right? So no matter if you got a cup or a bathtub or a pool or a pond or a lake or an ocean, it's always level if it's at rest. So not during a hurricane, right? Not during a hailstorm, but if everything's calm and you can see clear, you can see, a lot further than they say that we should be able to. Now, they've come up with the, non-scientific theory of refraction, right? But it's kind of like the theory of the tides. What's causing it? We don't know. We can't manipulate the cause to see the effect, so there's no knowledge. So with the whole refraction thing, you can believe it if you like, but that still doesn't defeat the fact that we can see people. And a lot of people just accept it because anchor bias, confirmation bias, these sort of things. People who write papers, extensive papers about gravity and pseudoscience, they have sunk cost bias. And everyone has bias, right? Everyone has these for different reasons. But the difference is we all were brought up in the same school system that you guys were. We're talking about... looks like we got some trolls.
I'll check the chat. I'll check the stream.
Thanks.
No, man, here. Sorry, man, I'm not even looking at my phone, but the American guy that just I was speaking to, and you've been speaking there just there now, man, here, you are fucking so knowledgeable, and as far as I can see, on this subject. Would you be prepared to debate, or have you ever debated anyone who has got the orthodox understanding of history or geology or astrophysics or whatever?
There was a cosmologist who came in here not too long ago, and I asked him some questions, and I remember his answers. Would you like to hear the debate from knowledge?
Did you kick his ass?
Well, I think I did, because I asked him, how is it that it takes an entire solar system to bring Halley's Comet back around out towards outer space? And he corrected me because I said the Oort cloud. And then I said, well, what is out there the size of a solar system and with enough mass to bring Halley's Comet back towards not where the sun was, but to where it's going to be by the time it gets there? And he didn't really have a good answer. I don't think he had a good... I can't remember what he said. Then I said, so do black holes and dark matter exist in the same universe, or are they competing theories? Because like the moon causing the tides or the sun causing the tides, sometimes there's competing theories and we don't know which one is right. Well, that would be two competing theories. In this case, he said the dark matter and black holes exist in the same universe. So I said, so you're telling me the equation for gravity is so flawed at the galactic level that you need black holes and dark matter to make it work. And he said, I never heard it put like that. Right? So when you hear these crazy theories, right, like the multiverse or dark energy or dark matter, something is really wrong with their theories, and they're reaching, right? Because why else would they come up with this crazy theory that, 95% of the universe we can't see, we can't detect, it's dark matter and dark energy, but it has to be there to make their model work. Can you imagine if the flat Earth had to invent 95% of a bunch of bullshit out of thin air to make everything work?
And what really here you're absolutely right. And what really something else which pushed me towards this chord was it was just gematria, the numerology, which it's all like was it the tilt and the speed. It's all like, is it 33 and a third and like all that sort of all that shit. It's like this is all gematria. This is which is Jewish kind of Kabbalistic kind of numerology, and just Jewish mysticism, and who controls the words. The same people.
Let me just say this. Regardless of how deep you may get into that kind of stuff, there is a story in the numbers. And I always find that really interesting.
But you guys are all Christians. Would you say you're all? Would you come up from a Christian perspective?
No, I don't think everybody would stand up behind that.
I'd
Not that I have a problem.
I'm a human being.
I don't have a problem with that. But I don't think everybody here would stand up for that.
Okay, well, you say
a lot of us are Christians. I was raised Christian. I kind of fell out of the faith a little bit when I was younger, and then I started seeing things that I couldn't ignore. I could not be willfully ignorant any longer, and I started researching all the different faiths, except for Islam. I didn't really get into that one too much, but the other major faiths.
Abrahamic, so Abrahamic. So why would you if you know about Judaism, you know about Christianity, then there's not much else to learn about or Islam, because they're part of the same Abrahamic faith, and there's not much difference, especially in the
there's core. So much difference. Come on now, really?
Not in the core.
Are you kidding? The core is, with Christianity, you believe in Jesus Christ as Savior, and Islam doesn't. I mean, that is the core.
Of course, Islam believes Jesus was a prophet. So they don't. They believe like Hinduism. They have no conception of Jesus Christ, but Islam does. So Abrahamic faiths are Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they're all part of the same Abrahamic faiths. They all believe in the Old Testament, the Torah, so they're still connected. So you cannot say they're not.
They may have a background that in the Abrahamic is of the Torah, but when you get into the New Testament and the fulfilling of the Torah and the fulfilling of the Old Testament,
but they're grounded. All I said was the core. They're grounded in the same book. They're grounded in the same philosophy, the same theology. Whereas if you go into Shintoism, you go into Hinduism, you go into Hinduism, these Eastern, Eastern. This is so separate, so separate. So you cannot pretend these are part of the same ideology. Whereas Judaism, Islam, and Christianity are all pertained within. They all believe in the Old Testament. All three of those doctrines believe in the Old Testament, whereas any other the pagans don't believe any of that.
I agree with you. The root The root is from the same tree. The branches spread out quite far. But yeah, let's move on away from religion because I feel like somebody's going to pick a fight. So if you were to ask us, like, are we culturally Christian? Like, most of us are conservative and respect the old values and the old ways. And
I'm culturally Christian. I'm culturally Christian.
Right. Most of us are.
Everyone in the Western world, like the quote unquote Western world, from like Western, like everyone, you're from European backgrounds, be it North America, South America, Australia, whatever, are all based in Christianity. So,
right, there may be a few here that would disagree. There's agnostics here. I don't think there's any atheists here. What is an atheist anyway? But I don't think there's any atheists here.
But they're based. I mean, their family and their history is based in Christianity at some level, or in the Abrahamic faith.
Mine is. Anyway, moving away from faith. Basically, want to get down to. Yeah, faith causes a lot of division. People end up getting in fights in here.
But I thought you were coming at your understanding of the that whole aspect of your belief in this flat Earth was because if we are in a stationary flat Earth that is that there's no, and that heliocentric and all that sort of stuff. So if we are in a flat stationary plane and we can't get off it, then how did we come here? Where did we go? Like, we're not just little dots in a micro, like in a big massive picture, which in the deep space. That does give pause for thought in where we come from and how we got here. And this is where people then revert back to where they feel they were brought up in this theological world. And theology does enter into it, as much as we would like to just dismiss it. And if we do follow the evolutionary world,
if you look all through the Bible, you can come up with hundreds and hundreds of flat Earth verses. I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, if you really, really look at it, I mean, it pretty much says it.
But it's so contradictory. It's so contradictory. I can't believe that the Bible. There's one verse would say this, and the second verse would say the opposite. So,
only one example, Richie.
Turn the other cheek, or an eye for an eye.
Yeah, but they're from different testaments. But anyway, it's a Bible. I don't want to go down that route.
But there's one. That's just one example, in which turn the other cheek, eye for an eye. And here, what about
my friend? There's two different trains of thoughts, right? We live in a Judeo-Christian nation here, right? So if someone causes me harm, injury, loss, I could do the Christian thing and forgive them, or I could do the Jewish thing and take them to court. Either way, it's my decision, right? But either way, there's a court system for that, right? So the Judeo-Christian nation or culture that we have here, a lot of it came from the UK, right? We get a lot of laws from you guys over there, right? And we get a lot of culture from over there too, right? But some of it came from Latin, right? So if you break code, you can be tried under maritime law, right? Or if you cause another man harm, injury, or loss, he can take you to small claims court. I think you guys call it Queen's Bench, right? And everyone has a right to go to Queen's Bench, right?
Yeah. I'm familiar with that term.
So there's common law, right? We know that we're common law nations, but not France, right? You break a code in France, well, you're in trouble, right? But over here, it's different, right? And I would ask you to look into the Irish Israelite connection and the British and the Scottish. Because Brit, I think it means like people of the law, and then in the Scottish founding documents, they talk about acknowledging the fact that they're Israelites. But anyway, this is just a theory. I'm not saying that it's true, but
I'm familiar with some of that. But yeah, go ahead. I'll contribute when you're finished.
Yeah, if you're Irish and if you remember Gaelic, you might check out some of the Hebrew words. They're very similar. But like I said, this is just a theory to look into about the 10 lost tribes of Israel. There's a really good book on Jed Skeptic Media YouTube channel, and I think he reads like half the book, and it's like evidence that the Irish, Brits, and Scots were Israelites. Anyway, if you're curious to look into that.
This isn't really like Michael Sarian kind of stuff. You familiar with Michael Sarian? No. Maybe. He's been in California for like 30 years, but he was sort of an acolyte of what do you call the guy who died recently? Jim? Yeah, is it Jim? No, Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell. No. Jordan Maxwell.
I'm not good with names. He sounds like a truther, if I remember correctly.
Oh, Jordan Maxwell. He wrote No, that was Jim. Jordan Maxwell. Just Google his name. He's probably on Wikipedia. He died a couple of years ago. He's like sort of connected with David Icke and like people like that for years and years and years. But a guy called Michael Sarian. It's Tsarian. It's not a real name. His name's Michael Stewart or something. I can't remember his surname. But yeah, he spoke about a lot of these things. It's like Ireland, land of the Pharaohs, and we were like connected. This is like the lost tribe of Dan. I think that comes into more or less.
Yeah, that would be the Danish. Not you guys. The lost tribe of Dan would be the Danish.
Yeah, but it ties in as well. He connects it to Ireland, and actually there is quite an interesting book because whenever Jewish people have been expelled out of over 100 countries in the last 1,000 years, and whenever they were expelled by Edward II in England in the 12th century, 1170 or something. A lot of them went to Scotland. So there's a book called When Scotland Was Jewish, and it shows you because a lot of them moved all over Europe, but a lot of them moved to Scotland, and you can see very clearly how they interpreted and took over a lot of the more important parts of the judiciary, and how the Scottish Rite, Freemasonry, how all that came about was essentially through because obviously Freemasonry is just there's so much Judaic kind of rituals and history based within that, but they essentially moved to Scotland whenever they were kicked out of England in the 12th century, and set up their whole networks. And yes, there was definitely back and forward from Scotland to Ireland. Well, even before that, from decades, centuries, even previously with the Dalriada and different things. But
yeah, I always got funny vibes from that Jordan Maxwell.
Yeah, I don't trust
not his real name, by the way.
No, obviously, he died a couple of years ago. But yeah, he's But yeah, are you familiar with Michael Sarian? I know.
Yeah, seen his stuff too.
Yeah, he talks about a lot of the same stuff. Esoteric kind of.
I saw a really good thing he did actually, and I enjoyed it. But then I watched him in a private interview from his home, and he was wearing sunglasses, and it was really odd.
Who, Maxwell or Sarian?
Yeah, sorry. That just because the eyes are the window to the soul, and the fact that he was just on his cam wearing sunglasses, I thought were a bit odd. It struck me very weird.
No, at some point I had to make a cutoff, and I was like, when I was like researching stuff, and I had to just go, you know what he's saying might be true, but there's so many rabbit holes you could go down, so many different avenues that I can't. I have to cut things off, and I have to just go in a certain direction, and my direction was history and politics. Deep diving into that, and I didn't have enough time and energy to go in so many different directions, so I just cut them off.
Yeah, most of them lead to nowhere, unfortunately. So that's the idea of them, you see, just to murky the
that's
waters.
I think as well.
Hello, guys. So, what are you guys on about?
We're talking about different, theories and things. We got a new guy here who's brand new to the flat Earth subject from Ireland.
Nice.
Get. It's good to hear your voice. I haven't heard you speak in over a week.
Nice
So,
to
would you like to
meet
talk to the new guy? I've touched base with him a little bit.
Yeah, sure. I heard you explaining him about the floating anvil.
Yeah, Mercury. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It wasn't me. It was. Here, just before we go, what's your name, man? I'm not. I'm not looking. The American. The American guy who was speaking there, because.
Larry. Yeah, Larry from Texas. Yeah,
Larry,
nice to meet you, brother.
Larry, yes, man, good. Here, you're a good guy, so nice talking to you. But yeah, go ahead, the new guy. Tell me something.
Yeah, if you remember what Larry said, what Larry told you about the anvil and buoyancy and density. You can also think of this for example, this new material that they recently make at NASA or in laboratories. It's called graphene aerogel. And this one is the light.
Graphene, that's like carbon, like really, like one nano, like graphene.
Graphene is something else. This one is graphene aerogel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a combination of the two.
I haven't heard of that, but I just remember graphene, the guy that invented it, won the Nobel Prize or whatever, like 10, 15 years ago. And that's all I know about it. So go ahead.
It looked like a promising thing, but it's actually not. But anyway, so graphene aerogel is the lightest solid. It is 7 times lighter than the air. So when you hold it in your hand,
so it's buoyant.
Yeah, it should be floating, like rising, just like helium, but it doesn't. And it doesn't do that because this is actually a solid. It is matter in a solid state. And solids belong to the ground. Everything that is solid will not be floating in the air.
Yeah, but my claim was in the natural world, and this stuff doesn't occur in nature, so I'm still correct. Thanks for trying to get moving.
So.
No, you're good, bud. I was just playing with you. Go ahead and finish what you were going to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I finished, but I was on Wi-Fi, and I think I had a bit of connection issues. I'm back. So.
Forget what happened, bro. Are you back?
Yeah, when I connect on Wi-Fi and move a little bit further away from the house, I lose signal. But now I'm back on mobile. It's more stable.
Here, Laurie, you still there? Laurie from Texas?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, here, man. Look, it's 6 a.m. where I'm from, and
I'm about to fall asleep. So I might come up. I'll come on tomorrow night if you're there, and we'll try and thresh this out a bit further. But it was really good talking to you, and I'm very interested to hear what you have to say. But I have to. I can't hang around any longer because I'm literally going to fall asleep. But
All right, well, I'll be here tomorrow, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. So 6 hours away from that, it'll be 11 p.m. your time, I think.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'll if I can jump on around that time, I will jump on with you, and we'll thresh it out. And I'll be very interested to hear a bit more from you because you sound like an interesting guy and a very nice and pleasant kind of person that isn't like sticking things down your throat, which is good. But
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate your kind words.
Yeah, we'll do it again. Okay.
Yeah, sounds like fun. Can't wait.
Thanks, man. Thanks for your time and thanks for your input. And I look forward to hearing from you again. Okay.
I want to thank you too for coming here and being nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Here, man. That's all here. I'm so glad. This is actually a really nice Discord, and you guys have made me feel very welcome and thirsty, which is thirsty for more. I want to know more about this stuff. I want to
I'm glad to
understand
hear
it more.
that. Yeah,
I want to understand it more.
There is so much about it, even electricity, Faraday, Maxwell's equations are totally fake. You can throw them on the window.
Yeah, so
we do go along with Ampere's laws. They are very good,
right, guys?
But they are not complete.
Until tomorrow.
You have a good day.
Yeah, well, I'm going straight to bed. But yeah, here. Thanks, guys. Really, really appreciate everything you've discussed with me tonight, and your candor and your sincerity. So, until tomorrow, if I can be there, I will be, and if I can't, don't. It's not because I don't want to. It's just because things have gotten in the way. But if I can, I'll see you tomorrow. But thank you.
Be well. Be well until tomorrow.
Good night. God bless.
And when you come back tomorrow, you realize that I'm not one of the smarter ones. I'm actually one of the medium range intellects.
You're joking.
That come in here.
Being modest.
Oh no, I've been wrong plenty of times to know that that's not modesty.
You're very good learning, and you're very good at delivering the knowledge. So.
Well, I appreciate that, but yeah, when you said that you're a good guy, I was like, oh, that's arguable. I don't know if that's really true. But yeah, I've been practicing for a while this whole communication thing because I want people to be like-minded like me, right? And my views, the way I see it, like I don't care what you're doing, you can smoke pot out of a shotgun as long as you don't blow your face off or hurt somebody else. Like I want more people to think this way. Because the whole thing about what is this guy doing? Is he a criminal? Like I think people should mind their own business. And unless somebody is violating you, then you should just, mind your own business. I wish that I could get that tattooed, like, on every TV screen. That way, every time it popped up, the words, mind your business, just popped up on every TV screen. You had to look through the words, mind your business, to watch the TV. Yeah, that's how I think. And I want other people to think like that, too, because... why is your nose in my business? Right? Why would you be concerned about what I'm doing?
We have a globe skeptic too, Richie, or right?
Take it away.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Not much. Just hanging around.
Good. Always a good idea. If you got
Yeah. How have you been?
Especially with that Dracula accent hanging around.
I'm good. Everything's good.
Don't I sound American?
Sound maybe Mexican American?
Mexican.
You sound more American than when you first started, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, baloney. He's British. Come on.
British.
Is that battle mode?
No, you sound Russian. 100%.
No, battle mode's not here, bro.
I thought I heard battle mode.
Battle mod.
Yeah.
Ain't seen him in a minute. Hope you got. Yeah, it's summertime, man. I love summer. And our summer's been very good. Very good. Amazing.
Yeah.
The weather's been perfect. Just perfect.
Not here. It's been hotter than two squirrels dancing in a wool sock.
Which parallel do you live in?
33rd.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Not confirmed.
I'm very close to 45th, and
oh wow,
we had like 42 Celsius, you know, and it's a very dry season, dry summer.
Our 42s usually come in September.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get 42 here, no problem.
Yeah,
it'll happen. But it's very dry, and we'll be all right. We'll survive.
Yeah, many fires, and I saw on the news, and they were saying, "Oh, look, the global warming is real. So many fires. Everything is dry."
Yeah,
these people are going nuts, insane.
Yeah, we get that every year. Nothing over here.
Spreading fear.
Yeah. It's
share the fear. Share it.
Climate warming. Yeah. Climate warming? No, I'm kidding. Climate
change, yeah.
It's all
underwear change.
There you go. So we had a good day in here, man. I couldn't listen much today. I was just at family and
we had AI in here earlier. Elijah came in, shared some wisdom and words.
Nice.
I think that Gregory and Elijah
was
hanging out
in the morning.
Beautiful. Love it.
I think Elijah and well, I just said his name, forgot it that fast. I forgot. Yeah, I think those two dudes hanging out, like that's a powerful combination.
No doubt about it.
Actually, I'm wrong. Gene was last night because I worked night shift, and I heard Gene before leaving work.
Right. Yeah, I heard Gene. Morning. Awesome. Get.
Yo, we have good news from NASA. They are launching Artemis to the moon and back. this month or next month. Yeah. What do you want? What you want us to say something?
You put the gif of the lady on the ISS, Issa.
Oh yeah, teleportation.
And she's grabbing the doll and oh my! I showed that to Scott Veach, man. I'm like, come on, really, dude? Because NASA people are really boring, and
I can just imagine Scott Veach backpedaling, like, "What, man? You know, like we like to play with stuff too. Like just because we're NASA doesn't mean that we can't play with camera tricks. That doesn't mean we're doing things dishonest. We're just trying to keep the production value up for the children. That's for the children, man. What's wrong with you? Why don't you love the children? Shame."
it's all about the entertainment for the children.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
oh, come on, dude. I mean, if they can trick that, they can trick it all, bro, right? And he had to agree with me. I was like, come on.
Yeah, but why do they do that?
Why? Exactly.
I mean, it's real teleportation what's in that video, and to be honest, that was this is the GIF I first saw, and the very moment I saw it, I understood it, that it's bullshit, And then, yeah, I've seen it in the flat Earth community around among us, and yeah, it was no surprise for me. But even if I were not a flat earther, that GIF itself would raise huge question marks,
right?
To my mind, like instantly. I know the first time I saw it, I was like, "Oh my god, fuck,"
Huh?
Yeah.
I was tripping out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Scotty, beam me up.
When he goes around the corner, and before he goes around the corner, he fades out, like literally disappears before he goes around the corner. I love that one. That's my.
Which one?
Where like there's a guy in the background, and like he stops talking, and then he turns around and he goes to go around the corner and pull himself, around the corner, and he like starts to fade out before he gets to the edge.
Yeah, he's transparent, ghost man.
Yeah, that one. That was like, oh no, what the hell's going on here? And when I first saw that, I'm like, oh no.
Casper. He's like that was Casper.
Yeah.
That one looked deliberate, didn't it? Like they were like wanting you to see it, like almost tempting you. So
I tell you what, they don't do it deliberately. Those who are actually using the software to do all these tricks are totally idiots,
Right.
They forget to do these last touches,
So you're saying they outsourced it? You're saying they outsourced it and got some inferior product?
And just
you need video editing experts and these tricksters.
When you have to like use the clone tool on the clouds, man, you're just lazy.
Yeah.
Come on.
That one too. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, clone tool. Wow, really?
If you went,
I can just hear Panda like trying to justify the clone tool. Like, what? You think you're seeing stuff? You got pareidolia. What? You think you're a smart flat earther? You're a liar. It's not a clone tool. You have pareidolia.
Talking about Jim Panda, like crackhead.
Show me 2 identical clouds in the sky. Live.
I'm just scrolling
You're
back.
just a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. I'm crazy one.
So if you went to the moon and then somebody questioned you about going to the moon, the cool thing to do is hit them in the face, right?
Yeah.
You just punch them in the face.
They deserve
that's a logical reaction.
Total logical.
Right? That's a logical. The emotional reaction was just give them some petrified wood, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'll punch you in the face. I mean, you told me, I say I went to Yosemite, and you're like, no, well, you didn't go to Yosemite, man. I'm like,
talk to those other guys.
whatever you think, bro. Whatever. Like, dude,
You know those wounded dogs? They make ow, 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 ow.
Mm-hmm.
That's Europe right now.
But Flatman can got himself a nice little, nicely rolled joint there, my friend. Nicely rolled. Way better than I can do. That looks pro. Yeah.
What am I missing?
I don't know. I'm just scrolling back through the voice text. I'm just kind of looking to see what people putting in there. It's always interesting.
I've been looking in here, and I have to say, lately, quite very few people in the server, like 5, 6 people. It's like,
yeah. It's a little slow, you're saying?
Yeah, very slow.
It's summertime, man. People are out. They're going to the beach and the lakes and rivers and hiking and biking and camping and all that cool stuff, man. And it's you get some winter days, man, where you guys are getting snow and shit. This place will be packed.
Well, this winter is gonna be sucks for Europe.
Yeah. So
our gas pipeline is like 80% cut. You know, we are running on 20%.
Oh, you're fucked. Yeah.
Yeah. And in the winter, it will be off. Like,
all right. You got to get a fireplace going, man.
Yeah. Now at my factory here, I work in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
We are making these gas pipes, the Nord Stream 1.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's not going to be finished until winter.
Oh.
Yeah. The Germans are desperate now. But, yeah, I'm kind of happy, you know, because they barked at the wrong person.
Yeah. They did.
Some say the end is near. Some say we'll see. Oh my God, soon. Certainly hope we will. Learn to swim.
I think a meteorite, like in Armageddon movie, is about to fall in Ukraine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
There are very high chances. The only way it could be explained is if someone had a nuclear rocket missile with stealth technology, so it will be invisible. You wouldn't know who fired it, you know. Yeah, that's the only way it could happen. So,
oh man,
fire from the sky.
I think Jimi Hendrix wrote a song about that. Something.
Yeah.
I think so. I was looking through the chat here, man. voice text. There's a Levelist put a picture of a city called Placentia in there. Anyway, I live right next to Placentia in Anaheim. You can see it there on the map. Cool.
Are you scavenging for dank names?
I think
The city name is Placenta?
Placentia.
Placentia.
Not placenta.
Interesting.
It's a Mexican name for like a city or something. Something like that.
Oh, like a place.
Like a place, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very Mexican. It's a lot of Mexicans and it's a great city, man. It really is a good little city. It's not great, but it's good. It's really good.
I had to pop in when I heard Flat Earth dude talking about Placentia.
What the hell you guys do?
Gotcha.
Welcome, Sonny.
Welcome, Sonny. Thank you.
What's up, Sonny? Heard you playing guitar the last couple of days, man. Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. I've been kind of re-inspired. I had a kind of a down day yesterday, but now I'm feeling better.
Good, man.
Good.
My down day was today. I think I just didn't have my game, man.
It's been kind of dreary, cloudy.
Yeah, Sonny, I gotta say, I think you've been feeling better lately, the past week or so. I love it when you play so much. They have to tell you to shut up. I gotta say that, just like CB up in this bitch, you got a lot of production value, because they hear the blues calling and they're just walking in like zombies, like blues.
What? This is a Flat Earth server? They're already dazed like the deer in the headlights. I think it's a great ploy. Some people don't understand it, though. That's okay, Helio. I know you're used to yelling at guitar players, so I forgive you. It's perfectly fine. I'm used to it, too.
Yep. Is Helio? He's dropping
a
me.
Jive turkey. Yeah, Helio's a jive ass turkey.
He ain't opening up his mic, man. What's wrong?
Don't
encourage him.
Provoke. Don't provoke.
Don't encourage Helio.
At this time of night, it's late.
Bad idea. You're right. What was
On
I
a
thinking?
Friday night? No, not happening.
No.
Good stuff happening. I'm making kombucha. I'm making my own kombucha now, and I'm already making my own kefir and sauerkraut. Speaking of, I need to make some more sauerkraut. Stuff's great, man.
Yeah, that stuff is really good for you. You get some organic cabbage, and you make your own sauerkraut. There's lots of good enzymes in there. It's good for your digestion.
That's what I did. Exactly what I did.
Good job.
Get is going to get jealous. No, he's not. He lives in Germany. What am I saying?
Yeah, they make this cabbage like fermented.
Yep.
Yeah, in Romania too, and they use the cabbage to cook sarmale.
To cook what?
Sarmale?
Make sarmale, yes. They take some meat mixed with rice and a few ingredients, and they cover them in the cabbage leaves. They pack them. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that sounds delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds really good. Like, I love all that kind of food. Like, my grandmother was German. I think her parents were actually born in Germany. My father's mother, right? But every now and then they would have borscht. What is it called?
Oh, borscht. Yeah, borscht. Yes, that's Moldavian soup.
That's another. That's another cabbage.
Yeah.
It's another cabbage dish, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Borscht?
that's
Never heard of it.
Borscht. Mhm.
borscht.
You got any evidence to back up this claim?
It's very sour taste.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really like gone to the next level after
Yeah.
sauerkraut.
I need a citation on that, please.
Sure. I'm just trying to remember how
Guys
BORS.
are full of borscht, man. I think you guys are
I
full
think
of
it's
borscht.
I think it's BORSCH.
No.
Could be right. Or just BORS.
You guys are full.
Yeah.
No,
But
we're all
it's an
All right,
S
all right,
with
Russ.
a comma at the bottom.
I want to hijack the conversation. I apologize. I know we're talking about food, and I love food, but I got to move it on. So I was listening to Witsit earlier, and he was talking, and it was obvious to me that there's somewhat of a controversy between different schools of thought and the community that we have here, and I think we need to be aware because Witsit was warning us about certain kind of cult ideologies, but I don't really necessarily think that it's that far. So I want to think about so we know what pseudoscience is, right? Science that isn't really science. But what about scientism? Like the belief that the only way that you could prove something is with the scientific method. Does anybody else disagree with that definition?
Natural science? No, I don't disagree.
Well, the
All right, so
astronomers.
there's more. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Astronomy.
Well, I have a slightly different one. I was thinking more like scientism is just someone that says, oh, well, science says it's true, so it's true. Scientism.
Right.
Yeah, I would say these astronomers and cosmologists, they are all hijacking science itself, and they are saying their claims are scientific, when in fact they are not, And they try to redefine the scientific method, actually. They work very hard on this one.
So we know that there are some people in this community who think the only way you can really prove something is with the scientific method. What word would you give to that definition? Could that be like the second definition for scientism? Or do you guys have a better word? You call it what?
I just call him an idiot.
Right, because there's different ways to prove things other than the scientific method, right? Like I can prove that I'm a male, right? A man, full-grown man, without using the scientific method, right?
Right.
Because all you need is observation for that one. Maybe you turn your head and cough. But yeah, for the most part, I don't need the scientific method to prove things, although it is a very time-tested and true method. It's not the only way to establish a truth, right?
Well, actually, you can use the scientific method to prove that you are a man, but this obvious fact stops at the observation. Observation is enough to prove that you are a man. You don't need to go all the way with the scientific method,
So
it's like a incomplete. Yeah.
So every topic is not the scientific method is not applicable to every single topic, and there are things you can prove without using the scientific method, such as measurement, such as like simple things like we talk about, line of sight test. Yeah, you can get absolute firsthand knowledge from that, things like that, observations. Doesn't have to be the full scientific unless you're trying to find a cause and effect.
Yeah, reality doesn't need to. I mean, reality is filled with facts, already, and they are observable. So you don't need the scientific method to prove a fact again that it is fact.
Fire's not hot. Oh, It is hot.
Like fire's hot. Yeah. Ooh, careful. Fire hot. Sorry. But yeah, you don't need the scientific method to prove. Like, you don't have to knock your head against a brick wall to use the scientific method to find out if it's solid or not.
Right.
Yeah,
Or more dense than your
to validate the
cranium.
fact. Yeah. Actually, it will be silly to use the scientific method to validate a fact,
Right.
or an observation.
Fact.
Yeah.
I assume we're talking about objective fact.
Yeah.
Objective reality facts. Yeah. Yeah. Although,
So the reason I say that is because I was listening to the conversation earlier with Richard Nixon, and I think maybe he went too far by saying it's like a cult. It's just like, a belief that you need the scientific method to establish the truth. So he was talking about the Casimir effect, also known as 0-point energy. For the Globers, also known as virtual particles. But most of you guys know it as the thing that gives us that number 120 zeros. He calls it the ether. Other people have kind of made similar suggestions, but to certain people, in the community, they don't like the sound of the word, right? Maybe it sounds too much like Einstein space-time, or maybe it has like other connotations, but
right.
There's a very strong emotional charge with the word ether, it appears, and it's kind of a divisive topic right now. And I think that we need to understand, because I'm on the side of ether. Well, I should say I'm on the side of the truth, right? And I think that there's something to the whole ether thing. And I agree with a lot of stuff that Richard says. Ever since I started listening to him, I was like, man, this cat's on fire, right? I'm listening to this guy, I was like, man, this dude is like on point, right? We agree on a lot of things. Probably haven't disagreed with him on much, except for what I'm saying just now. About it's not really a cult thing, it's just a different way of thinking. And I think that we need to be aware of this and not really call it like a cult thing, because the flat earthers are calling it a flat earthers like cultists. I think this could be a problem, right? It's not good. It's not good press. So I'm going over it with you guys to see what you think. Am I off base? But did you hear the conversation with Whitson earlier? Can I get some feedback?
I didn't.
I did, and I also heard the conversation that he had the other night, or last night.
All right. Carry on.
So, what do you think about what I said?
I mean, no, there's nothing wrong with what you said. No, Wits, it's he's on a different level than myself, man, completely. And that, that's cool, man. We everybody reaches everybody in different ways. And yeah, man, I don't even want to try to get in his head, man. Just let him go. Just enjoy him while we got him. He's been amazing. Thank you, Witsit.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Whitson. Told that, over a year ago. I just wanted to run what I was saying by you guys to see if you could poke any holes in the logic. Because the whole time he was talking about here today, I was listening. And then when he said goodbye, I chimed in to say goodbye, because I like to hear what certain people have to say. But I was just wondering, is there anything in my logic that's flawed, or in my argument? Maybe I need to check my brakes.
Objective reality.
I highly doubt that you are wrong in your logic, Hank. Larry.
I appreciate that. I was going to run it by Winston if I could get a one-on-one with him. Because I do see where he's coming from, but also see it, because I myself love the scientific method. And I'm so glad that, I have a better understanding of it now, being a flat earther, than I ever did as a globe earther. I think this is one of the little squibbly, squabbly things that can be squashed with just a different perspective.
Yeah. I don't think Witz is he doesn't want us to get caught up on any one particular thing that we really don't thoroughly can get, like, our land masses or whether Antarctica's an island or not, or ice wall or whatever, man. I mean, if Antarctica is an island, then fuck, that makes us really look shitty, stupid, whatever. If you follow my drift there, I might be. I mean, he was talking about it. I don't know if it was last week or earlier in the week, but where are we?
Yeah, to me, the AE map was a bamboozle from the get by the top 5, whoever you think they were, flat earthers at the time. Pushing that thing, and then me going out and defending that model in 2015. Didn't take me very long, less than a year, to realize. And, they kept bringing up the Southern Star Trails. I was like, okay, guys, you're going to bring up like the one thing that I have no idea about, the Southern Star Trails. And it's like, I started looking into it. I was like, man, if this is right, if you could see like directly south, because I kind of wonder if Australia is looking a little to the right or west to see the southern. And then South Africa right dead down the center, and then South America would be looking to the east or to the left. I kind of wonder if that's what's going on, but I really don't know. I haven't been there, I haven't had somebody else in there, so I kind of wonder if that sort of thing is going on. But it just debunked the AE map as far as I'm concerned, which was a projection of the globe, which wasn't really the claim to begin with. And it's not flat Earth to begin with. It's, the Earth is somewhat a topographical plane, and the water is our argument. Because, you can say that, it's an oblate spheroid, it's a potato-shaped, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Excuses, but if it's covered in water, 70%, and the gravitational pull would make a near-perfect sphere, it would be 8 inches per mile squared, roughly. And it would be detectable, but it's not. That's why we're here. And the correct name, I think, should be flat waterers, as hard as that is to say.
Flat waterers. That's what we are. No doubt about it. That's what I am. I should go flat water dude from now on. Fuck. All right. I'll change my name.
Flat liquid. Quit busting my balls.
Liquid dude.
I feel like the one I came up with a little while ago, we should call ourselves High Standard of Evidencers, and the Globers Low Standard of Evidencers.
Dude, I like that. High Standard of Evidencers. That's excellent, man. Excellent.
Because they do tell us to lower our standards all the time. So we should get like clips of them saying, just lower your standards of evidence, man. You don't believe in pictures? Like, gosh, unicorns? What's the matter with you, bro?
Yeah, don't believe that water.
You don't believe in movie magic, bro. That's what it is. That's why they're so butthurt.
Conforms to the exterior of a ball, man. I got a problem with that, man. You can't demonstrate it, man. I stick to things. When I was in Hollywood Boulevard, man, I said, look, dude, we had one of those flat earth dome Pontus model things. Like, dude, there's one idea of what flat earth could be, and it could work. We haven't worked out all the details, but it could work. I always tell people straight away, man, I'm not standing on this and saying, this is it. Fuck off. I don't do that. Unless I know, like, water's level, I'll stand on that all day long, man. Polaris doesn't move. Check it, man. Boom. Those two things I'll rock to my grave. For sure. The rest of it, man, I don't know. Could be this, that, moon, project, I don't know what it is. Whatever it is. It's pretty. Satellites are fake. I'm pretty sure, man, but I can't stand on, like, obviously there's something up there floating around. So, but they definitely work. Satellites work, man. If they're up there and they're high enough, I guess they work just fine. My favorite high altitude space satellite is the Samsung Space Selfie Satellite. Say that 3 times quick. And how they had this big giant rollout party with all these celebrities, and they're gonna like take all these pictures of themselves in space at this big party, and then like a few weeks later, man, the thing crashed into the ground in some farm, and it said right there, it was too good, can't make that shit up. I've used that on a few people.
Balloon?
They're like, what? Get out of here. I'm like, yeah, I'll check it out,
It was on a
man.
balloon, right?
Yeah, it was on a balloon, yeah. It was, there was a video, I don't know, I probably saw it on BitChute or something, but it was just laid it all out real sweet how they faked the whole thing with a balloon. But they were selling it hardcore as a satellite in space, man. They were selling the shit out of it with celebrities and big giant rocking parties with musicians and dancing and drinking and taking pictures, taking selfies from space, man, on the Samsung selfies satellite. Samsung selfie satellite. And then it crashed to the ground, man. It's too good. Can't make it up. Thank you, God, for providing me with pretty solid evidence of they're faking the shit out of it. So, fake it till you make it.
It's the one that they didn't say something like, "Oh, that was a safety balloon that deployed after it entered the atmosphere."
Who knows what the hell they said, man? I don't think they said shit.
Fake it till you make it. Go woke until you go broke. And back to blue until it happens to you. That's some good t-shirt.
Dude, that's some rap, dude. Hitting it solid, man. So yeah, I don't know. I'll find that video. I gotta find the one that guy made. It was pretty cool. Probably on BitChute.
Keep trying to fake it with the globe.
On YouTube.
I don't think you're gonna make it with the globe. Really can't take it. Never gonna make it.
The rockets don't holler without your tax dollars.
All the shit is falling. Ballers start balling.
With your tax dollars.
With your
They didn't have to fall.
I can see the flat earth calling me.
That Irish guy that came in here really understanding. He was really interested in the whole flat earth subject. Like, he was like I was back in like 2015. Like, I need more. Give me more. We forgot to tell him about all the rooms down below with all the information. Hope he comes back tomorrow night.
If you think Nixon called the moon, I think I'd have to call you a loon. Kind of loony, don't you think?
While we're the 12 minutes missing.
Supposed to be spinning around like a roller rink. Got me so crazy I can't think. Waiting for that next story.
Got this old dude, Aristophanes. Can you spell that?
The Samsung Space Selfie Satellite, man. Space Selfie. They didn't even fuck around, man. They just put Space Selfie. Yeah, that's great. All right.
Welcome back to GMA. It was a near miss for a Michigan.
Yeah, that's not the video I'm looking for, man.
Excuse me.
Anyway, it made ABC News. The Samsung selfie satellite crash. It did make the news, man. But there was a video a guy put together with the party and them taking selfies and then showing the wreckage. Ah, beautiful.
That's just poetic justice.
Poetic justice, bro. It's so good, man. It's just my favorite go-to for they're faking it, man. Check it out. Don't believe me. I can show you right here. Here's the party. Here's them getting it, hyping it all up and talking up all their shit. And then
rubbing your face on it. The next thing you know, you get to rub their face in it. Bam!
Rub your face in your selfie, space selfie, satellite.
When's the next meetup?
All right. Probably around the equinox, probably right around there.
And December, like usually that's that can be a really good time of year here.
Fall.
Fall. Well, even winter.
Just fall.
I'm sure I've surfed a couple of days on Christmas Day. Positive.
We could do a
warm weather.
Maybe Labor Day thing? I don't know.
No, Christmas. I know I've surfed on like Halloween. New Year's Day. I've surfed on New Year's Day before.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing when you're out there in the water and it's Christmas Day. I used to wake up Christmas Day. It was white everywhere.
I've taken 10 selfies in my life, maybe 10, maybe. It might be 9.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
I've stood in a couple where other people were doing them. I'm like, I've done a few of those, but myself, I've done like maybe.
I got a face for radio.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm like, I don't want to do this shit.
Right? Who wants to see this? Nobody wants to see this.
You should see the barrels that were happening last week here. Here, I'll post a video. Somewhere here in San Diego.
As a Californian, I'm thinking you and I have different ideas of what a barrel is. I'm talking about doing a barrel roll, barrel distortion,
barrel
by one.
Oh yeah, we're
barrel
getting
roll in aeronautics. You mean?
Dude, I'm going surfing and getting some barrel, bro. Let's do this.
Yeah, they call it the green room when you're sitting there in the tube and that water's just flowing around you. It's the weirdest feeling ever, man. Totally.
It's the coolest ever.
I've never been surfing, guys. I'm so jelly. I'm jelly of you guys' accents and the surfing. I don't get none of that down here.
Yeah. Oh man.
We have an accent.
We have an accent, exactly.
What
compared to us?
accent?
So this is what it sounds like to me, right? So you guys sound like cool surfer dudes, and we sound like shit pickers.
Yeah, we could be on to something. I don't know, man.
I'm not exaggerating.
We could be shit kicking surfer dudes too.
Come down to Texas.
No,
We got Austin. You'll fit right in.
For sure, Kenny is freaking cool shit kicking surfer dude. He is literally
old school.
Old school Orange County.
Speaking of old school, I can play hacky sack, so I got a little California in me. Right?
That's weird. Like that, I'm old fashioned though, so I look at them and go, "You guys are just strange weirdos." Right back and go, "Weirdos."
Hacky sack's cool, man. What are you talking
But
about?
listen, like I can make fun of like every group. like nobody's immune from my humor because I don't fit in any one of the categories. Like they look at me, I don't fit in any of the categories.
I give it.
So it's hilarious for me because I'll make fun of everybody. I don't fucking care who they are. I guess I was just born.
You don't
this way.
discriminate.
Yeah. So Lewd Natick was trying to say I'm so nice. No, I can be a little prick, man. I can be. I used to be quite rude, like actually just very obnoxious. Fucking. Anyway, yeah, I'm glad I'm not that way. I've changed quite a bit. Quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's not through virtue of my own, for sure. It's through the school of hard knocks and just getting my ass beat by life, by making poor decisions, you know?
How else do you make diamonds and gold? Gotta run it through the pressure and the heat.
That's right. You know what? I had teachers and things like that, and officers in the military and people above me, like senior chiefs in the Navy, and you know, they told me valuable lessons. Like, if you're not making mistakes, you're not doing enough. You're not working hard enough. You're making mistakes because you're doing something. So keep doing. You know. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got a good story for making mistakes. So I was trying to start my own like food delivery business, right? Because I've tried a few times to start a business, and I spent like all the money I had on like a printer and these magnetic, you know, things where you could like put it on your refrigerator if you need to order something. I'd go get it for them, and I misspelled the word experience. I said experience, like an idiot.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, fuck. And then I kind of gave up on it because nobody ever called, because obviously I'm an idiot and I don't know how to spell experience. And then right after that, like COVID happened, I was like, man, that shit could have been great if I just knew how to spell experience.
Mm.
Now you can't think of that, man.
Your experience with the word experience. That's an interesting thing right there. That's kind of interesting about the English language, because you had an experience with the word experience. You used to use it. Never mind.
It's just like Cat Williams said, trying shit, don't work. Keep trying shit, don't work. Switch it up. Trying shit, keep trying shit, switch it up, don't work.
Oh, man. Sounded like it needed a Motown kind of riff going with it or something.
I don't know, man. There is something to say about being at the right place, right time, having, you know, fortune go your way, being fortunate, not, you know, necessarily money, but some things come out of different situations you didn't even anticipate, or it has nothing to do with being successful at what you were doing. It's the fact that you met certain people along the way, even though your business failed, which I've had several, but you met certain people, man, and the next time you were going at it, you know, they were there for you, and you're like, nah, that's cool, and it, you know,
yeah,
it's just the experience, enjoying the moment, and
I'd still like to. I would still like to start my like dream guitar and musical instrument shop. Like do everything, do the luthier work, do like different instruments. Like I'd love to like build my own banjo, build my own mandolin, build my own violin. Like I would love to like build instruments like that, and then also guitar cabinets, because I'm really good at cabinetry work. If I have the right tools, I could do just fantastic cabinetry work. I'm not bragging. I grew up with a sailor and an expert craftsman, my father, with carpentry and wood and cabinetry, like amazing. Like, so I learned from someone like that.
All right, I'll hire you to build some cabinets. Fuck it.
Build guitar amplifiers. That's what I want to do. Like the old ones.
Anybody ever made an entire kitchen cabinetry out of like Fenders and Marshall amps? and that would be your kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Instead of having doors, you just have amps as your
built in. You could have it built into the cabinets. That would save space and have two purposes.
Right. You know, and then you just
because you could have a big mass there, and that would like help reverberate the sound throughout the house. You could have like 4 Marshall stacks going each direction.
That would be your 4 Marshall stacks would be your refrigerator. You know.
Every large appliance in the house would have a guitar amp in it. So I could go from room to room and doing thing to thing and plug in, man. That's not that weird or strange at all, is it? Right?
Super is your dishwasher. Yeah,
it's not.
Anyway, it would be funny to have a whole kitchen cabinets with guitar cabinets, speakers and amps and shit. Anyway, just kind of kicking around funny. Probably make a funny meme, actually.
Funny ideas. Well, actually, you and I had the idea about making the guitars with different items inside of them, and so like we already had some good ideas.
Fish and shit.
Put fish in, goldfish, grasshoppers.
Wow.
No grasshoppers were harmed in the making of this guitar. Now, anyway, we dollar bills, rose leaves. How about a bunch of guitar picks?
I saw a bird.
Could you make like a guitar with a fish tank in it?
Yeah, we were talking about that.
You could.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? That's
plexi. You can make a plexi. You can make a plexi guitar body, a clear guitar body, and put water in it, and have a place where you could put fresh water. You could even put. You could probably even put a little pump in there and make it so it was circulating air.
Octopus guitar.
Wow, that'd be so weird. An octopus guitar? Whoa.
Either, man.
How wild is that? No, I don't think I'd want that in my guitar. That would feel really weird. The poor thing.
What do you have to use for acoustic guitars? When you make an acoustic guitar, is there a certain type of wood that you have to use?
Yeah, you use sheets of thin wood, and they're applied together. They're glued together and formed. And use steam, right, and shaping tools.
There's two kinds. Well, there's 3 kinds of wood that really will: rosewood, mahogany, walnut, and spruce, and maple. Maple, very bright. Rosewood's the best. In my opinion, it's the warmest. It's got the most beautiful tone. Rosewood, oh yeah. Spruce, obviously top. Spruce is the shit. Tight grain. They say you're supposed to keep your wood in your shop for 10 years before you build your instrument with it.
Wow, yeah, like really, that's a
Save a lot of wood completely when you glue it all together. Everything's already been shrunk and sweated and dried and whatever.
Do you get a slightly different sound depending on the wood?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Are they all pretty much the same?
It's very hard. Yeah. If you pick up wood and just drop it on the ground, you can hear different tones. And
they're different. They're different harmonics and different overtones, frequencies, and from the different and minute changes in the shape too. Like so, every guitar is not identical because of the way
you guys know about the story.
Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to say the process, how you clamp everything together while you're letting it dry. Like I think you use steam a lot.
Well, you got to steam the sides and shape it. Yeah, then you can
like you do in shipbuilding. You have to steam it to bend it.
You can use just dowels and find a shape, and then just glue the top and back together. It's
what a fun process! What a fun process that is,
man. And to do it right, it's so slow, man.
I've never done the whole.
One of my favorite instruments is the xylophone. They make one with metal bars and wooden ones, right?
Rosewood, yeah.
Xylophone. Dude, I love it when people get down with like 2 sticks in each hand playing the xylophone. I'm like, man, these dudes are nasty.
You could play some rockin' music with those, actually.
Dude.
Yeah, you could
I
really
saw Lionel Hampton one time.
whack the shit out of those.
No, they're called the vibes, man. When you're playing them in a band, they're the vibe.
I can play instruments like that. Like once I pick it up, like yeah. But I tried to play this flute that what's the guy's name? Oh, terrible of me, I forget names. Where we had to get together. What are those guys' names? Oh, you can't tell me. Never mind. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Gave me a flute. I still can't play it.
Yeah, wind instruments are difficult. You need at least 3 years to get used to the wind instruments.
But now listen, the harmonica's different. I can play one of those.
Oh yeah, that's different. Yeah.
That yeah.
But I'm talking about like my brother had a trombone, and like the first 3 years, I was like, oh, because I was playing bass at the time, and I was like, bro, why don't you sound like me? Like, look how good I am. Like, what are you doing over here? Making all this terrible noise. But after about 3 years, because you can learn the bass fast. It's super
What was he playing? What was he playing?
In the trombone, the long thing, like you stretch it all the way out and it comes all the way back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
What do they call those? Slide whistles. Is a slide whistle. Have you guys ever played a slide whistle?
You have you cause harm to your lips, man. And my lips are.
Slide whistle.
I've been told by people that my lips are too thin, apparently. So okay. Anyway, whatever. I'm just joking.
Yeah, when people tell you that, you need to respond with, whoa, 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 don't kick her, Sharkeisha. Take it easy now. Easy on the lip.
That's it. Yeah, so building guitars is fun. Building an instrument, working on it's a fun profession, man. I'm glad I got into it. And
now electric guitars are different. Now that those are much quicker. Like you can make a really badass electric guitar. But yeah, to do the intricate work that some of these companies do with the inlays and all that, that gets really complex, definitely.
Oh man, that's next level stuff. Yeah, I've done some. Yeah, it's just really, you got to be super precise, and if you're doing it by hand nowadays, you just throw it in the CNC machine. It cuts it fucking perfect every time.
That's what they do,
bastards.
That's what they do now.
I used to be in a garage band for about 2.5 years and had a 6-string Ibanez bass at the time. But I was really influenced by people like, Les Claypool from Primus and Red Hot Chili Peppers. Flea was bitching back in the day. And I was trying to play lead bass, right? But there was lead guitar, and then there was rhythm guitar, and then the lead guitar was using a 7-string, and then kind of like Orgy, the band, the 6-string guitar was doing like the same notes but on a higher octave, right? So we would like bounce all 3 leads back and forth on each other, and we would have like little openings and little fillers and stuff. Now, I really enjoyed playing that 6-string Ibanez bass because it was so buttery smooth. When you put your finger over the string, you just push down like half a pound, man. Just half a pound, and it's perfect note.
Yeah, a nice low action on the bass is fun, man. Yeah, you can really get it going.
Yeah, I can play bass pretty well, I can play the bass like a lead guitar. But I've taught several people how to. I taught my brother how to play the bass. I've got another person started on bass, and he switched to drums after. But yeah, bass.
I gave bass lessons and guitar lessons before.
Awesome.
I bet you have, Hank.
Yep. Yeah. I like that.
If I'm ever going to start a student out, man, I always start them on percussion. And they got to get those rudiments down first, man. Then they can play whatever the fuck they want. I don't care.
No, I learned drums after the guitar.
Every time, always.
I could play some drums. I could play bass at 4/4 and a shuffle beat. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a blues drummer. I can just whatever blues. Let's do it. Okay, here we go.
But I can also play the piano. Like
Sonny,
I'm a pretty good piano player. That's why when I saw that piano taken apart with the new set of strings sitting there, I was like, yeah, that's bitching.
We got to get that thing going. Yeah, no, we'll get it done this year. No, it's musical instruments. The guys that build this shit don't get enough credit.
I bet if I had had a piano close by, like when I was at the time when I was learning how to play the guitar at 10 years old, 12, 14, like those ages, I probably would have been playing the piano like I do the guitar by this time. But when I get a piano, I know how to do basic like triad structure. I'm not claiming I'm like super duper on the keyboards or anything like that, but I can play it.
I believe you.
Yeah, somebody gave us a piano, one of the stand-up ones, not one of the full-size like opera pianos or whatever. But yeah, or whatever you call it, or big ones. But yeah, we have like a stand-up piano, man. I used to mess around with that stuff in the garage. I really think that like music is really responsible from turning me in from like a very closed-minded jock to more of a open-minded explorer. I think music really was revolutionary for me at a young age.
I think it has a way of doing that, and I don't know, like I think it has to do with its structure and its kind of its mathematics, and it has like a geometry to it. There's shapes, all those shapes. That's what I learned at first, or all those shapes of all those chords. I just learned all the basic shapes, and then started learning the basic scales, and then I learned all the shapes of all those scales in all 5 positions, covering the whole entire fretboard. It's not that I like know where all of that is, but when I get to one of those places, it could be in between a note I'm going to and from. It seemed like it's totally out of range. But I figured out how to blend these things that are elements where you like a couple notes that are separated by a couple different other notes.
Mm-hmm.
And then more notes added in that are kind of counterpart melodies that I don't know. That's the thing about music. It can be very complex because you're dealing with sound. So it's hard to talk about like sound when you're talking about the only way words I have are things like layering and textures, things like that. How do you actually accurately describe what I'm talking about? Because there's definitely structure to all of it. So like I figured out how to layer and slide up and down and warble the freaking sound, which where I put my fingers, but you won't. Like a couple of little hints, 2 notes that hint to a chord, and then like playing along, then you're playing along, then these 2 like other accents and voices coming in. Like I don't know how I got this concept, but I think it's more like an orchestration on one instrument is what I'm talking about. You probably heard that today or the other day.
Yeah, you were like, whoa, what's that?
I like to start something off like a bass note, then a harmonic, then a little phrase, like a little pattern, and then maybe some chords, like a little chord structure, like a little chord pattern, a simple one, and just different elements. It made it like where the guitar for me became. I played it for so long, so it became like this. Like now it's still this open playground where it's like, wow, there's still so much more to explore that I haven't heard yet, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
You're still learning, man. Crazy. That's why guys play guitar, you know. That's why Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are still out there playing, bro. They're still exploring shit.
And I actually like getting my fingers in the electronics and soldering things. And like, I'm amazed I'm still that good because like my hands can shake sometimes. Like sometimes I have a rock steady hand still, like right now. perfectly still. But other times I can kind of like if I drink too much coffee, obviously.
Oh yeah, coffee
But
give you
I've
coffee
done,
jitters, right?
I've done damage to my nervous system, I'm sure. So I'm not crippled or anything, but yeah. So it's surprising to me that I can still solder very fine, minute, intricate, where the point of that soldering tip is only like a 16th of an inch away from another place where that you don't want to touch. And you're
Do you
soldering
use
like the smallest freaking wire you can imagine. I have to use a magnifier to see it well.
oh do you use like a certain technique to solder it since it's so small?
Yeah, I have to. Here's what I do. I have to hold. Sometimes I have to hold my hands down,
Yeah, you
completely
gotta
down to the table at the wrist.
hands sometimes. Your wrist.
Yeah. I have to stabilize the whole. I have to stabilize my whole body to get that still.
Yeah.
But I can still do it.
Yeah, I've done a shitload.
I love that shit, man.
I've soldered.
I've been in every single piece of equipment I have here. I have about 6 pedals or 7, maybe 8 pedals, like different things. There's switches and things for another amp, and but all the effects pedals, like I've had my hands in them, and if some of them are impossible to fine tune, what I call it, or adjust. Some people would call it, you're just a tweaker. You just want to tweak on every freaking thing you get a hold of, and it's true. And so Lou was going, why would you have all those things if you're not out there playing live? Because I love the sound I get, and I can change it by sitting there. Like I learned way back in the 80s when there was no internet, through magazines, how to hot rod my guitars and amplifiers.
Yeah.
So I've been doing this for like, I've been doing this close to 40 years, like on my guitars. Just that, like, making them sound different, better, like more efficient, cleaner, less noise, completely shielded, like all those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been doing that for that long. So every guitar I get, I want it to be as perfect as I can possibly get it. And sometimes because I've done some sloppy messes, and I've had to like rewire the whole thing over and over and over again. That's how I've learned. I've disconnected shit and go like, now the guitar doesn't work at all, and I can't figure out where the problem is. It looks like I did everything right. No, I made one little mistake, grounded to the wrong place somewhere. Boom.
That's all it takes, bro. It takes one ground.
Yeah.
Hey, I found that Samsung selfie fucking video, man.
Sorry, got off in that, man. I don't know.
No, man, I just was looking at the video while you're talking. We're talking.
Most people don't know what I'm talking about.
It's by Stay Flat.
Dude, I know exactly. Talk about like stolen stuff all over.
No, I like all the like I don't like something to be over like have too many options, but I like to have a lot options, like especially like my Stratocaster, because the guitar sounds so good anyway. Even with all of its whatever flaws it does, I had to rebuild the whole entire cavity by hand because I destroyed it trying to put another bridge in that didn't work. So failed bridge experiment. So I had to rebuild it and then just put everything back to its original with a real Strat, nice heavy bridge in there, and Matt drilled the holes drilled correctly in the right place so that the strings are right on the fretboard exactly as they need to be. And it's like a thin neck. It's a pretty thin neck. It's a Stratocaster neck made by a licensed Fender licensed company. What is it called? All Parts. I think so. Yeah. Which then I modified the neck and scalloped it myself with a rat file and a half round. and sanded that sucker so smooth, man. The problem with doing that kind of thing is if you don't have the frets completely masked off accurately, like you can ruin your frets. Or especially like scalping it like that, I had to make sure I didn't go too deep, or else like the frets would lose their grip. You could screw it up. So, like I've been in that situation working on things before where many times it's 50-50 chance I could screw that thing up, and literally like there's only been a couple things I've completely screwed up because either they were old or back in the old days I didn't know what I was doing at first. Through much testing.
I didn't know what I was doing at first either, man. I bought a $200 bass guitar, 4-string bass, right? And I was like, man, this thing, you really got to press down the string. Like, I'm pressing down the string, and the string is traveling so far before it hits the fretboard. That's not even the same note anymore. And then I, got a little credit and got the Ibanez 6-string bass. And it was like going from like, some hillbillies making a guitar to like Japanese Zen master, right? Taking time from his garden to make a guitar.
No. Like I still want one of those guitars with that, like Steve Vai and all those guys. Like, what's his name? Surfing with the Alien, Joe Satriani. Like I listened to, like that. That's what I was playing in the '80s. Like those guys came out. That was the next biggest thing, other than like Boston's last album before what they went like 11 years without making an album or something.
Dude, I seen them live in 1994.
Really?
It was amazing.
Yeah,
Bro, it was just like the record.
That was when they came back. Like that was the album, I think they came back 11 years later after whatever that spaceship.
So if you call the xylophone the Vibes, what do you call that, rock and roll organ? What do you call that? Genius?
Rock and roll. Wait a minute, say it again.
He had an organ, remember? Boston?
Yeah.
That was an organ player. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Wasn't that that's like a Hammond B3, one of those badass Hammond. But I think he had some synthesizers going on in there. Lots of that.
Still,
80s,
it was legit.
80s, it was. Very good stuff. I saw Foreigner and groups like that. I saw Foreigner. Actually, in '74, I saw Aerosmith. Wait a minute. Who's Deep Purple, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Aerosmith, America, the Eagles, Earth, Wind and Fire. That wasn't all of them. There was a couple other bands. But that's crazy. I saw those bands. And then the second one I saw Heart. The second Cal Jam was Ted Nugent, Heart. Who was at that one? Oh man.
Man, those ladies from Heart are so beautiful. Like, even like now, like you go back and you listen to Heart perform for Led Zeppelin, and you're like, man, they don't look the same no more, but those ladies are still beautiful as hell.
When I saw them, they were playing like Barracuda. Yeah, they were just fantastic. That was an awesome thing to see that live,
Did you ever see the live performance they performed for Led Zeppelin? They did a cover song with the drummer's son, John Bonham's son. Did you ever see that?
I'm not sure I saw that. I'm not sure.
It's on YouTube. It's definitely worth a watch. The only thing that sucked about it is Obama was there, acting like they was playing for him. They ain't playing for you, fool. Sit your ass down. They're playing for Led Zeppelin. Anyway.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin, man. First album, nothing but blues, man. Every fucking song on it. It's 100%. Period.
Love that shit.
Never knew. I don't know. Took me years to figure. It's every one of them. Fuck. Blues.
They said this this band is going to go over like a Led Zeppelin. In other words, it wasn't going to fly. Well,
Yeah.
they said they went to go check out Robert Plant, and they said his range was just amazing, and they figured that he must have been some sort of asshole because nobody had picked him up yet. So they thought Robert Plant was a prick because he had such an amazing vocal range, and nobody like bothered to pick him up. Like, something wrong with him. Maybe he's dead.
Yeah, crazy range, man. Oh my goodness, crazy. Anyway,
who had a better range though? Who had a better range? Come on.
Freddie Mercury for sure.
That's it, bro. You got it. You got it.
Yeah.
No, Jeff Buckley is pretty up there too.
Jeff Buckley?
Yeah, I give him the range.
Yeah, I
for sure.
dig that song. I dig that Hallelujah song. I'll be listening to that shit in my house all the time.
And that whole record, pretty acrobatic on the vocals.
Incredible. And he's noodling on the guitar. He's not playing the guitar. He's noodling. Called noodling. I think he's a good noodler, man. He might be the best noodler I've ever met, man. Also, I love it. He's got perfect volume too. It's not too loud. It's excellent. Playing some Zeppelin, man. Yeah. Sounds wicked through a Les Paul and a Marshall stack.
I'm just playing my Strat unplugged.
Perfect. Keep playing, man. I'll be back here in a second, man. Keep playing.
What do you think about that?
I feel like the guy from My Brother Won't Die. Like, just sitting. Oh yeah, we can hear it. I feel like that guy from Brother Won't Die recording the song. He's just back there like humming and tapping his feet, way off key. Jimmy Page was doing drugs.
Yeah.
So I remember going to church when I was like 5 years old and finding out that rock and roll is the devil's music. Man, that broke me. It broke me so bad, bro. I really like my dad's music.
So bad. I would write a song right now about that too. Broke me so bad. They told me that the music was from the devil. Yeah. Oh, that broke my heart. Baby, let me tell you. It's so sad, yeah. Since my baby left me, since I stopped playing them blues. That's funny shit.
That's pretty good.
I'm sorry. I'm such a clown, man.
My baby left me because I stopped playing the blues.
Stop playing the devil's blues.
Yeah, funny stuff.
Ain't got time to do Slayer shoes.
Thanks for that inspiration.
Let's find out.
Larry,
Hey,
thanks for that. Yeah, that's some inspiration. Thanks.
I heard Elvis. I heard Elvis's movie is pretty good, man. I don't know. A couple people, the new Elvis movie, man. Go.
Hey, you know what?
Get out, man.
You know, it's a weird feeling as a musician. This might sound a little bit strange to people, but sometimes I feel like those other musicians are playing through me.
Nah,
Like the ones that are gone.
You're just channeling the devil. You're okay.
Shit. Thank you. Okay. Great. Thanks for that encouragement. Yes.
No, man, we've been in the music zone. When you get in the zone, you're like, what the hell's going on here, man?
Where did this come from?
You're this
It's that flow state, bro. You know, I wouldn't say that you're channeling the devil. I would say you're entering flow state, and you're so good that people are thinking that you're channeling the devil. They can't believe that good ass tune is coming from your brain.
I wrote a song called Flow State, but I don't have it finished.
Heck was that? So yeah, there's different energies when you're playing in a band, man. You look around, you're like, wow, this is hot. This is hot.
That communication, it's like a conversation. Then
Mhm.
you're just like in there. Yeah, and you're using visual and audio cues.
You're in a place you've never been before. You're like,
There's
damn.
no place you can practice that. You can't practice that other than in that situation. You can't practice being in the band and being a better band player in the band, sitting at home, even watching a video, or even listening to the music and playing along with it. It's not nothing like it. It's
nothing like it. Nothing.
Yeah, it's fun. It's really
Weird. Anyway, yeah, I've been there. I don't know what to call it, man. It's being in the zone.
It turns it into this collective thing where, like the let's say the three parts, it turns it into this fourth element that's looming over the entire scene. Like in that scene of sound, people, are you with me?
The scene of the sound, bro. Yeah, love it. There's no other.
Don't listen to Sonny. Okay. Yeah, it's okay to listen to Sonny. Sometimes I can be quite logical.
I'd say
Dr.
most.
Spock, like almost.
You're like 80% logical, 100% of the time.
80%. That's pretty consistent. But I'll take it. Or consistently inconsistent.
I mean, there is a time to have fun in flat Earth, and there's time to get really serious, man. And we do a really good job of both around here.
I think we're getting better at it.
Yeah.
Well,
I think there's nobody that come in here with, I don't care who the fuck they are, man. You have 42 PhDs and fucking MIT, whatever. Come on.
Bring them on. Bring them on. Bring them on.
Eventually, we're going to get down to the brass tacks of.
What do you think would happen if there was like you and I in a calm state and someone and people like, or a person like that in the room? We'd tear them to shreds.
Well, I'm just gonna hold their feet to the fire, man. There's that guy that came up with that radius, man. You got a name? Anybody? Anybody got a name for that guy? Radius dude. Radius Earth dude. Where are you? Like we build
Albert.
Albert. What'd you say, Larry? Albert? Not Albert. Not Albert. Albert has he measured radius? Cool, man. Measured radius, man. I want to see that guy. I want to talk to him. Got an APB out for
Al Baruni. He measured the refracted horizon.
No.
And got the accurate.
Right?
Yeah, Al Baruni. They named a moon crater after him.
Look at that.
So you know he's legit.
Moon crater. If you get named as a moon crater, man, damn. You are something special.
Yeah, if you can measure the refracted horizon and get the actual radius of a non-spherical Earth, that's smoking hot.
It's a pretty hot imagination, man. It's a hot imagination. Pretty hot.
Those are hot tax dollars because they're stolen.
Hot money. Hot money. Woo. Burnt my fingers.
You could say he's a really famous low standard of evancer.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Anyway,
Guitar sounds so amazing.
Somebody needs to get my radius guy in here and we'll start with that. What are you here?
Where you at?
We're here, man. 24/7, man. Drop on in anytime. Mr.
And don't forget to drop
Radius measure. Measure? That's the word.
Rob.
Electric guitars only work on a flat stationary plane. Just saying.
Yeah, there's flat, man. Yeah, I measured the air. It's flat. Check it out.
Can we call them refraction earthers? Because there ain't no globe, because of refraction. The only thing they're left with is refraction.
Well, we've got the single medium that we live in with our oxygen and water vapor. Yeah. And the light, there's some different diffusions for sure, man. No doubt about it. The horizon is always flat, man. That's the big problem, man. That's the other problem they got.
The big problem is that, they told us to focus on the horizon, and then when we check that shit out, like 500 years later, it turns out that the horizon is optical. So when you're measuring the distance to the horizon, you're not measuring the radius of the Earth. How could you if it's refracted? So the only thing you're measuring is the distance to the horizon based on atmospheric conditions of the day.
Yep.
There is no globe, so they are refraction earthers.
Refraction earthers. Step up. Come on, refraction earthers. Where are you? Where you at? Yeah, we're gonna travel through the
Following a refraction.
refraction earther. We got one here. What we got? Who's the refraction tard? Refraction equals a globe. Yeah.
Got me feeling like Job ain't got no globe. Got nothing but refraction. The arguments have no traction.
And one of you Mongos out there, I know that one of you Mongos knows Eddie Bravo, man. Somebody knows Eddie Bravo. Send him a fucking link to the Discord, please, man.
Yeah, tell Eddie Bravo to look into it. Come on, the 24/7 fucking Discord.
Dude, he needs
Get
to drop
on the flat earth train.
once in a while, man. He needs to drop in here. Somebody send him an email or something. Fuck. Or I'll do it. Shit.
I knew about 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu before Joe Rogan was cool, man. Back when he was still questioning everything. Come on, Eddie Bravo, get in here, man. The real fans are actually in here, bro.
Wow, man. I'm calling out some of the other Mongos out here too, man. You guys know who you are. Get your ass in here. Yeah.
I think I got it wrong. It's 12th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. I think I got it wrong. I get it confused with Zachariah Sitchin's books.
A lot of great flat earthers out there, man. They should be dropping in here once in a while and giving us some love, man. Come on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I asked Jaronism one day. He popped in free channel. I was like, hey, man, why don't you ever come in here and hang out with us and debate? And he, like, verbatim read me a line from one of his videos. And I was like, okay. And then I realized that, hey, this dude's good at making videos. So what does the Bible say? Like, you don't worry about what other people are doing. You know, worry about your own shit.
Yeah.
It doesn't say that word for word, but the Bible does say something to that effect.
Exactly, man. It's just common sense straight away, man. Do your thing. I'll do ours. But, it'd be kind of cool, if Eddie dropped in once a month. And all right, you guys are fucking flat earthers, man. Let's hit it. What do you got?
Yeah, where are they at?
Where are they at? Where's these Glovers at, man?
Why did they avoid us like that? I don't like that. Like
I've heard.
I'll even show my face, my ugly mug.
Yeah, I mean, just saying, man. Bring your love for half an afternoon or something. Couple hours. I ain't asking you to spend here all fucking day in here, for fuck's sake. No. But it'd be kind of cool if you guys dropped in and said hi once in a while.
But, to be honest, if Eddie Bravo came in here, I'd be like, bro, where the fuck was the head coach when Tony Ferguson fought Gaethje? Where the fuck was he, man? I wouldn't even be talking to him about flat earth. I'd be talking to him about UFC. Because how your head coach not going to show up for a fight against the most dangerous striker you've ever faced? And Ferguson tapped due to strikes.
Well, the coach couldn't make it, man. Who knows? He might have had
Tony Ferguson was such a badass. At one point, they were making, like, Chuck Norris jokes about him. That's how badass Tony Ferguson was at one point. And then he fights the most dangerous striker ever in his weight class and gets completely destroyed. And I'm like, why is the jiu-jitsu coach the only one in his corner? Like, why is Eddie Bravo there like, I don't know, do a Himawari roll. Himawari. I said Himawari. Himawari 8 roll.
Well, a bit of a conspiracy here, man. All right.
Yeah.
He had a Freudian satellite slip.
Marilyn Monroe put that slip away. The 1940s, for fuck's sake.
No, what? Sorry. What happened? What just
Marilyn Monroe? Oh, no. I didn't expect that.
What happened?
Marilyn Monroe, the slip. You know, when the breeze blew up her dress.
Oh, yeah. Hollywood had nothing to do with that.
That's what came to mind? Is that what,
just some lucky photographer there, you know, paparazzi.
Yeah, she's like, "Whoops."
That was a publicity stunt.
That was a fucking. That was Edward Bernays' fucking crown jewel, bro. I guarantee it. Edward Bernays probably jacked off to that picture. That's how
There's
good.
Marilyn Monroe with her new husband, Joe DiMaggio. What a couple, eh?
Fuck the Frankfurt School. Fuck the Frankfurt.
Like that whole thing is a real trip, man. Is Monarch programming? Is that true? Was she the first Hollywood tranny? I don't know, folks. I just don't know.
Well,
a full report. Never mind.
By the end of the week.
Well, it's funny, man. People say, "Hey, man, these great movies come out of Hollywood," but they never say, like, "Hey, World War II was a great production from Hollywood." Amazing.
That it was too, actually. They pumped us all up in the Second World War. They got America all pumped up and we're gonna make a whole bunch of bombers. Yeah, and they made more bombers than anyone ever in history. And it was like America getting together. But what we didn't realize back then, what they didn't realize is, it's all a big hoax based on the Federal Reserve System and these bankers on both sides of every ocean.
Yep. It's them, man. Yeah, once they got a hold of TVs right after World War II, man.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, man. Manipulation game on. Here we go.
That programming was just on, you know.
Well, they already had like 50 years of movies, which that was pretty successful, and then maybe a few hundred.
And even radio before that, and books, you know.
Radio, yeah, there. Radio,
whatever.
Wasn't the first movie the rocket striking the moon's eye?
Yeah,
that was the first movie, wasn't it? Let's bring that baby up. Hold on.
It's called A Trip to the Moon. It's a French movie. It was one of the first motion pictures ever made where, like, it tells a story. You know, it was like 1890s.
Man on the Moon movie.
So they were trying to get that Gillenworth photography, you know, programming in way back then.
Well, it tells a lot that the very first motion picture was A Trip to the Moon, and
I think it's a silent film.
But it's a silent film, and it portrays the scientists all standing around in their what do they call them, wizard outfits, and they're talking, and then they take their wizard outfits off and they put on their lab coats. And then,
Trip to the Moon.
Revelation of the method, bro.
Dude, it's so wicked in your face. You're like, oh shit, oh my goodness, this is the first motion picture ever made. I was like, you got to be kidding.
YouTube privacy warning: A Trip to the Moon.
Trip to the Moon.
YouTube, owned by Google, does not let you watch videos anonymously, such as watching YouTube videos here will be tracked.
It's probably
by
on
YouTube and Google.
Let me see if I can find a picture real quick or something.
Wait, what are they?
We need to know what you watch.
Yeah, they're saying they're going to track it because of what? I didn't sign in. Yeah, so go ahead, track me to some other place because my VPN is going to be switching all the time.
I got it. I got it on bitch here. Here we go. I got it.
Okay, here's a YouTube one too.
Send it to me, man. I might want to watch it one day when I got a vacation coming up soon. Y'all ain't gonna be seeing me too much.
Beautiful freaking piano music in
I
this.
found it. It's a French film, yeah. It's French, yes. Oui, oui. It's a French.
We all over the Frankfurt School if I got a chance.
1902, man. 1902. That's when it was made.
Man, that's older than my great grandmother. Man.
But that's the first motion picture, yeah. That's it. What a trip.
I think I just put a trailer on. That's
That programmer runs deep, man. We need to keep that like in our handy, back pocket for when the globe Earth is coming here. Be like, what the fuck is this shit? Your refraction Earth, motherfuckers.
That's right. Yeah, we got that, man. But yeah, they shot a bullet to the moon in this thing. It's crazy movie, man. Yeah, it's a must watch for any flat earther, man. That's an absolute must watch.
We're gonna track you watching a 1902 silent film called "A Trip to the Moon."
Trip to the Moon.
In Parlez-vous français? We're going to track you. You silly American.
You sound like comic book guy from Simpsons.
Freaking hilarious. Yeah.
All right. Kind of.
What do you?
What?
Go ahead, Google whatever you.
Orion, you kind of came in muffled a little. Oh, dude. Don't leave me.
Look, it's silent, so I could play it on the bot.
You could play, yeah.
And not. It's silent.
We could all enjoy it.
Man, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
It's only like 10 minutes long, too.
It's 16 minutes. It's like a little over 60 minutes.
16 minutes? 16. Yeah, all right.
I think it's streaming on HBO Max right now.
What?
Sound like
I swear I saw it on there the other day.
Damn. Well, that's crazy, man.
That's
so if anybody's got HBO Max and wants to see it, I think it's on there.
Interesting, man.
They're already trying to troll flat earthers with this 1902 movie.
Well, it came up at my flat earth research over the years. That was talked about from ODD. Really, kind of, I think, was the first guy I heard talk about it.
Talk about what?
The trip to the moon. Trip to the moon.
Yeah.
I think ODD, man. I'm guessing, man. Might have been our Russian vids for all I know, man. But I just never forgot it. That's
seriously. Don't you think they were already trolling flat earthers with this 1902 silent film?
They were trolling anybody.
Russian vids, bro. That brings back so many memories of like 2015. 2 + 2 = 4, and 6 is like right before 5, and then there's 6. Yeah.
Because look, Robotham was only like in 1860 or something, and so there was a heated debate with this flat Earth and William Carpenter on this stuff with the bet that he had put out, and all these other characters that were the flat Earthers like Parallax and who else was in there? Several others, and then all those actual scientists like Mickles and Morley and Gale and like all of them were in the late 1800s and early 1900s, right around the same freaking time. They were trolling the flat earthers.
Yep. Yeah, they were, man. I want to play a rant here in a minute.
After that, freaking Einstein pops into the picture right around the same exact time with all the stuff going on with quantum physics and the battle with cosmology that we still have today that was buried by the biased media. Isn't this fun, folks?
This is fun.
Going down this little a ride back into history of what actually happened.
Yeah. Hey, Sonny, man, do you know who Zern is? Zern Music. Have you ever heard of a guy named Zern in Flat Earth?
I had to mute. I was coughing up a lung for a second.
I know Zern.
I think
know that guy.
I've heard the name.
All right, man. You gotta hear.
I'm not sure where to put them.
The best thing Zern ever did was music, man. He was a bit of a wreck on these hangouts and talking to people. He was a bit of a wild one, man. But
like I never went on Hangouts or many other like places at all. Like so, like you guys had a much more varied like platforms that you were perusing when the Flat Earth thing first came around in 2014.
Yeah, it was Hangouts, man. Hangouts was shit. Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't get onto any of that really. By 2017, my whole freaking life had changed so drastically.
42-second rant. Can I play that for you guys?
Play what?
I'm going to play a 42-second rant.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
798 days of your bullshit. One picture of Bendy Water or one peer-reviewed paper that shows them in motion. I've got the Michelson Morley, I've got the Sagnac experiment, I've got the Eris failure, and I've got the interferometer. 4 tests that show I'm not in motion. All 4 were acknowledged by the Royal Institute and ignored because the conclusion was explosive and would have destroyed science. And all of Rockefellers and Rothschilds and whoever you want to blame at the top of this tree of monkey. End of. Show me your bendy water or shut
up. Show me some bendy water, man, or shut up. I'm with Poncho on that one, man. Thank you, Poncho.
Bendy water. Show me the fucking bendy water. Shut the fuck up.
Bendy water or piss off. Wow. He was brutal, man. Poncho was brutal, man.
Off.
Get the fuck off. Fuck off.
Fuck off, you Glover. No, that's not nice. We're being nice, though. Actually, we really upped our game with the conversation. Like, it's really just come to another level in every category of conversation, like intellectually stimulating and check and comedic effect check.
Show me a bottle of bendy water.
But it's my impression of a drunk Brit.
Yeah.
Sorry to my friends in Britain.
Yeah, the level has been brought to a new level. I get it.
Goofy.
But when it gets down to the brass,
what causes this mood? What causes a mood of hilarity? You tell me.
Marijuana, LSD.
No, is it more than one thing, or
could be? I don't know.
Yeah, it could be you're sleep deprived. Are you sleep debt right now?
No. Well,
you sleeping good?
Well, yeah. That's a relative statement for me.
Okay, I get it. It's all relative. Freemason.
No, not at all. Freemason. No, actually, because I've had insomnia for many, many years. So I'm probably like this because I've gotten more sleep than I normally get. Because, but anyway, we're talking about the Earth here, right? Like, oranges are great. Plants can only grow on a flat Earth. Like, there's all kinds of everywhere.
Dude, when you're talking about fruit, I don't eat candy, right? Like, rarely do you see me eat candy, right? Like, I mostly eat, like, fruit if I want to eat candy. And, dude, You're talking about bananas and oranges and mangoes, and bongos, and everything else that goes in between. Like fruit, man, it is the best.
I love it, man. I'm telling you, like I've talked about these fruit trees, and they are just full. Now it's late July. They are full of fruit. There's so much of it hanging up there, and they're just getting fat. Most of it I can't reach, but I know how to throw a little cord over it with rock and shake it and get more than I can carry, which is a problem. The trick is going to be turn it into booze as fast as possible to condense it down to a smaller area. I'm just speaking logistically, right? Getting it from the forest to my place is no big deal because I got wheels, but it's fun, man. It's like it's just it's incredible to see it. Like, and so the trick is what I was going to say is at the now the beginning of August to get it out of the trees before it falls to the ground and makes an absolute nasty mess. You can't even walk in it. If you go there, if too much of it has fallen down, it will ruin your shoes. It'll get in your tire, like on my bike. Like you have to really. So I'm going to try to get as much of it down myself as possible. Isn't that funny? Too many. I have and this is fruit trees in the wild. Now I put some of this quince. I have a big bowl of it already in a strainer, but I put it out and I cut it open and I just let it sit there all day like that, open, and it starts to get all really, really ripe, and it is the sweetest tasting thing. Like it tastes just fantastic. Like you talk about it's not like a guava because guava is more
strawberry,
really citrusy, but this is kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, like avocado, but pear, avocado, and sweet all at the same time, but has a, like, if they're young, they have a really tart flavor, which some people might not like, very tart, but I can stand it because I'm just used to stuff outdoors now, actually. A bunch of stuff's blooming. Like I go sit there and pluck a bunch of wild cherries and eat those, and then take the pits with me, and then take some fruit from the quince trees. And in the spring, there's all kinds of things to eat now that I found.
Yeah, I don't. I got a lot of orange trees around me, lemons. I don't have a whole lot of.
That's excellent.
Crazy wild fruit or something, man.
Yeah, I found a bunch of them. It's so weird that I found this place that has like 3 different fruits growing. And what else? Cactus apples right now. So I found a way I can just take a stick and rub the sides of these little purple cactus things.
Yeah.
These are weird. And I just rub off these little, like, you don't want those spines in you. And I did it successfully with 2 of them to where I got it smooth enough to where I didn't get only just barely, just a couple in my skin. And if you rub it like with a t-shirt or a cloth real quick, it just rubs them out. But you don't want those little fine ones in there because they just cause a really serious irritation if you get jabbed by a group of them. So, yeah, so I learned how to rub them off with a stick. Just rub off the sides, and I could just find the clear areas, put my fingers in there and twist it and pull it right off. But now there's other ones that are larger. Those ones are gnarly. Yeah, those ones have larger spines on them. That you need like something that's impervious to those spines to grab them with, like some kind of I don't know, man, oven mitt as well, or a super duper.
All these fruits grow wild where you live.
Yeah,
we're talking about the cactus right now, man. We got to deal with all these spikes, man.
It's all wild, and I have this. There's this plant called what is it called again?
What do you do with the cactus, Sonny? I mean, cook it.
I eat the fruit. I eat the fruit, and then I'm saving the seeds. I don't know how to actually grow them, but I'm sure I could just germinate them. I could find out how to germinate them too. Yeah, I save seeds, man. I have a bunch of organic apple seeds, uh, all different kinds of seeds. I save seeds.
You have to ruin the cactus in order to get the fruit, or how does that
No,
work?
no, the
No?
the cactus. They're just like little apple, pear shaped little apple things, red, and they're different. They're a different color. They're just like on the outside
I've never
of the
seen.
leaves of these cactus. Yeah.
You gotta knock all the fucking stupid.
Yeah,
These
you have to knock
spikes
those
are
off.
brutal, man. These things are wicked,
Well,
man.
Can't you eat the inside of the cactus too? Don't people
yeah,
eat the inside of the cactus itself?
you
Or like
eat the inside. Yeah, you eat the inside, but I was able to even rinse it off enough and wipe it off enough to make sure and eat some of the skin too. But the inside of the skin is like amazing. But this thing has like a bunch of little seeds that you don't want to bite into those.
Yeah.
It's a high density of seeds. So whatever is in those cactus is probably really beneficial to you if it is that hard for you. Like, think how difficult that is. Like, you could never harvest those in like
Incredibly
abundance unless you had a process where you could just process them. But very labor intensive for just one little piece of fruit. You have to get all of those spines off. But so I'm thinking there's probably some really good juice, and honestly, any of those kind of cactus, you can eat the fruit or the inside of the leaves as well. You can fry them, and there's Mexican recipes where they fry these big flat cactus. Those are all over the place. And there's yucca. I found out how to take a yucca root.
Yeah.
And that you can eat too. So you could be in the high desert somewhere where you think you're starving, and these plants have a bunch of water and nutrients.
Yeah.
Some of them in their roots like that. And so you could I'm learning how to survive almost like in any kind of conditions with just what's around me, like on the forest floor or someplace like that.
only fruit that I got that grows wild though where I live is elderberries. I got a lot of elderberries and they are delicious.
That's good.
That's the only thing that really grows wild.
What part of the
Maybe some rhubarb. Well, actually, is rhubarb a vegetable or is rhubarb a? No, yeah, that's a vegetable, isn't it? Not a fruit.
Rhubarb's a vegetable. Yeah,
It is
grows like
kind of.
like a purple celery or something. Kind of grows like that.
And it has a sweet taste to it, but yeah, that's a vegetable.
You can make rhubarb pie and elderberry pie or elderberry jam. You can make elderberry wine.
Jams, fruits. Yeah, we can make wine out of all this shit, man.
I want to start making my own everything. Like make my own soap. Make my own candles. Make my own soap. Make my own.
You might get your chance. Apparently, the West is going woke. We're going broke.
What's that?
You might get your chance to, do some of these things. Because future's not looking to break.
So what'd you say? It's going to break.
The future looks so bright. I gotta wear sunglasses at night.
It looks so bright. I don't know.
You gotta be asleep to believe it.
Should I get myself a storage room, or it'll be beyond storage room? That's not going to help the situation. What are you going to do? But like you said, we're so in the context. I feel like I'm more prepared than most people that I could go out into the woods and myself, and I could actually maintain myself and be calm with sitting there with myself. A lot of people aren't comfortable with that. They need stimuli they need to be stimulated. Like they're not used to just sitting there with themselves with all your humanness intact, and that's what you're dealing with, and nature itself. Yourself and nature.
Yep.
So
That's it.
it takes a certain type to be like, listen, out on a sailboat. If you're out on a sailboat with a group of people, you're out there for months. You have to make sure that you're going to be cohesive throughout the whole thing. It's imperative. It's life or death.
Right.
One person steps out of line at the wrong time, it changes the whole trajectory of your whole mission, which is to survive the trip. So you're literally
Yeah,
out
people
there.
go crazy on them boats. People lose their damn mind.
They start seeing things. You can start seeing things and seeing, like I've heard sailor stories.
Fucking
My
A.
father used to tell me these stories of sailors. They thought they were sailing up steps or up like a stream where it's going uphill, like up where rapids are, like they're in the ocean, but they're going upstairs or steps going upward, like they
It's interesting.
start imagining. Because when you live with nothing but the sky and the sea, the horizon,
Yeah.
and the boat, the
Yeah.
sea, the sky, the boat, and the horizon, that's all that's there. And then fish, that's your world. It's kind of a strange place, man. And I was thinking about that today.
Being in that cramped quarters too.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I lived on a sailboat for 8 years, and I know what that's like. But anyway, yeah, I was thinking about that lately, about living here we're like on the edge of this continent. We don't, or you want to call it a continent. This edge of the plane, it's like right at this big edge where the Pacific Ocean starts, this huge chasm of abundant water right at the edge. That's kind of a bizarre feeling if you think about that, because I was thinking about that, like, okay, so like it hasn't sloshed up here. What do we know about the ocean? It's pretty stable, actually. I mean, like there's typhoons, tornadoes, typhoons, hurricanes that push the water and tidal flows up on the land quite a distance, and we know the damage that is caused, like that it causes, but we know it does that kind of consistently, and we pretty much know where it does that too. Like, right? We pretty much understand where that's occurring in low-lying areas, so that's simple. But I think about the huge amount of water that is right next to me.
Dude, it's so huge, bro.
It is freaking giant. It's huge. When you see it, you go like, okay, so that stuff goes deep. So there's all these canyons in there. So when was the last time any kind of tsunami like washed up onto the shore of California? It seems to be like quite a long time ago. Like,
I don't know.
not in memorable history, like maybe some smaller events that did wash away the Santa Monica Pier, part of it, half of it, or whatever, back in the 80s. And
I remember a couple storms taking out some piers.
But not coming like inland and washing like something like happened in Indonesia or whatever, like washing away thousands of people coming in like 10 or 12 or 15 miles inland, washing away entire towns and
Japan,
villages.
man. Japan was like, whoa, shit. Look at that water.
Yeah, that happened there. That's pretty wild. But like, it's funny that this never happened in California. I think it might be the depth of the canyon that this California current
has,
goes like a big, huge river that would be giant compared to the Mississippi. This thing would be huge as far as volume and depth. Like, so yeah, there's some really deep places right out. Actually, one of the deepest places right along the coast is that area and off of Santa Monica Bay, in between Santa Monica Bay or Palos Verdes and Catalina Island, is one. It's a very, very, very
really
deep
incredible
place. It's a huge, deep chasm right there.
10,000 feet, I think, huh? Something like that.
Amazing. And it's
It's
bizarre.
like, what? It's 10,000 feet right there? 10,000? Just 10,000.
I forget what that said.
I don't know. It's deep, man. Maybe it might be 7,000, but
let's find out.
I know that. Let's find out, man. I gotta California. Okay. Yeah, let me see if I can find out. Yeah, man. There's some very strange, cool stuff we get to check out on Earth because we live here. We don't get to check out the moon or the stars or the sun or nothing like that. We can watch them move across the sky. That's cool. But we're not going to be able to. But we can check out the Earth we live on.
Yeah. And think of how little we know about, let's say, the oceans. The depths of the oceans are so, even just that to our perception, to our experience, is so gigantic. You can't even get to wrap your head around it until you actually come to the coast and see how large that ocean looks when you're right at the edge of it. 180 degrees from side to side in places is water all open out in front of you, and you're probably on the clearest day seeing hundreds of miles, literally.
Yeah,
hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. Who knows how far? Maybe 200 or 300 miles or 400 miles on the clearest days. Under the clouds, you could have cloudy days where it's so clear you could see 300 or 400 miles. I know this as a sailor.
Same with this. The teachers used to tell us that we know more about space than we do about the oceans. I used to think that was bullshit. Now I think about it. We can see space, or you can see, the heavens. We can't see what's on there.
Mm-hmm. So if that's the case, think how gigantic there could be animals down there that are so elusive and so huge that we can't get to them, and they're living in pressures that are phenomenal to us. We couldn't imagine anything living there. But if there's something that is like blue whales, what if there's something 10 times larger than a blue whale in there somewhere? How would you? It's large enough that really, honestly, out in the middle there somewhere where hardly anyone goes, no one would ever see it. What if they never come to the surface? What if they're not a whale?
Kitty said there should be hundreds of Hawaiis.
Yeah.
Why? Because if we're spinning, unwrap that for us, would you?
Yeah.
Because the peel, the orange peel Earth like crust is. I don't know. Explain it to me. Or am I just being Friday night? Wow, I can't believe it's after midnight. Well, it's like 2 a.m. where you are now, Larry? Oh, Larry's used to staying up late, huh?
3 here.
It's what?
Somebody hot, Micah?
It's 3 a.m. over here.
3 a.m.?
Yes, sir, ski.
You stay up this late?
I stay up till 5, bro. I be chilling. I got vacation tomorrow.
What do you do? Sleep all day, or you're up in the day too?
I'm up all day, all night. Sleep for 4 hours.
Okay, so like you now you sound like you're singing in my choir. So like, yeah, how long do you go without sleep?
Like, I don't know, all day until 4 hours, and then sometimes I'll take a nap. I like my nap time though. You can't disturb me during my nap time.
I've gone so many years with only like 2 or 3 hours sleep. Like it goes for like 2 weeks, and then I'll sleep more normal, and it goes in the cycle where my energy just starts increasing again. Man, it's out of my control. It's been one of the most difficult challenges I've ever had.
Back during COVID, I would not go to sleep until 7 a.m. and then I'd wake up at 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. and then I'd be on call until the British people got on, and then I'd talk to them for a bit and then go back to bed and then wake up and then talk to them again, and they would go to bed.
Yeah, I did that for a while here as well. 2 years ago, I did that too. I leave it on 24 hours for a while until they start waking me up at all these odd hours when the people in the East are waking up.
I started talking to Australians, bro. That was crazy.
From the day after or the day before, whatever the hell, that all those time zones sure put the Australians in an uncomfortable position. Or maybe it's us. Maybe it's just me then.
I remember the ends of my sessions, I'd be playing with like Australian people and like British people who got back from school. And then I would go to bed, and then I would wake up, and the British people would be still on at like 12. And then
Yeah, that's still weird for me because my friend over in England, my friends over in England, they're 8 or 9 hours difference. And so when I'm waking up in the morning, it's the afternoon, evening for them. Like, that's a trip.
Damn.
It does give you an idea of how much surface that sun is traveling over, though. I know it's flat.
How does the sun get powered?
That's how would we know? I don't know that. I don't know anybody that knows that.
It's definitely a nuclear bomb. I checked it out.
Give me your best guess.
And
I think there's mechanics behind it because it has a clock-like pattern that repeats over and over again in the same place in the sky over Earth, and in the same place, like face of a watch or a clock.
Do you think there's some like gears up there, or like?
Well, I think the light that we see in the sky may be only apparent. That they may actually only be an optical impression somehow. I don't know. We don't know the source of this light, so it has to have some sort of energy. But what I'm speaking on is primarily just the mechanical nature of the movement. It's so mechanical in nature and so precise. It does the same thing every single year. Think about that. Resets in the same place over you every year. At that time of the year, those same stars have been there forever, over and over and over again, every year. So how is that possible? To me, as a mechanically minded person, there's no way around it. If they are only lights, then they would have to be powered by some kind of energy that we don't understand that can make an luminous area and have it move in that kind of precise functioning manner. It's not possible without a mechanical structure behind it somewhere, behind the screen or behind the container or whatever it is we're under. But we know we're under it because we have pressure.
That sun must get really dizzy.
I don't know, man. It's just doing its thing. Its daily circuit.
If like you think of the sun having like a lifetime, and like it must be slow motion, so like all that time going on that, like what's the little thing when you were kids playing
What are you thinking the sun is, though? What are you thinking it is, and what do you think its nature is? What is it doing?
know.
Is it doing anything to produce the light? What do you think it's doing? Just throw something out there.
I think it could be like I don't know, like imagine like God's like hand, or like as he like walks around. What if it's like his like foot and he's just dragging his foot along? And it's like
Yeah, but you'd have to have the leg attached to a mechanism that has gears that moves it as precisely good. That doesn't sound very comfortable. I don't think so. Like I'm just saying.
What if the sun's not spinning? We're just spinning around the sun. But
hold on. Let me clarify my question. Hold on before we get too far off. So what I meant by the nature of, do you think the light is being caused by any particular type of action, reaction, or like I'm just trying to pick your brain a little bit so you would tell me honestly what you think. Is it burning? Is it gases? Is it like the heliocentrists are saying, or is it just a light source, the source of which, or a light?
I think it's more like pure energy than like sunlight.
Some type of energy, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's like it. Like I don't think we have stuff on Earth that's just like as pure of energy as the sun that burns for so long.
It's a different kind of energy because there's energy from the moon too, and it produces light as well. And as we know, it produces its own light. It's not a reflection of anything.
I mean, we don't got things that like can just cause blackouts, like solar flares that just cause blackouts on Earth. Like we don't have anything physical like that other than like an EMP, but I don't think the sun is an EMP.
Now we're told though those events have happened like in the mid 1800s in the U.S. There was some kind of event. I forget what it's called, but I don't know. Like I don't have firsthand knowledge of anything like that with the sun. Like they say the sun is doing these things, but they also say the sun is a burning ball of hydrogen or a helium reaction, like this chain reaction at the atomic scale, fusion kind of. So I don't know of any plants that can grow next to a fusion generator, like something that is burning fusion. Like how how to plant. So I think that can be ruled out just by that. You can't grow plants next to anything burning, so it's not burning. It's not in combustion. It's not. It's not this. There's no way to produce or reproduce this or demonstrate something burning like or this chain reaction of hydrogen into helium or whatever they say it's supposed to be doing, and growing plants and like producing the same kind of light that is kind of life-giving light that we have here on Earth from the sun.
Let me search up the hydrogen. What it's supposed to be? Sun.
Yeah, it's not. It's not hydrogen. It's not a ball of gas. Can't have gas in a vacuum. Can't have burning gas. You can have gas in a ball. Nothing's keeping gas here on Earth. There's no empirical data to show that gas can ball up anywhere, like especially in a vacuum.
I think
lumpy gas in a vacuum.
Apparently there is gas in space. It's just like 1 or 2 atoms per like meter. Though it's like very.
Where is space? Wait a minute. Where are you? Where is space? Are you talking about the vacuum of space?
Yeah, the vacuum of space. It does have air in it. It's not a lot.
Do you believe the vacuum of space exists?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. How so?
Okay. I think you know how a pool has water in it, right?
Yeah, but wait a minute. A pool is water. It's full of water, not gas. They're two different elements. They're two different states of matter.
Yeah, but like they both randomly move in a direction, right?
No.
Then how does water move differently from?
Water takes the shape. Water takes the shape of its. Wait a minute. Water takes the shape of its container. Gases move omnidirectional. That means every direction at once at a rapid speed.
Yeah, and well, what he means is that water is constantly moving. It's not still like a solid. That's what he means. I think
it's constantly so solids. I don't know, stand still and like hold their shape no matter what contain. Like it'll just stay that same shape. Water moves. Not. I guess it averages down. Water can move up and left and right, but just averages down. I feel like just like because of the gas around in like space, it averages down with the air above it. It doesn't get sucked up into the air.
And then what about buoyancy and density then?
The rain cycle.
Forget about that. What about pressure? Where does the gas pressure come from? Is gas omnidirectional? Does gas go all directions?
Well, it's just gas is so much. It's very dense compared to the pool, and it doesn't get sucked up, even though the air is so much less dense than the water.
All right, so let me ask you a very simple question. How do you get pressure?
I don't know, stuff sitting on top of each other or pushing towards each other.
Yeah, exactly. So one thing needs to press against another thing in order to have pressure, correct?
So gas pressure is measured by square inches. That's what makes it have you can only have a continuous volume or a constant volume or pressure by having a solid barrier. You can't maintain any kind of gas pressure without a physical barrier. Has to be solid.
Oh yeah. Let's just break it down to more simple terms. So you agree though, in order to have pressure, whether we're talking about one kind of pressure or another kind of pressure, just in order to have pressure, period, one thing needs to press up against another thing. You agree, right? You follow?
100%.
All right. So is gas omnidirectional? Does gas go up, down, left, right, forward, backwards?
Yeah.
All right. And air is gas, right?
Yeah.
So if gas is omnidirectional, and the only way you can get pressure that we know of is one thing pressing up against another thing, then how do you think it's possible that you have gas pressure that you're breathing right now? Do you think it's pressing up against a vacuum? Do you think it's pressing up against nothing? Or do you think it's pressing up against a physical barrier?
I think it can press up against nothing the same way as how when you have water in a pool, you can't just... It presses up at a severely less dense thing. Like how...
Well, okay, so let me ask you then, do you have a demonstration of anyone or anything propelling themselves in a vacuum or pressing up against nothing to create pressure and to push them away from nothing by pressing up against nothing? Do you have a demonstration of somebody pressing off of a vacuum in order to move the other direction?
It's really pressing up. I think it's just like it goes off into space, but I feel like on average it goes down. It's not like, I don't know how to explain it. It's not like air still goes off in space, but just over time it just stays down. Does that make any sense?
Well, I understand that it's a story. I mean, it's really just a story, not a demonstration, not evidence of anything. And I used to believe it myself up until the age of 24. But you keep in mind, it's just a story. It's not empirical evidence. It's just a story, like Harry Potter, or Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm. Or like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there's no proof that gases can be held down. Like you're alleging that gravity is holding these gases down to Earth's surface. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why are gases escaping at the surface? That's what's happening in reality. So where is gravity the strongest? At the surface or further away?
I would say at the surface.
Okay, so why is gas escaping the surface and then at some point way up beyond all these layers of this supposed curved gases, which don't exist? Atmosphere is a wrong word, a fallacious word. But so they're supposedly being stopped way up there above the troposphere, above all that stuff they're saying, these layers of atmo or whatever they're saying. Why is it stopping it there? Why is it stopping it way up there and not at the surface where gravity's strongest?
I think it's more of like, you know how like when you're on a mountain they say it's harder to breathe because there's less air?
Yeah, there's a gradient within gas pressure systems. Yeah, within a container, because the container is the antecedent for pressure, and pressure is the antecedent for a gradient of gas.
Let me search up.
They all require a container. You can't even measure gas pressure. You wouldn't even know it existed without the assistance of a container.
Gradients and everything. Like when you go further down underwater, you can feel the pressure on your head. Kind of hurts when you go like 15, 20 feet down, 30 feet down. If you haven't been underwater in a long time, if you haven't gone swimming in a long time, and you swim under 30 feet of water, you can feel the pressure on you. So there's a pressure gradient in the water. There's a pressure gradient in the air. But that doesn't mean there's a vacuum of space above your head.
Right. So you would actually have to do a practical demonstration, perform a practical demonstration of you being able to create gas pressure without any container. You would have to show that gases could contain gases. This doesn't happen in reality. It cannot happen. It's never been done. It would violate first and second law of thermodynamics, which are laws, they've never been violated ever since they were discovered.
Would enough evidence be like, I don't know, let's say you had you know what an Ogo ball is?
Wait a minute. I'm going to tell you what would be valid is a valid violation of the second law of thermodynamics. If you could show that demonstration that you are successfully able to violate second law of thermodynamics by providing gas pressure without a container, that would be valid proof.
Okay. So you know what an Ogo ball is, right? The big plastic ball that people walk in. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I've seen those. Yeah, I've seen
So,
that.
let's say if I could make a vacuum in an Ogo ball, which you can't, you'd have to make it out of like some crazy metal or something like that. And if you could have a vacuum and then insert some air and then it would sit on the bottom, that's how you would would that be proof?
No, that's not true. Listen,
like sit on
this is a demonstration that has already been done. How does gas behave in a vacuum? Do you know?
I assume it'd spread out. Unless
it goes omnidirectionally, just like it does without the vacuum. It doesn't stop it from going to equilibrium. It continues to go outward till it hits the container. It will continue to try to seek equilibrium, just like it does without a vacuum. It's dense. Gases do not behave like gravity requires them to.
Are you sure that's not like a law of like averages? Like when you make it bigger, like the bigger you get, the more you can average towards like the air going down to like the lower part?
No, how you can't even do that logically, let alone physically or logistically. You're talking about scales that don't exist in reality. No, it doesn't exist, man. You would have to presuppose and reificate the ball Earth, and you're already doing that with atmosphere, and it's just part of our programming. Listen, we all went to the same schools. I learned the same heliocentric model you did. I learned all about it.
Let me try asking these questions. Does hot move to cold? Yes or no?
Yeah.
All right. Does high pressure move to low pressure? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Does high charge move to low charge?
Yeah.
All right. So that's the second law of thermodynamics. Those are the three parts. We're talking about the second part, high pressure moving to low pressure in reference to gas. They tell us that there is an extraordinarily large, it's an extraordinary claim, really. That's why, it requires extraordinary evidence to demonstrate it to be true. It's an extraordinary claim to say that there is a vacuum of space above our heads, a vacuum that is 10 to the negative 17 torr and trillions of miles across. Because, they say there's just so much space between the stars and the planets and all that, so it's trillions of miles across over the millions and billions of galaxies. And so that's a low pressure system. That's described to be an extremely low pressure system and a very big one. And we have 14.7 psi here on Earth. So what we're saying is the way that they describe the vacuum of space with the available space that they say is there and the low pressure system that they say is there, if that existed the way that they describe it, it would violate the second part of the second law of thermodynamics that states that high pressure moves to low pressure. Because with how we know how gases work, the gas pressure down here would not be consistent, for more than a few seconds if the vacuum of space existed the way that they say it did. What I'm saying is, if it existed the way they say it did, the gas pressure down here would find its equilibrium up there and down here. There'd be very little air down here and very little air up there.
Mm. So
we wouldn't even exist to begin with. What I'm saying is we wouldn't even exist to begin with if the vacuum of space existed the way they describe it. Life would not exist at all here.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking.
See, so the place they told us that was this outer space place where you think they're flying around, going millions and millions of miles, up to 17,500 miles per hour and faster. If you think that a man-made object made of metals and things, let's say from the Voyagers, something built in the 70s could go out millions of miles, you are believing in a fantasy world that we all grew up with, that we've been told since the first day in classroom when we saw the globe Earth. And they told us this is where you live.
In line with the stories that they tell you about going to the moon 3 times and landing on the moon and all that, they're coming up against that problem I illustrated to you before, where you can't really press up against nothing. So the idea of propelling yourself in a vacuum is kind of a crazy joke within itself.
Like, if you're looking at this from specifics of like an atom, like, so a vacuum isn't like a suction. It's not like a force just pulling at something. It's more just like something's not being there, right?
Oh yeah, it's a very powerful low pressure system.
Yeah, but you have a serious dilemma with the pressure differential. The magnitude of the amount of differential of pressure in that said system is it's yeah.
But if you look at it like the POV of like a single atom, it would just fly off into space, but I feel like what so-called gravity would just like kind of curve it back into itself.
Okay, well, we already talked about that. Gases aren't being curved back. They're going up omnidirectionally and bouncing off the container. Listen, they're going up exponentially. I mean, they're going up omnidirectionally until they hit the walls of the container to produce gas pressure down here at the surface.
But
yeah,
air has mass.
Think about this. Gravity is not stopping gas at the surface where it's strongest. We already talked about this.
No.
Yeah, why? I don't know why you're going back to it. So listen, the whole thing is we don't have curvature of the Earth's surface. That is the primary concern. We could talk about gas pressure. It's an interesting conversation. But the real thing is, where is the Earth's curvature at 1.22 miles from the observer at a 1 foot observer height? Where is this? Can you tell us where that's been measured?
Observed? It's
not you could. No, when was it done? It's already established. You don't have to try to prove this now. It's not up to you. It's not your burden. But when was it done? Who did it? And when, where, and how was Earth's curvature ever measured in history? Do you know that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Neither is anyone else, and nor has anyone else on this entire server of 50,000, or anyone here on the live chat right now in this panel. No one has provided it. We've asked for up to 7-8 years, and none has been provided. We've asked PhDs, doctors, cosmologists, scientists, pilots, laboratory technicians, medical professionals. No one's had the answer to that question. When, where, and how was Earth's curvature ever established? When was it measured, directly measured? Well, we went out and took the math of the 3,959 radius in miles that they gave us and went to the surface, which is very easy geometry, and went and checked for ourselves with line of sight test. And the required drop over distance does not exist in reality on Earth. Neither does any government agency that's flying anything or shooting anything, or even submarines or torpedoes flying over the surface. Aircraft flying over the surface, they all assume a flat stationary Earth. There's over 20, 30 documents from CIA, the FAA, Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, other aircraft designers.
I've noticed
they assume a flat stationary Earth because they're flying real physical objects over real physical surface. Earth surface. Flat stationary. So go to your experts like NASA. Their linear flight model is flying over flat stationary Earth. All their satellites use geocentric data.
The problem with the site is the light, like, curvature. I know you've definitely heard about this.
Pardon me?
When you look and the light curves, when you look at like the Earth, the Earth or the atmosphere refracts the light in such a way that.
Okay, and how does it do that?
Here.
What type of refraction of the 5 different effects of refraction are you talking about?
I'm not sure in specifics, but I know there's a specific way that light reflects downwards sometimes when you're looking with like a laser or something like that. That it would be difficult to measure it with
lasers. Lasers do not curve. That's why the military uses them for targeting at classified distances at this point.
Yeah, they also use them for construction sometimes.
Over 100 miles with laser targeting, straight line targeting.
Lasers definitely curve. They're light. They
don't curve. Okay, show us one curving.
So let's clarify what he's saying here. When you say curving, you mean if we shine it over a body of water, it will conform to the curvature of the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so would you be able to see this if you're looking at a distance at a light, at a laser shooting across a body of water? Would you be able to notice this curve if you were some distance away?
You can't see the curve because the same as the laser, your eyes are actually the light that you look from.
What if you were looking from the side, perpendicular?
Well, it would curve.
It would curve left to right. Wouldn't it? Wait a minute. Orion, hold on. Wouldn't it curve left to right?
If you looked at it, it would curve left to right.
Yeah, okay. So could you show us one? Because that would be in 5 miles, a width of view of 5 miles, which is pretty narrow. You would have 15, 16 feet of drop at either end. This is measurable and observable and detectable with optics. Easily. When was this done? To prove your curving laser?
Here. Can't find a video on it, but
yeah. No, I want an actual measurement of the view of the laser bending and a measurement of how much drop at either end from any source.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist. You'll never find it.
The funny thing about this is that they'd have to have the laser next to something that they know is straight, with another kind of criterion, like a piece of metal or something, and then show the laser bending next to the straight piece of metal. It's like, just imagine that, like just bending through just the air, not fiber optics, not hitting glass or anything like that, just through the air next to a straight metal beam, just laser just bending by itself magically. Sounds like Harry Potter stuff.
And besides, you would have had to have measured bending water at one point. Your geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles if you're at 1 foot above the water, and you should be able to measure this. It should be the measurement that was used as a standard for everything else that they talk about with the globe Earth of that specific size. It can't be a different size. We see too far.
Yeah, so another way of saying this is the air you breathe doesn't function like fiber optics, despite what someone else may have told you.
So, in a court of law, if you were to bring in your evidence for the globe, you would have 0. And we would have all the proof, and our proof is stacking up, and it's observable by everybody. It's provable, testable, observable, and repeatable, falsifiable. The globe doesn't have this. Globe doesn't have anything that you can repeat over and over again to show where your geometric horizon is. If you're saying refraction, good luck. Welcome to flat Earth, because you just gave up your geometric horizon. Refraction is actually a flat Earth supporting claim. By saying refraction, you're supporting flat Earth. That's our claim. that the horizon is apparent. It's not geometric. You're in your paradigm, you require a physical geometric horizon. It has to be at the same place every time. It can't be any further because there's a drop off. Light doesn't bend that way. The refraction, you don't know what you're talking about when you say refraction. It's hard to tell you. We've talked to thousands of people on this topic, and we've done our research. So go back and learn more about your religion, and come back and give us something juicy. Go read Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State, head of the astronomy department, about refraction, what it is, what it does, and where they assume that there's a radius. He says it. So I would go to your experts.
Okie dokie.
They're saying it's supposed to be a geometric horizon, and yet you can't find it. No one can find it, and no one's ever measured it. It's just talk.
Or I'll be looking around.
Also, give yourself a chance to look at the information we have here, because if you're looking for what you think flat Earth is, or what we think it is, or what we know it is, you want to know the information that we know, you look at the information we have down below and all these additional information.
Is it in the YouTube link?
No, it's down below you, like you're in the Discord. So scroll down and you'll see all these different places about every topic you can imagine about what we're talking about in here. And this is the actual stuff that we're talking about. So if you think that flat earthers believe Earth is a flat disk flying through space, none of us here believe that. That's a hoax. That's pro-intel freaking counterintelligence, like control the narrative. That's a establishment detract, like they try to detour the conversation, diffuse the conversation, dilute it. So
would you say that you see the Earth as flat and you feel it as stationary?
Who was that to?
That's you.
You.
Yeah, so if I were to say I see the Earth as flat and I feel it as stationary, would you say you also see it as flat and feel it as stationary, the Earth?
I'd say it feels stationary, and I don't know if it's flat, but I'll keep looking.
But I mean, at least, at the base level, at the beginning of your knowledge. That's step one. So you look at your window. And do you see the Earth as flat? You do, right?
From Where I've stood, yeah.
All right.
So
So I'm just pointing out to you that your base axiom, the beginning of your knowledge, is that the Earth is flat and stationary until you have direct evidence to the contrary via direct measurement of curvature, demonstrating the Earth to be a ball, or, along with that, a direct measurement of axial rotation, demonstrating that the Earth is spinning despite the fact that you feel it to be stationary.
Mm-hmm.
Think about how water behaves. Like, think of the nature of water as you know it yourself in your own life's experience. The condition of the top of the surface of every water that is contained and undisturbed, it achieves level, and the top surface is always level of every water, from your kitchen sink to your coffee cup to the swimming pool to the oceans. Water behaves that way. Water does not bend or curve. Large bodies of water are not curving. They would have to curve at a specific rate. So we're looking for this measurement of curving water, and you can test this yourself over water and see if it's true, because in 5 miles there should be 16, 17 feet of drop in 5 miles at the surface of the water. If you're 5 foot above sea level, your geometric horizon should be 3.5 miles, or therefore approximately that. So if you're seeing 10 miles up the coast like I can, and can zoom into the shoreline and watch little bitty waves 5-6 miles away, that should be nearly 17 feet below my line of sight. Doesn't hold water.
Wait, sorry. I just got an unknown charge on my Amazon card. Wait. Sorry to interrupt the conversation.
You know what? I think there's some kind of scams going around, because I had some weird phone call.
Yeah, just
trying to say that, and it's not on any of my accounts. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I think it's a scam. Don't fall for it.
Oh, no. Yeah, it was just me messing up. I changed my debit card. I used debit card. Never mind.
These modern fucking problems. Shit, I hate it.
I don't know why it's set. Okay, sorry.
I don't know why I need a piece of plastic. I should be able to just go to the tree and pick some fruit out of the tree in the backyard. There's plenty of land around for everybody.
There you go. Okay, got that fixed. Sorry, I was scared for a second. It said unknown charge from Seattle. I'm nowhere near Seattle, and it was my own charge. Okay.
What?
I know. Fucking Amazon. Okay.
There's some weird stuff going on, man. I'm telling you, I don't know what is happening.
I would suggest you do everything you can to avoid buying things from Amazon. In fact, sometimes I would actually look up things on Amazon and then go to the website of the company that made the product and buy it directly from them.
No, I'm talking about scams. Like, I had a message on my phone that said there was a $1,429 charge to your Amazon account, but it seems inconsistent. Like there's some kind of fraud going on or something. This is what the message said: to call us. We had trouble canceling that. Like, they want to get information from you, so they're going to call and ask you information about your account and then scam you.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've also had a bunch of calls about my car, how it needs to I need to reapply for my insurance or something like that. I always bullshit with them though. I'm like, oh yeah, I got a Toyota Prius. My name's Archie.
Somebody scammed my debit card. Actually, I don't know how it was possible.
Just make sure there's not weird periods and subs.
But I make the charge. I've gotten several different cards since then, but I'm going to go with a different company altogether. It's just a drag when you don't have back in the old days, you could actually have a bank account where they didn't raid you with all these freaking charges. Steal, it's like theft, but and they could just have a checking account. That was more simple. Now it's all electronic. It's jacked up. It's stupid. What do you do if you want to write someone a check? You don't have a bank account. Who?
I just scan all my checks.
Do most people actually have real bank accounts?
I do. I just scan all my checks.
Huh.
I scan my checks and it's just deposited right into it instantly.
I'm just complaining because I spent an exorbitant amount of money to get a money order, just because I didn't use cash. And the amount of the check is more than I could withdraw with my card in one day. I'm like, holy shit. Anyway.
Well, I've seen crazy shit like that on cards that don't limit you.
Yeah.
People get like all of their money stolen in like one day.
Yeah, I know. See, like, I'm glad I don't have enough money that whatever they're trying to buy, there's never going to be enough in there. Not for a while.
That shit would be
cool. Whatever. Dumb shits. Okay. Next year, I think will be better. Wow. Yeah, so the Earth is, we call it empirical. It's not the scientific method because what Earth isn't a scientific question. Science doesn't deal with what things are. It only deals with how and why things work, a cause and effect relationship. So what Earth is just a measurement. Just a measurement away. You could go to the beach tomorrow. You can measure yourself. Find out if what they told you is true. At 10 miles, it should be 67 feet of drop. And 100 miles is over 6,000 feet of drop. So
how would you measure that? Is there like a...
It's easy, man. I just told you. Go to the beach. I can go to the beach. I'm 5 feet above the surface of the water. Taller than that, but let's just say I was 5 feet. My geometric horizon should be 3.7 miles or 3.5 miles, somewhere right in that area. Well, I'm seeing things about 6 miles away, and I'm zooming in to the shoreline at 5 and 6 miles away, at the waves, and people dipping their feet in the water at the beach. You can zoom in. So if they were their feet splashing in the water back over there, way across the bay there, should be 16 feet below my line of sight. You couldn't possibly see it. So that's firsthand knowledge that I've done myself. You have to do that yourself. You can't rely on what I'm saying. I would never want you to listen to what I'm saying and just go with it. That's what we all are trying to get out of. We're trying to actually help you out of the cult that we were all in too. We were all in it. So you're just joining the people who are realizing that Earth is not what we were told, and we have no evidence to uphold that whole idea of the spinning globe, of the vacuum of space, of things traveling in space, of things being millions and millions and millions of miles away, that the Big Bang happened, everything got created out of nothing, and there's gas giants floating in the vacuum of space, which violates the second law of thermodynamics. It's an adult fairy tale. We all got jacked after Santa Claus, and they fed us another fairy tale, the adult version of Santa Claus, the globe Earth. Sorry to tell you. Sorry to be the one to have to break it to you like that. That's the truth. And I believe the sooner you realize that and get over your own cognitive dissonance or your own bias, that you'll be better off in the long run. In life in general. You'll be a more logical individual and be able to make more logical decisions. So it's not what not what people say, it's what they can prove. And I think you'll find if you listen to what we're telling you, you can go prove this yourself. That's going to make a big difference. Now, if you want to just go on and stay half asleep through life and just go on believing that these people that you think are experts are giving you what your reality is, and you're just going to rely on that, that's blind faith. That's a religion. Or you can come with us and you can check it out yourself and be empirical about it and do an investigation so you can find out yourself and have first-hand knowledge.
Okay. I'm gonna go to bed now. It's 4 a.m. and I gotta go tomorrow early.
All right. Now check this out. When you lay down, you know you're horizontal. Check and see if you're spinning.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah. I think people should be comforted by Earth being stationary.
He seemed like a nice young man.
Yeah. He might be one of those that goes, that Sonny character said some things that, and Orion, like all of us, that was a good job, actually, Orion. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of tired myself. It's past my bedtime. Finish my kombucha here. I'm making my own pretty soon. I plan on having gallons of kombucha around.
Do you ever make hard kombucha? Do you ever ferment it to alcohol?
I could make it. I have a still. I don't know if I'd need a still. I think you just let it keep fermenting and it just keeps getting higher percentage. The specific gravity, but I have a way to test that. And my still has that little float thing, specific gravity tester. Yeah, I'm going to make some stuff from fruit. I'm gathering the fruit now. Let it get nice and right. Get all the seeds out. You just start making more water again. It's pretty cool. I like using the still because I have a constant, while it's running, I have constant access to hot water, hotter than I get from the sink, and it's instant. And so to wash things up and stuff, which is pretty cool. Sterilized stuff. Gas pressure. Grasshopper. It's going to be pretty hard to get over that gas pressure thing.
I think it's more interesting these days just to ask myself. Not even so much just what the cause of gas pressure is. I mean, yeah, that, I guess, but just the cause of pressure itself. I mean, just asking what causes that. I find it to be so fascinating. Like, I feel like the heliocentric model, like with a truly logical thinker, can pretty much be destroyed just by asking that. I know of someone who basically became a flat earther just by me asking her the first of the 3-point question. Just by me asking her when anyone ever, measured the curvature of the Earth, her reaction was pretty much like, hey, yeah, that's a good question. When did anyone ever prove that? Because we see it as flat. When did anyone ever measure the curvature? So from that point onward, the Earth was flat to her until she had evidence to the contrary.
Yeah. Just gas pressure. Yeah, that's a good place to start, though, because You could crack that nut early on instead of like sometimes it gets lost after you do like one. If you try to do it 1 and 2, but I mean like they all have their part. But I think you could use them like jigsaw pieces of the puzzle, put them in different places, and they still will work. To like the gas pressure is a good place to start because like that's irrefutable information. Like like we're just repeating what is true about gas pressure. There, I mean, look what happened to the people who used to refute it. They don't show up here any longer. They can rant and rave all they want over there, wherever they are, but they still can't refute the pressure, the gas pressure behavior. You know how gas pressure works here.
Just quiet all day tonight, jeez.
Good night, all. Gotta go to sleep.
Shit, this is a disappointing conversation. What's going on, Sasha? Do you fall asleep? Anybody out there awake at all? Nobody's got wanting to talk about nothing.
Gosh. Oh my gosh.
Good morning, 24/7 Discord live server to all you. Or good morning, good afternoon, and welcome, fellow Platties.
Wow, Neil Armstrong. Hey, wait a minute. You're supposed to be on the moon. I just saw it on TV.
Oh, there's a tape delay and with all solar winds.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is black.
Globebusters taking over. Bye-bye, moon man and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is. Globebusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster, but the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is. Get the shovel for the spice hubble, piecing up the puzzle. Need to burst your bubble, evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down, be humble, got the ball, you better fumble. You'll get mad, cause I just fight about your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Bob set the president, Jaren got the evidence. It was slaying desert with Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's residential resident. This happens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Globebusters taking over. Bye-bye, moon man and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is. Globebusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster, but the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
All right, and welcome to Globebusters. Yikes, demystifying magnetic declination. What a start for the day. Holy cow. I am your host, Bob, Xanadude60, and we are back. Hopefully everybody can hear us. Hope you can hear me. We'll introduce just a panel in just a minute. But, well, I'll tell you, every time either Windows does a major feature update or OBS does, it completely just zeroes out everything on my machine, and then it just doesn't want to work anymore. So, Jaren's much faster at programming it than I am, so fortunately I have him around to do it, and here we are. Awesome sauce. All right, so let's go ahead and introduce the panel. First up, we have Zach. Good times for all. How you doing today, Zach? And is everything going okay there?
Yep, everything's coming in nice and clear, Bobo. Yeah, I can't wait for this. This is right up Karen B and Cammy's alley, and they've got this nailed down pretty well. So this is something that everybody needs to see. Really, this is one of those 101 things that this is part of our world.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's really confusing, and honestly, I've taken several different positions on the magnetic declination. One, not the least of which, one of them is that it's part of the cover up that they have to do for the sphere, but actually there's much more to it than that. And something actually is happening with the magnetic field. Of course, the mainstream will tell you they have no clue why the poles are wandering all over the place, but I have a pretty good idea that it's part of the natural cycle of the plane that the creator built into it. But it is interesting to watch it. We have some interesting footage. It is interesting to watch it speed up. And I mean, man, over the past couple of years, it has really, really gotten a lot faster. It's like, what the heck is going on? So the North Pole is jumping everywhere. Huh?
1998, I think, was the year that all of a sudden the pole just started moving at least we're told it was moving just crazy, racing straight towards Russia from northern Canada. I mean, it's been moving since 1998, more than it ever has since we've been measuring it, they tell us.
Yeah, and it's increasing exponentially. Wait till you see this one video we have showing how fast it goes. I'm like, whoa. Absolutely unreal. So anyway, all right, let's go ahead and move on to our next panel member. We have with us today Miss Karen B. How you doing today, Karen?
I'm doing fantastic, Bob. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. I love to have you always. You know that. You do so many shows. I feel like, wow, how do you not get burned out on it?
Yeah, sometimes I do.
Yeah, I hear that. I know it's all I can do to pull off 2 a week, but and I'm actually thinking about doing occasional, just kind of pop-up shows to cover specific, topics for like 30 minutes and stuff like that. But I'll get there.
Yep.
Cool. So, all right. Next up, we have Miss Cami Nodell, my wife. How you doing today, sweetheart?
Oh, doing pretty good after the crazy. I'm not sure if the chat room got to hear what we got to hear in the background, but while you guys were having no audio, we were getting feeds back looping of about 10 different audios, everything overlaying each other. So while you guys were screaming no sound, we were in our headsets getting completely bombarded with every kind of noise you can think of. So it started a little bit crazy. In the chat, I want to say welcome to the chat and welcome Flat Earth OG, who asks, I love that song. I wish I knew where I could find it. The song on the video, Globebusters intro, is on the Globebusters channel, that you can get it as just the Globebusters intro in a standalone song. So definitely enjoy. That's Kai and Austin singing, and it doesn't get much better than that. Yep. Oh, you guys did hear it, and it was torture. Yes, it was. And Formula Hip is saying that they got some of this stuff too that we were dealing with. So yeah, I'm glad we got it all straightened out, and it's good to be here.
Yep, excellent. So yeah, it's called the Globebusters 2022 show intro, and it is on our channel. Feel free to download it. Like I said, I had Kai and Austin write that for me. They wrote it, performed it, arranged it, and Flatman X put the video together on it. And yeah, it was awesome. So I thank everybody that was involved, and I really like it too. Of course, I really liked all of our intros. They've all been really cool. Jaren did the first few, and then of course we had the girls singing the rap ones, Amber Plaster and her husband. And then it was remade by what was her name? Drawing a blank.
Jennifer, but
Jennifer,
yeah, but no, I know her last name is clever. Why can't I do this? I love her. She stayed at our house. This is really embarrassing. I hate it when this happens.
I know.
And it was right
Spangler.
there. It was right there before you said, Spangler, Jen Spangler.
Jen Spangler. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, she did a really good job on the makeup, and she sang it a little more jazzy version, and that's awesome. Of course, Jaren's getting lots of people to do different music for him, but not the least of which is Conspiracy Music Guru, and Alex always does a really good job of that. So that's pretty cool. So there you have it. All right, and last but certainly not least, Mr. Kyle Adams from the Flat Earth Institute of Science. How are you doing today, Kyle?
Doing very well, thank you.
Awesome.
Very happy to be here.
Glad to hear it. So, have you done anything much in the area of magnetic declination? Get a lot of questions on that, or is that something that people pretty much leave alone?
It gets brought up sometimes with compasses, but outside of that, not really a whole lot.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's understandable. They do so many other things to trick us. It's unbelievable. And I still think the most unbelievable trick that they've ever pulled is, when we showed you the Google Earth, and what, when you put in a heading of 090 or 270, it doesn't go straight east or straight west. It arcs to the equator, and then they say, oh, that's the Great Circle route. That's just nonsense. And of course, the reason that they do that is because the sun and the moon are local and they're small, and the sun, because it's small, is right over those tropics, right? Or right in as it goes right over and in between the tropics. And because it's small, it has to point at the sun, right? So that's the reason that they do that. And then they just cover it up with a really, an excuse that, oh, well, yeah, that's the reason why it's the Great Circle Route. Nonsense.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty crazy. All right. So, all right, guys. So this is a very interesting subject. Of course, you guys know that Cami has done a lot of work with magnetics in general. I've been kind of following her lead, and, I listen to a lot of Ken Wheeler. And I also do a lot of watching of Fractal Woman, if you guys are familiar with her. She really breaks things down really well. She kind of breaks down Ken Wheeler. She's like a kind of intermediate step in between you and Ken Wheeler. And she has a way of even simplifying much more really what Ken Wheeler is saying. And one of the things that we're going to start out with here in a few minutes is playing this video, which basically defines magnetism and what it's really all about. Because when you think about it, magnetism is pretty strange, right? There's really not much like it. I mean, magnetism and electricity are both kind of in and of themselves, both very strange. They're absolutely directly related to each other. But, the question is where do they come from? How do they work? How does this pressure mediation work and all this other stuff? And that's a really difficult subject to tackle, especially since the mainstream has no clue. I mean, what's really interesting about this particular video, the entire first part of this video is them asking Richard Feynman, right? Which is the baller's, God, heliocentric God, how magnetism works. And he's so uncomfortable, he squirms and he starts making up a bunch of nonsense. And it's clear he has no idea even what magnetism is. And I think a lot of that is because maybe he is restricted from working in the confines of the alleged elimination of the ether. Now, as flat earthers, and if you're not a flat earther or anything before the flat earth movement came about, the luminiferous ether was something that was acknowledged to be there by all of science, including Albert Einstein. Of course, we covered a lot of those quotes on Sunday with Austin, and it's something that every Nobel laureate that has ever won a prize basically says, yeah, absolutely, the ether is real. Well, what is the ether? And it's kind of hard to define because it's something that we can't necessarily put our fingers on, but we can see the manifestations of what it does when it manifests in the form of magnetics or when it manifests in the form of electricity. But how does it do that? So basically the theory is that the ether is this background type of material because you can't have space that's empty, right? You have to have something that's in space, even if it's a perfect vacuum. Because of the fact that magnetic waves will propagate through a perfect vacuum, that means that tells you there has to be something in that vacuum. And what that is the luminiferous ether. And of course, if any of you are aware of the movie Behind the Curve, you know that I was on there saying, yeah, we measured a 15 degree per hour drift. And of course, what that was the ether itself spiraling down at about 15 degrees per hour. And it's really hard to kind of differentiate between the solar day and the what's the other day? Talking about the shorter day. Anyway, the 23-hour 40.
The sidereal day.
The sidereal day. God, having a brain cramp. So yeah, it's hard to really tell on instruments between the difference of a solar and a sidereal day because there's only a few minutes difference, especially when you're taking readings on an hour. But yeah, that's exactly what it is. And because of the fact that the sky is rotating over the top of us and the Earth is absolutely stationary, we know that one of the things that the ether does is rotate. It rotates in a vortexual toroidal type of pattern. Well, it also acts very much like a liquid. Okay, and we're going to find that out here in just a little bit. But before I play that, I want to kick it over to Cammie and have you address some of the things that we're going to cover today on that. And, tell us what you think.
Okay. Well, it's interesting because I was kind of going in a different direction, but we'll pick it back. I think I'm going to just start with the magnetic declination. And it being what I would say one of the most misunderstood things on the globe and the flat earth, because I've been playing with now the magnets for a lot of years and going into the science in all different areas on it. And it's very interesting when you go into it. If you go into the magnetic declination, most sites that you go to are going to tell you, they're going to, again, make it as convoluted and complicated as possible. They're going to explain that we have a geographic north that is underneath the pole star. They're going to say that we have a floating magnetic north pole that's the end of a bar magnet that our magnets point to, that's on a different axis and it floats around then that. And the one thing I'm going to agree with is declination is simply the amount that you turn, in reality, the amount that you turn between what direction your compass will point you as north and that pole star position. If you were to insert a pole and have it land on the ground, where would it land on the ground? Under the North Star. And say, how much do you turn your body to get to that? They needed to come up with this in navigation, and it was very important. So I think the best way to learn declination is instead of like unlearning so much, why don't we go back to the beginning? Is it okay if I take this a little bit ahead of you, because you went way, way, way?
Oh, sure. I was just giving an overhead.
With the ether going and that, I mean, you jumped so far ahead of the game that I wasn't quite. It was like you're starting at the end.
Sure. No, go ahead and start it wherever you want. I'm sorry. We can put this in anywhere because it's just really informative. Real quick? Sure.
Okay, so when I think of magnetic declination, I think back to orienteering back when I was in the Army, and it's how far your compass drifts from true north, and that you'd always call that magnetic declination.
Correct.
Right? Okay. All right, cool. So just want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
So that explained it perfectly. So if you got that from him, that's exactly what I thought I said. And if I didn't say it like that, I didn't. I definitely was aiming for that. Let me get this page down here. I'm sorry, I'm setting up my two screens and they're being weird. I'm doing it to try to share. I just lost my Glowbuster speed. Hold on.
Oh, no.
Well, no, what I did was I went to the screen time. I must need a third. Where did it go? I lost where it says I can share the screen. Okay, I see it.
Uh-oh, well.
Laugh at me.
Good thing you just had your birthday, because I told Cam I'm going to get her a big screen so we can watch movies in her office on a big screen out there. That should give her a third screen too. That'll be really nice.
So yeah, for everybody that thinks it's nice right now, I'm jumping between the two monitors. I don't know, in a way it might be easier to be able to spread them instead of getting things stuck behind it. But in a way it makes it more complicated to just decide on what to put on both screens. So I think I'm sharing the screen right now.
You are? Hang on a second. I am not sharing you though.
Yes,
okay.
I see north written up at the top.
Okay, so let's start in the very beginning.
Wait.
It's okay. Go ahead and bring me up there.
Okay. Everybody's watching your screen now.
Okay. Let's start at the beginning of time a little bit, and we're going to take it way back and take it back to where our directions came from, north, south, east, and west, and what they meant. It's very interesting. Takes you back to it. Originally, when we did our directions, it had nothing to do with magnets. And the way that the directions originated were pretty much east meant towards the sun dawn, meaning it, especially of dawn. Let's see how we say here. East, literally towards the sunrise.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Also, source of the Old Frisian East, Easter, Eastward, Dutch Oost. We should almost have Karen with her beautiful voice read. Old Saxon Aust, Old High German Osten. So it's going to give you Old Norse Astra from the east, like Australia from the east. This will come into play, Astra and Australia from the east, when you start looking at the ordinals of the directions on the flat Earth map, and you find out that Australia actually is from the east, because there is on the circle of our Earth magnetically, there is, we'll get to that, a definite way to orientate the map and read it with old literature. So if you're reading from a story about the Titans and reading, again, old history, and it said that Atlas stood on the westernmost tip of the world, of the realm, and you say, how can he be on the westernmost tip? Directionals and things like this come into play all of the time in it that would not make sense unless you actually had an ordinal or a reason for the way you name things. So we're going to get into that in this show. But Austral came one of my favorite from the east. So as one of the 4 cardinal points. Okay,
let me ask you something really quick. So remember a long time ago when we were first, looking at the map and thinking about breaking it down, and when we were looking at Australia, and you've got the 2 mountain ranges, right? The east and west Antarctic range. And, well, I determined at that point that if you rotated the prime meridian 30 degrees, basically 33 degrees, not only would it bisect those mountains, it would split Antarctica in 2, and it would also, set Giza as the prime meridian. Right. And a long time ago, Giza used to be the prime meridian before they changed it to Greenwich. Right. So do these directions come from back when Giza was the prime meridian? Is that where the names came from?
They most certainly did. And with that, let's go in and do this, because let's go into, these are our cardinal directions. And I think it's important to know what you're saying is right. What is important to know is cardinal, you might recognize from the Catholic religion also, and from doing your directions and your ordinals and your cardinal directions. Let's read about the origin of cardinal.
Before you go on, I just want to say that when Jack and I were doing the anti-religious scripture studies and looking in the scriptures, like the word for east in Hebrew does mean towards the direction of the sun as well.
Correct, and it through all of time. Thank you, Karen. Everybody point through on here. So let's go to cardinal and see what it means and where it came from. Taking you to the beginning of time, because it actually means to hinge or to turn. Pertaining to a hinge from cardo, that on which something turns or depends, like the pole of the sky, originally the door hinge, which is the unknown origin, related cardinally. From that, which to turn or to hinge or to crook something, came the cardinal directions. They crooked our directions, and cardinals in the Catholic religion, again, I think that they turned and crooked things a little bit. So your cardinal points are north, south, east, and west. The cardinal sins, going to do this, but the name cardinal came from cardinus, that on which something turns or depends. And also in a lot of the other older ones, it would say to crook or to turn, like right. to like skew the meaning of something. And when I'm pulling up this one site on it, but I read this from a lot of sites when when you go into the etymologies, at the time you go into as many things as you can. And when I did this years ago, it pretty much came to crook something, to like hinge, to turn it and to skew it in a way. So it wasn't necessarily a good thing. So let's go to, now we know what east means, let's go to what north means. North originally...
I think it's interesting how it's, sorry, I just wanted to say, I think it's interesting how it's automatically turning it into a circle. It's describing the
right.
The directions as circular.
Exactly.
They're totally acknowledging the flat earth, and they're just kind of covering it up. So go ahead.
North gets even more interesting. North, out of all of the directions, comes with my favorite. Old English Nord in compounds, northern, lying to the north, northwards, to the north, in the north, from Proto-Germanic Northa, also Old Norse word Norda, Old Saxon North, Old Frisian North, Middle Dutch Nord, which is probably an IE word, but of uncertain origin. Trying to read this. It might be ultimately from, and this is what came up to it, nur, left, also below, from hell, this Sanskrit word nanakal, hell.
From hell. That's interesting.
From
Isn't it
hell.
interesting when countries get invaded, they always get invaded from the north?
Okay, so they're getting Greek, Neratoa, deeper, lower down, from beneath. Left Umbrian word, Newark, left, as in north is to the left. So in other words, to the left, when one faces the rising sun, the only way to figure out, we're going to get to this in the beginning and taking it. In the beginning, the only way to get to the north, or what they said towards hell, was looking at where the sun rises and turning left. So the word north means turning left. Now, if you go into south, it's going to be what you would expect it to mean. It is going to mean sun. The south is going to come directly from Sawal or sun, meaning that at midday, the direction that the sun, the English sun, is in. So south is another word coming from the English sun. English sun would be another thing. So when you look south and you're on there, you see the sun at midday. So keep in mind, at dawn, you see Easter. Midday, you see the sun, which is south. And then, of course, in the evening, what do you think west will mean? West, of course, will mean sunset and where it goes. So these directions where the sun goes to die, it used to go west to die was common during the Great War. So to going west, these directions literally meant evening. So in the German dialect, west meant literally evening. So your directionals are all based on the sun except for north, which again, we base everything that we look at north and the compass. And so we're going to get into, again, the compass, the words on the compass and what they mean on it. But it's important to know that where our directions came from, when we first came up with our directions on our map, they had to do everything with where the sun was. And it was interesting that north actually meant to, like, turn to the left, and it meant hell in a way. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting, especially since that's almost like a theme in literature. You know, whenever there's war or anything like that, you always hear about the invasions coming from the north, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is super interesting. And of course, it doesn't surprise me that the elite have corrupted this also. But I think getting back in touch with a lot of these root words is probably going to help us as we come across different material that references to this, because you'll kind of touch back on it and go, oh, this also has this other meaning, you know?
This is what happened to me is I'm reading all of these and all these pieces start falling into place on it. And it literally, it does. It reaches back and it touches forward, and it's this like aha moment. And I think there's a song, what I think is the ultimate flat earth song by Collective Soul that talks about, you know, all the books that I've been reading, everything I've been hearing bleeding into one. And that's kind of what this does. It all bleeds into one little thing. So you have your cardinal directions. Then you have the Chinese in the area of, most people will agree, around 400 BC, that came up with floating, for navigation, floating this piece of magnet in liquid, making a needle of magnet or a thin needle of magnet and getting it to point towards the north. Now, this was remarkable because, as we all know, like when you're depending on where the sun goes up and midday and goes down, if you're traveling or at sea or in the middle of a forest or something, you can get fogged in entirely and you cannot see these things. So what you have is you have a tool that is not bound by your visual conditions around you that can help you say where, and especially out at sea, again, in unmarked territory, if you can't see where the sun is, if you can't get a good bearing of this, if you're lost and confused, and we've all been there, in a cloud bank, and you have a way to hold this little piece of rock floating in water, and it will point your way to north.
Yeah.
And that got a lot of attention. And I mean, it took a lot of years to turn on, but then it started being that everything was based around north, because people, instead of looking around outside, all of a sudden we had a piece of equipment to look at, and which is a very, very human thing. As soon as we have that little piece of equipment to look at, what do? We look at the little piece of equipment, and we stop looking at the skies. In a way, we really do.
Right.
But this was used, of course, in tandems, and it was used on ships, and you can get into a whole history of that. And then with the magnets on it, what they found out is that it pointed north, but if you looked at the night sky and where Polaris was, it didn't point to true north. But they found that these areas were pretty stable, that there was a certain amount you could turn from where that compass was pointed to where under a night sky Polaris. Because remember, your Polaris, for doing your north in the center, that you turn left to originally, but then people noticed again it's hard when you do star trails. Now you have your center pole there, right? And it's long been known, the star trails and them tracking them going around it. So you'd say what point? So you would say from there, how much do I have to turn from where this compass points me to where this is? And all of a sudden you have a way of mapping things and scaling in one area against another, that you have this little piece of contrast that says that, well, on this tool here, if I turn this much, I now have the North Pole as a tool to use all of the time. Once I know the declination for a specific spot, I have that tool of reusing it, so I don't need the North Star at night. If I write down this number on how many angles, what degree do I need to turn? So that became magnetic declination, and they started plotting it at very, very early times in a lot of areas, especially in these seaports, so that people gathered this information that you would say, wow, that's really hard, but it's not really hard to gather. You look what your compass points to, and then at nighttime, you take a reading with your sextant against Polaris, and you figure out for that location what the difference is.
Yes,
so then
and isn't that ironic that the sextant these days is a very hot item of debate, and it is painfully obviously clear that the sextant cannot work on a globe. And
on a globe?
Nope, there's no way it can work on a globe. You can't get three angles on a globe because one of them's curved. So they have to come up with all this rigmarole and just come up with all these crazy excuses. And then, of course, the ballers will simply deny reality. When, in fact, you can use the sextant over a Gleason's map, and it's amazing how well that works. I was watching a couple videos on that. But anyway, I digress. Continue on.
Okay, so now you have this, and you have people before I would even say, I don't know at what point, because they were writing down the declinations for a long, long time, probably before, again, there was any thought of it being a spinning ball, and people were denoting how much do you have to turn between where that little needle spins and where that North Star spins at night. And they shared this information, and they shared it for hundreds of years, and it was especially well known and well shared in communities that traveled a lot by ship. So your areas that had the coastlines and did a lot of sailing, and that depended on it the most, from going to port, it was considered it was something that you gathered as a traveler. You kept a journal of, and the more declinations you had, the more information. It was really a big deal. It was again a data set. That the bigger data set you had, you could feel proud, and you could probably even share and sell that information to friends. And that you can imagine what a valuable tool it would be.
Yeah, it's like an ephemeris.
So it's
you
like
said something about the word node a little back. It's like a central point. This is kind of like the North Pole kind of a thing for like magnetic. Is that right?
Yes, but let's get on to this. I'm just saying that if you put a pole underneath it and drew a line, the amount that you would have to determine between where your compass would be and the pole. I did not use the word node yet. And I am going to say that one of the biggest things that that needs to be unlearned, and that's in most of the videos, but not all of them, and it was hard to find ones that it wasn't in. So if you do videos, YouTube video after YouTube video on YouTube about declination, it will tell you that when your compass is going to point, they're going to screw you up. I'm going to tell you what they're going to do to you. They're going to screw you up because they're going to talk about the geomagnetic pole, then they're going to talk about the magnetic north, and then they're going to talk about the grid, which, okay, this is the stupidest thing ever. The grid north they're saying because we put it out in a Mercator format, this is them twisting and really using things. You know how in the Mercator it runs north to south like that, right? And they make the grid lines straight. So what happens is Greenland and everything gets stretched in order to keep the continuity. Well, guess what? They lose that continuity in declination because they say in declination, part of the problem is that you're working on a flat map, and that because the grid is not really coming together, it's not really pointing true north. It's pointing like your latitude lines would be going. They're saying that the map is sliced up that way, but that's really not how they're slicing the map. They're using their longitude lines differently. The reason that they say that the land has to be so stretched out is so that they can keep the integrity of these lines straight. But then when it comes to magnetics, they say the integrity of the lines is not straight and that you would have to now grid them back in. Do you follow what I'm saying? They use the deception in both ways.
Absolutely.
You see that visual on it, because on the grid they're saying now that you can't just look at it and line it up and do the math and get to where you're going, because you should on a ball be able to just do the math and get to where you're going without doing what I'm saying about lining it up. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work as far as a clean field, that if you're at a certain point you can point it there, because the problem is, and it's not a problem, it's a reality, when they talk about compasses and that they completely mislead you. Do you realize that, like, when they talk about your end of a compass attracting the north end of a south end of this compass attracts the north end of this compass, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all see that? They're talking about two separate and equal, or even a bigger and a smaller magnet. What you're talking about with the Earth is you're talking about the Earth as one gigantic magnet, and your compass just being a little magnet that's picking up the internal field. It's not outside of the field. It can't be pointing to the North Pole outside of the field, like when you hold two magnets and you click them together. Do you see how absurd that thought is?
Yeah.
So therefore your little compass cannot be pointing to the north end of that magnet, because it's internal inside of the field. You're not holding a separate magnet next to the Earth magnet side by side and seeing how they act within each other. You're dropping a little bitty nothing in this huge field and saying, how are you doing? So you're going to get into where we're going to be talking about iron filings and the ferrocell, and what happens when you drop little pieces of iron in a magnetic field. What happens is they go with the magnetic field alignment. So when you were following, what your compass is pointing to is it is pointing to, and you are following the magnetic field line. Meaning that you would not, if you follow that line, you would not in a straight line get to the North Pole or get to magnetic north. You would have to literally follow the looping declination line around. It's just telling you where you are on the line. And we almost need to bring up a map. That was really
I was going to say, why don't you bring up some visual?
Let's do a visual on this.
That's weird. I'm looking for the Ken Wheeler link. I thought Jaron had it, and I thought DITRH had it. I'm looking on both their channels, and they don't have it. There's somebody that wanted the Ken Wheeler interview link. I'm looking for it, though. I'll find it. Unless somebody beats me to it.
Okay, and you still see my screen up here, right?
Yeah. No, it's not on our channel. Believe it or not.
Oh, that's funny.
We're still seeing your desktop cam.
Okay, I'm working on it.
Okay. Give
Okay,
Ricky some
sorry.
time here.
All right. Okay, so you give the Ricky some time. So what we're looking at, and maybe I should have brought up first, let's do this first. Let's have a little bit of fun with this because this is really the truth of the matter. You're following my screen, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm not doing anything fancy, nothing. Magnetic declination, we're hitting images. And these are what they're saying. So a lot of the times they'll show you the United States, which is really, really convenient, saying that as we live in the States here, if you're looking at where we are, you'll notice that these lines that you're at it following, they lead pretty much north. The green line is going to go to straight north. And you'll notice that they leave the pole off of the map. When they do the declination maps, when I started doing this 6 years ago or 7 years ago and putting them together, you'll notice that they cut off the map in a very funny place. They cut it off mid-Greenland and they leave off a lot of the bottom. So you couldn't just take one of these and circumpollate it. Ask what happened, Karen, when you did that. We're going to put Karen on. Because Karen was given this and a project to work on, but it took her three pieces and putting together and getting information from a pilot in order to complete the declination map. Is that correct, Karen?
Wait, information from a pilot.
We had one pilot provided somebody named Pilot, a YouTuber named Pilot provided the center portion of the.
Oh, maybe I just don't remember that. But yeah, but you can get that center pole map, that magnetic declination pole map.
You can know. It was really hard to find on the internet 6 years ago, and now you can find it really easy. Once we put it out there, it started getting easier.
Yeah.
So something magical happened from
where we got that.
Yeah. So originally we got the three pieces. This piece here, right here, you can even see it right in the middle pieced in. That was from Pilot. This was from Diva Dante. She had it somewhat on there. Karen is who pulled it all together on it because there were gaps in that. Karen, this might be a good time for you to read what do you want to go over and read from what you said, like what these lines mean, the isogonic, the agonic right here, and the different lines on it, or do you want me to keep going? Because you actually have you sent good information on exactly what these lines mean, or I can keep going.
Okay. Well, I don't have that page pulled up. I'd have to pull it up, but yeah.
So anyway, what happened is what these lines are is people started making a contour map of what way you needed to turn in order to what your compass pointed to compared to what north was. So if you're sitting in Denver, like Karen said, and she sent specific numbers, you're in Denver, I had to turn very little between, you just had to go over to the east. Over here, you switch over to the west. Each one of these is telling you which direction that you need to turn your body. And it came out as a contour map. Well, so this contour map in reality from people taking declinations and how much they have to turn. So look at some of these areas here. In America, it's nice to show because you have all of these straight lines going here and teaching. But what about like down here in Russia when you're on here and you have to actually turn sideways? Because again, your compass is going to follow the line. If you traveled by compass here and you left here, you would go this way, this way, this way to end up here. You would go this way, this way, this way. So what your declination is telling you is where you are on this line, how much do you have to turn your body to see right under the North Pole? Does that make sense to everybody? Now on a globe, everybody will agree with it and they're part of the fields. These are called the agonic lines, the green ones. If you were along these lines here, your compass will align perfectly with the North Pole. So they're saying if you're here, you do not need to where your compass points. That's exactly where you're going to be winding up looking at it. It's going to point accurately. Now this makes, on a ball, this makes absolutely no sense at all.
What a surprise.
What a surprise.
Yes.
But what does come into being, and why you would know that they would never, ever in a million years ever project it this way and project it the way that they do, is the way that they had it on that square map. If you guys can go back and remember, it was completely nonsensical. And so they said that like because of the land masses and that things didn't follow a perfect dipole pattern and all, and there were anomalies, but the way that they had it laid out, you just see wavy lines and there was no organization to it at all, right? When you put it here, you do see organization here. Not only do you see organization here, but you see what's in magnetics, a very, very common pattern, something called a quadrupole in the center, not a dipole, but a quadrupole magnetic pattern. And you start a dipole pattern over here. All of a sudden, you're getting a very, very coherent pattern that you can recreate easily by taking magnets, scaling them down, and putting metal filings and sprinkling them all. Do you all remember being in science class and doing, Bob? I know I sent you I'm going to let you take over on the screen. I know I sent you some iron filings.
Yep, you did.
An iron filing video. This would be a good time for it.
Alrighty, let me bring it up. Hang on a second. And I'm going to share my screen with you guys. Hang on a second. Okay, I'm sharing it with those guys. And share screen. Bada bing. There we go. Okay, so got to get over to it. Oh, wait. Oh, it's not the iron filings isn't in here. Did you send that to me earlier?
Yeah, I did. I sent on Skype and I said iron filings. You can even pick, you know what would be a really good one to do right now is the one I sent you, the very first one that was Action Lab, unless there's a reason you do not want to play Action Lab.
No, I can play the Action Lab.
That was the first one I sent you. Because I'm just trying to get orientated and find my screens again to tell you the truth, because I have things buried behind things, and until I organize, I won't be able to present again. And I apologize, you guys, for being such a newbie and scattered.
That's okay. You'd think after being married for 22 years, I would have been able to see that. But okay, this one right here, magnetic field bending light pass.
Yes.
All right. Let me know if you want me to stop it at any point.
I think this is a good one to play through it, and then we can do some other ones.
Okay, sounds good. Here we go, guys.
And I am.
Oh. And you are what?
No, that's fine. I am finding my screens, and it's going good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No worries.
The nice thing about magnetic fields is iron tends to align with the magnetic field lines. That's because in the presence of a magnetic field, iron becomes its own magnet as well. And so the north pole of the iron magnet wants to point to the south pole of the regular magnet. For example, I have here a handful of steel pennies and a neodymium magnet. If I stick them to the magnet, you can see that they just kind of hang off it like this. So each of these pennies on here has now become a magnet, and I can even stick more stuff to it. If you use a much bigger magnet, you can even hang weights off it like this. So each of these iron weights becomes its own magnet. So I have my giant magnet up here on this ladder, stick a 10-pound weight to it. Oh. Another 10-pound weight.
Man, I'd be afraid
far away from it.
I'd be afraid of breaking my fingers, man. Those magnets, you have no idea how powerful they are. They're godly.
That's a big magnet.
Oh, yeah.
They are scary. I'll tell you, they will hurt you in a big way. Okay, let's continue.
Take your finger off. They get you in the right spot.
Yep. They can hurt you.
It's still very magnetic. You can see I can still stick all these coins on it. In order to make the iron become its own magnet, the iron doesn't even have to be touching the magnet. For example, I have here my giant neodymium magnet above, And I can actually just stack the steel pennies up on my finger because they align to the magnetic field, so they stay pointing towards the magnetic field, but they're also magnetic themselves, so they stick to each other.
Yep, and when they're aligned like that, they form a coherent magnetic field because they line up north, south, north, south, north, south. And then isn't it interesting the way they jumped up there and kind of went around in a circle?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Yeah, very interesting.
I rolled up there.
Well, and there's a lot to this, and I think, when we get to the part where we explain, the fluid dynamics of magnets, then it'll make it a little easier to understand why they behave the way that they do. But let's continue on.
You can see even more clearly that in the presence of a magnetic field, iron becomes its own magnet when you have a wider surface area for the magnet. And when I drop the steel pennies on here, you can see that they actually avoid each other. That's because the tips of each penny are the same pole, and so they want to repel each other slightly. But you can see that if I keep stacking these pennies up, eventually they'll get too tall and any instability will make them collapse down on each other. That means there's some sweet spot in the amount that they'll clump up and point upwards, and that they'll also fall back down, so they actually make spikes. That's the same reason why when you pour iron filings on a magnet, the iron filings pile up on each other in spike formations. And this is also the same reason why ferrofluid forms spikes as well. This cool characteristic of iron being ferromagnetic and following the magnetic field lines of a magnet becomes really useful if you want to visualize a magnetic field. I'm sure you've seen it done before with iron filings. If you put them on a paper and then pull a magnet underneath, you can see how it changes the iron filing layout according to how you move the magnet below it. So what I'm going to do is sandwich some ferrofluid in between.
Okay, and I just wanted to break in here and comment that this is being used under fair use for educational and critique purposes. So we have to break in every so on to make that stupid announcement. Hopefully he won't strike us, but he's done it before, so you never know. But we are definitely using this under fair use. Let's continue.
Two pieces of glass. What I'm using for my ferrofluid here is 1 part WD-40, 1 part ferrofluid. This just dilutes the ferrofluid a little bit and it's a little bit easier to view. Even though these pieces of glass are sandwiched together really tight, the ferrofluid particles in there are so small that they actually have...
Yeah, that's way too much ferrofluid.
Yeah,
it
it
should be
is.
like 5 parts oil to 1 part ferrofluid.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's really thick.
It's like a tar sandwich.
Yeah. I used WD-40. I got that mouse milk stuff that Ken Wheeler suggests. That's what I used.
Mouse milk?
Yeah, I use 3-in-1 oil. Same thing, just about.
Yeah,
But yeah,
Zach's
he
made
says-
several of these, so
Yeah, mouse milk is just a really thin airplane engine lubricant.
Oh, nice.
all right.
They, like,
Hold
extract
it,
the
before we
milk
do
from the
this.
mice. They've got like such small udders.
There's even a
So-
little mouse on the bottle. It's funny.
Yeah. Go ahead, Cami.
This is important to see because what is going on here is micro. This is micro going on. So what he is showing is that if you suspend little pieces of micro pieces of iron, they're going to align. And this is what is happening in a ferrocell. I don't think people think it's bending light and doing things like that. More than bending light, what it's doing is it's making the little pieces, the particles of iron, align with the magnet, and then that's where the light catches the iron filings. So I think it's really important that people know what's going on, and the reason you get more lines as you add more lights is just again the factor of where the lights are catching the field, so you can get a more complete field with more lights you have shining on them. But all you're doing is making a way of looking at holographically what you're doing in 2D by sprinkling iron on top of the surface, and I have other videos that are pulled for that too, Bob, if we wanted to show it. This is just showing in 3D when you float microscopic particles of iron and let them do this. Now, why is that relevant to what we're talking about here on Earth? Because when you're holding a compass up, that's what that compass really is it's like a nanoparticle of iron in the magnetic field, and it is aligning itself. It is becoming part of the magnetic field.
Yep.
So And then when you get into this is also going to get into where they talk about all of the pole shifts in past years. And they say that this is because of the fact that there is a section in the ocean where they can read it that it's north, south, that they can tell the alignment of the iron particles in here shifted and then shifted, and they shifted in these little increments, making like a little slice pattern. So they're calling these pole shifts. But another way of looking at these would be is I want you to think of your quantum locking track that you build and how you alternate things in order to get things to rotate above and quantum lock above, like the moon and sun might be doing. In other words, you would probably build that alternating track somewhat into it. It does not necessarily, in my humble opinion, it might not necessarily point to prior pole shifts as much as a function of the design, if that makes sense. I'm just throwing that out there while we're looking at it. But the Ferrocell is going to give you a little micro look of, again, taking things and scaling it down. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and yeah, I'm definitely convinced that the pole shift is part of the design, and this, of course, I have a feeling that the mainstream knows very well why the pole shifts, but that's just information they don't want us being privy to. It could be disastrous. It may not be. It's hard to say, but it definitely, if it has anything to do with the way people are acting, my God, they seem to be right in sync. If you take the movement of the magnetic pole and put it up against people's psyche and behavior, and then kind of look at it on a twilight zone graph, they're right in sync with each other. So let's continue.
Plenty of room to spin around and move in there under the presence of a magnetic field. So once you have your pieces of glass sandwiched together, it doesn't look very nice, and when you bring a magnet to it, you can't really see anything happening. In order to see the ferrofluid moving around, we need to be able to see when they kind of chain together in there and form some lines. So what I have here is just a circle of LED lights. Now each of these LED lights is going to act as a source where we can see a glare coming off of it. So you can see the glare coming off of each of those LED lights. Well, the glare is only coming off in that direction because that's the way the particles are stacked right now. But I can change the alignment of the iron particles just by bringing a magnet near it. Now what's hard about this setup is you have to get a very thin layer of ferrofluid in between, and it's kind of hard to do. You have to use smaller pieces of glass and it makes it a little bit easier, but even then, if there's anything that gets on your glass, it'll make the gap not exactly right, so it won't be even throughout your whole glass. But a really easy way to do this is you don't even need two pieces of glass. All you need is one piece of glass and just wipe ferrofluid on one side, and then it makes it really visible because you get an extremely thin layer.
You'd think you would have done that the first place, man. Look how much more resolute that is. But yeah,
that is genius.
Yeah.
I know. If you do try to play with ferrofluid, do it outside, folks. Don't do it.
It is really messy.
It is really. And it doesn't even stain. I have to tell you, the bonding it does with carpeting, it quantum locks it. I don't even know the locking term that it does with fabric and carpeting, that it becomes one with it. It doesn't stain it. It becomes one with the carpet. It will not cut. It's not a possibility. It changes the entire texture, the entire being of it. Anything it's spilled on, kiss it goodbye. We know.
Yeah, we know. Zach had a little explosion of ferrofluid in his room. Unfortunately, it was right before we replaced the carpets in the house.
And we had a planned carpet replacement coming. It was great. It was like right before they're going to come and take it all out anyway, so it was perfect. But it was like, wow, it's a good thing this was before and not after, because we learned exactly how destructive it is when it applies and touches things. So yeah, it's outside stuff.
Okay, let's finish the other minute and a half of this. That's so much better. Wow, look at the resolution.
Look how clear this is.
That's cool.
I'm going to fire up that.
What I love about just doing the one-sided glass is it.
Yeah.
During the day. Yeah, I bought it's just a vase, a circular vase though, and I put some LED lights at the end with the base, and then put black tape all over it so you can't see the LED lights. And then I'm just going to wipe ferrofluid on the inside and then stick that magnet up there. And it should, I mean, that worked really well for him. I'm hoping to get something.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. It's resolute. You can see it without having to have the lights out. It's awesome. So, yeah, and ferrocells are a lot of fun to play with for sure. All right, let's finish this out.
Makes it so you can control the layer extremely well. The only downside to this is the ferrofluid is slightly volatile, and so after a while it kind of dries up in the back and it doesn't look as good. But it's not that hard to correct it. You just put a few more drops on and smear it around and you can see it again right away. This magnetic paper has very tiny pieces of iron sandwiched between two layers, and you can see the pieces of iron when they align. So if I grab a magnet, it's really easy to see it behind it. Even if you put the magnet behind a box or something, it can go through it just fine. Because as we know, in the presence of a magnetic...
What?
I said he's got ferrofluid all over his hands. His hands, he's filthy.
I know. Yeah, that's messy stuff.
Be there for a while too. The stuff's staying.
On special note, not the ferrocell because it's too messy for us to have at Flattoberfest, but I will have some of this magnetic film that he's having. The filings, I have a very neat contraption that I have a little acrylic box that's got a line of little metal filings that are locked in between, in water between two pieces of acrylic that you can shake. And so at Flattoberfest, we will be doing magnetic patterns and people can actually do this themselves and see it happening. And again, why we show you these on video and it's neat to look at the pictures, there's nothing like feeling it hands-on and again, feeling as you hold one or more magnets in your hand and you can feel the field lines along with seeing them. It's hard to say how much more intuitive and how much more understanding I feel that I have from touching as opposed to just watching and hearing. The doing is really what gets it for me. Without the doing, I don't understand. I could just be dumber than most people, but until I really have the hands-on, it's not the same. It's just not the same.
Okay.
Field iron becomes a magnet itself. I can find the iron nails in my wall if I just have another big magnet near it. So you can see right there, there's a nail. Hey everyone, thanks for watching another episode of the Action Lab. If you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing if you enjoyed this video. And also you can check out the Action
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Blah, blah, blah. So that was, again, just to really get a demonstration, like showing you from somebody outside of even what they would say flat Earth, just to get a practical, well-known what a ferrocell does, what filings do, what magnets do, and how they're part of the field. So it was a nice little understanding video, I think.
Yep, very cool. You guys, when I turned that off, you had to see the headline of the one of the NASA videos, but I won't show it again yet till later. But if you were paying attention, you caught it and went, huh?
Oh, there has, got as a side note, there has been all kinds of, go back to that.
Seriously? Okay.
Yeah,
why not? What the hell? Okay.
What the hell, off topic.
There we go.
Oh, look at that picture.
Okay.
I know, right?
So awful.
That is one of multiple studies in their investigation. Can astronauts masturbate? Yes, they can, or whatever. But now they've decided that astronauts should not masturbate in space because they can get as many as 3 people pregnant or something absurd like that. The little sperm could escape and yes, comedians joking over pregnancy. They're talking about if they masturbate, it could escape and live for, I don't know if it was 3 months or whatever, but get people pregnant. It could be, just a phantom sperm in no gravity living forever until it can find its
floats around and it floats into an astronaut vagina.
Yes, until it can get into the other astronaut. But I know, through the spacesuit and through the, yes.
I know the crap they feed us, man. It's unbelievable, and you just got to shake your head.
Now that we have these gender issues, they have to worry about the men getting pregnant too. So it's really a worry.
That's right. Okay, well, enough of that.
Okay, let's go back from the. I'm sorry, just to side masturbation in space.
Yeah, we'll leave that topic alone now. All right. So what are we going to next? Where am I? I lost my place.
Okay, where are we? And we lost the place on there. Let's see. Let me bring up the. Oh, I can't look at Skype because we're in the show. My show notes are in the Skype. How do I look at Skype without going out of the show, baby?
I
sent you a thing.
You just go up in the upper left-hand corner, and where it says Globebusters Live, and click that.
Okay, I see it. And then I can just go into the other one. Interesting. Okay.
Yep.
Let's go over to live a minute.
Yeah, in order to share your screen, that's where you have to be.
Yeah. This is why Camera Joe doesn't post the shows like Bob does, because I don't keep them going like this. I have the information, but this is really hard to keep it going and organized and that, and I give him kudos on it.
Okay.
I am driving right now. Okay. So I had the magnetic line tutorial line that I thought was good. It's right at the end of the last one I sent you. It says magnetic fields tutorial.
Oh yeah, I think I have that.
And then after that one, it would be really good to go to the Ken Wheeler one that is above that. And then we can like take it to the maps and put it into reality if people want to, unless they feel like they're ready for it now. I think, audience, how in the chat room, how much are you following this? How much sense does it make? Do you get the fact that our declination pattern, when you hold a compass, is a ferromagnetic pattern, or should I cover this better? I'm looking.
Say type 1 if you think you understand magnetic declination.
Type 1 if you think you understand magnetic declination and want to see how it applies to a flat Earth. Type
and tag Globebusters if you have a question.
Ooh, and tag that. And Karen, Bob just had up the magnetic declination frequently asked questions. Why don't we cover that right now while we're doing it?
Okay, I pulled it up.
Okay.
I did?
Yeah, I see it. I keep on seeing it flash over on the screen, Bob. Right before the screen you had it. Said Karen sent it to you and it said FAQ.
It's like 2 tabs to the right from the tab you have open.
No, that's that one.
That one. That's the other.
It'll look like writing all over it. You just had it open. I keep on watching you pass through.
No, keep going to the right. I see it.
All right.
Keep going.
Yeah, you just
keep going.
No, one more to you were one past it.
You keep on tapping on it and going right past it like you know it's not it, Bob. It's the writing that says magnetic declination FAQ.
To this one. I can see it.
Okay, magnetic. Am I sharing screen? Yeah, I am. You guys see magnetic declination. This is not it?
The next one over.
Okay.
No, the way.
The other way?
That one.
That one. It is. Okay. I had no idea which one it was. Sorry about that.
It's kind of nondescript up there. It's hard to see.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of text there, guys.
Okay, one. I see a lot of ones in chat, and I see a 3 and a 5, but those weren't options, so I don't know what that means.
3 would mean they kind of get it. 5 is no clue is my thing. Is that about right? So blow that up, and let's see what some of these frequently asked questions are, and see if we can answer them.
Okay.
Which one do you want to start with?
I don't know. You dropped this one in here. I thought you wanted to cover it, so I was waiting for you to talk.
Sorry. Oh my God, sorry.
I can go past it if you didn't want to. I'm sorry.
So it says, what is magnetic declination? But I feel like we covered that.
Yeah, we did.
Do compasses point to the North Magnetic Pole? Most people incorrectly believe that a compass needle points to the North Magnetic Pole, but we just went over that it doesn't. It actually follows the lines of flux. How do I compensate for declination and inclination? Declination adjustment. Did you talk about that? Yeah, you did, basically, because you're talking about how which direction how far you are. It depends on your location, right?
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, you would need charts or maps or something like that. They have them too for hikers and things like that. Along all the different trails, they'll have the magnetic declination because they actually use their maps, with their compasses and the sun and all that kind of stuff while they're out there. So they really need to know, if there's a city 20 miles in that direction, they want to walk in that direction. They don't want to go 5 degrees off this way and, completely miss it.
then there's a list here of anomalies in the declination. So they make special note of certain places where they have magnetic anomalies, and they don't follow the pattern exactly. So there's that.
Are these the things that they refer to as nodes?
No, they just call them anomalies or magnetic anomalies.
Yeah, I think about. We were talking a little bit about nodes earlier, but I keep hearing that term all over the place. Node, and looking into eclipses, they talk about lunar nodes, and then looking into tides, they talk about tidal nodes. So I think it's interesting how they're talking about these magnetic nodes as well. So it's like, okay, well, yeah, trying to find the connection here.
We will. I don't know if we're going to find it right here. I'd like to do a whole node show with you, Kyle. I'm going to grab screen again.
Okay.
And I had a few drinks, and I'm going to try to reel us back in. So you should have the declination map back up there. I don't see it anywhere, but I just shared screen.
Okay, I've got the other map up. Your screen.
The interesting thing about this map is how they've got the South Pole and the North Pole on here, and so that's like the number one question I hear people ask a lot of Earthers is, yeah, well, how does the South Pole work? And so I normally would just show them a battery and just say, hey, just look at this flat battery, and it's got a North Pole on it and a South Pole, and the South Pole on the other side of the battery. And this one was an interesting one because it's got a North Pole and a South Pole both on the same side of the disk.
This is okay. It is interesting on it. It's interesting to what this map shows us in our declination when you put it all together is it shows us that it's not a bar magnet going through a sphere is what it shows us. What happens when you put this magnet together coherently is you see a very, very coherent pattern that in when looking at magnetics like everywhere, you'll see a quadrupole. Again, when you draw your field lines like you're doing this is an octopole. This is a dipole. This is well known throughout every type of civilization. So it's not here's a quadrupole.
So
and this is showing.
This kind of, I'm trying to orient myself. This is looking at like a bar magnet vertically, right?
Which one is? This one here.
You look at the quadrupole just barely. It was black and white.
Your quadrupole. It's doing the black and white one here. This one, or I'll do this one in the color.
Yeah,
this one.
This one looks like it's kind of. This one. It's not looking down at a magnet. It's looking like just at the full bar magnet, so you can see the whole thing. Vertically.
What you have going on here is you actually have two magnets, north, south, north, south. I'm sorry, north, south, south, north, going one lane this way, one lane this way, and you're picking up, here's one pole at one end of the magnet, here's another pole at the other, here's one end at the end of the magnet, here's another end at the other. Another way you could get this configuration, Kyle, is you could take 4 magnets and set them up vertically, Do you see how you could do 4 vertical magnets? You could take those
Yeah.
and you can stack those pillars, make them little pillars or make them needles, and run 4 of them up and down and look at them from a top view, and then you'll also get that quadrupole pattern. Another way you could get this pattern, people with electronics are familiar with, is you could run it in what's called a Helmholtz coil, and this is called the anti-Helmholtz configuration. And it's very well known. It's very well used at CERN. It has remarkable properties in that quadrupole when you do it because of the fact that with the quadrupole magnetic field, it takes on a lot of properties like a field equalizer and a field stabilizer and a field extender. And so it's very extremely well used at CERN and through all magnetic applications on the quadrupole is probably, again, the most utilized configuration used in high technology or CERN in that for what it does and the properties you get by doing it as opposed to, just a dipole. You get a lot more by having a quadrupole configuration than even your octupoles or that. There's something very magical that comes together with the quadrupole, and that is, again,
But this isn't a top-down view, is it?
This is a top-down view. This is like if you dropped little metal filings down on it. This top-down view, you're looking at 2 magnets that are laying across, but you could create the same pattern many ways. I'm going to show you how we created the pattern without any magnets at all in the center. And we created the same pattern by using a magnet here and a magnet here, like on the map, if you remember looking at it, the dipole and the dipole. You see where I'm pointing my things? Your dipole here and your dipole here.
Yeah.
Your dipole here and your dipole here. This is a dipole pattern. This is a dipole pattern. This is a dipole pattern. This is a quadrupole pattern. This one caught me as interesting, this configuration, because it goes a lot with a lot of the mythology that if you place the pillars correctly, the stairway comes down the middle or the vortex comes in the middle. You'll also deal with Ken Wheeler and talking about this is a counter space. It is an actual pole created and it's counter space, but is created by 2 pillars or 2 dipoles. I'm going to use pillar and dipole interchangeably because, again, your north and your south with your magnetics, I think that they understood, again, a lot in the old maps and that about the magnetics. And your quadrupole, what happens with your quadrupole too is you change. We'll go back to this one. Where'd you go? You change, again, your direction. Do you turn to the left or the right? It changes left, right, left, right. These are 4 different poles, like a left, right pole. They are different directionals. Now, what's interesting is, again, look at these green lines that, again, you can imagine if you fold them out on a bowl, they are trying to tell you that these lines on a bowl, and remember how crazy they looked when we showed them to you and nonsensical in the Mercator projection cutoff. They're trying to tell you that all of those ways that you have to turn is just to make an adjustment between here and supposedly here by Canada where their North Pole is. But if you look, again, this is your declination mark. Your magnetics are still staying very much in the middle. I think, again, your magnetic poles and your lines and your fields on hitting it, that's going to be right here in Canada that it is right now, a pressure mediation point. And we'll watch how they'll take it. But again, you're coming right down to the middle. Your difference on your green lines, where your green lines, keep in mind, on your green lines, you do not need to adjust your compass at all. Why would that be? And again, straight through there, how could that be on this position at all, that when my compass points north, it's going to do that? You'll notice that these are where they're changing over. You're not going to be in it. It's going to be your null space on the pattern that you're not jumping into the red or the blue. So on these areas here, your magnet is going to go to the center directly. It's not going to try to follow any of your lines of force because you're right in between where they're changing over. These are your agonic lines. And these are, if you're on these lines and you have a compass, you have to make no adjustments whatsoever. Again, if you put this pattern on a ball, this makes no sense at all on a ball. But if you look at it as a magnetic pattern and say that, of course, your compass is going to follow these lines because it's becoming one of those little metal filings in it, and it's just laying out on the pattern. Will it take you all the way to here? No. If you follow this line, it's going to take you to here. If you follow this line, it's going to take you around to here until you readjust. If you're on here, your magnet's going to go here. Now, another reason a dipole could not possibly make sense as far as on a globe and a dipole is if you had a globe and a dipole, you know how none of our compasses work around this southern hemisphere, and the closer you get to the South Pole, they don't work. Do you understand that they don't work around the perimeter on there?
Right.
Okay,
that's another big question that I hear a lot is why do they have to make different compasses for different parts of the world? And I think this is kind of explaining a little bit about that.
I can explain a lot on this, on it, and the different parts of the world on it. They would have to. You're going to follow your magnetic pattern here, but you're not going to get your magnet to point to the counter space here. It's not going to do anything. You cannot get, if it was really a dipole, you should be able to, your compass, you should just be able to turn your needle point, magnetize your needle opposite.
Let me make it a little simple. Let me simplify it. The reason that they make different compasses for different parts of the world is because the compasses, first of all, because we are on a flat plane and not on a ball, the compasses align themselves with the field, okay, the field itself. But when you are far away from the North Pole, then what they have to do is they have to change the compass weighting on the needle to be heavier. Let's see, is it on the backside? I think it's on the backside, to keep the needle where it can actually not scrape on the compass mechanism itself. Because it's actually pulling it down, right? Because down when you get out towards the outer edges, instead of being above and parallel or within that field, the field is starting to return down to the earth, and it's pushing the front end of that magnet down, front end of the compass down, right? So they have to
weigh the needle differently in different locations because the magnetic field lines are pointing at different directions. Vertically at different locations.
Exactly. And that's why that has to be done.
Also, if our magnetic point was in the center and at a lower elevation than we are on a plane, which I have every reason to, when you work out this grid and take it further, I have every reason to believe that that vortex, that there's a magnetic point that's actually altitude direction south, you would go down that and hit a magnetic point there. So again, as you're there, you're going to point south down, and as you get further away, it's going to angle like you're talking about too, which when you're talking about nautical compasses and them changing their angle and pointing down, that would work extremely, they say you would need a ball for it to work. No, you wouldn't need it to, but you would need to place a magnetic point at a lower point, which would be your south magnetic flow going. But the other thing is you can't get a compass to point anywhere to this direction. You should be able to flip it around and get a compass to point to what we call the south, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
In a dipole world, that does not make sense at all. In this world, it does make sense because of the fact that you have a quadrupolar counter space in the middle, and all you would need to do really around this ring is to gauge if there's electrical ring around it. It's going to make everything go towards the counter space. Like a monopole. In other words, all you have to do is ring this like your Ouroboros, ring it with electricity, and compasses would have no choice but to point in this direction, would not be able to point in the other direction, and it would also make them go more erratic the closer you got to the edge. It's a very so you're talking about an electromagnetic grid. It's not outside of the realm to say that you would have the electro part out on the outside edge on it. Now, how this fits into, if you look into ancients again in directions, this is a map that a lot of people make fun of. It's from the 1800s. Everybody remember this map, and how could this be real? Maybe they knew something we didn't know when talking about, you remember how you have to decline to the east and the west? And east and the west, just like we change our declination east, west, east, west. Now let's look at this map on it. Again, it looks like they knew exactly to me what was going on with it. That if we took this and said, oh, look, here's Alaska, here's Russia, taking over here. Africa, they have more in here with the Cape Colonies probably being this group right here. And Africa, your West, your Europe right here.
Yep.
West, again, they're going to change it. West, take your equator, follow your, again, here's your Alaska, follow it to, hooked on to North America, and down into South America, It might be that.
Yeah, Cami, can we kind of wrap this up here shortly? Because we've got at least this part of it, because we've been on this for an awfully long time, and we still have.
I just thought that this. Okay.
Okay, well, I understand, but if you have more that's pertinent, by all means. But I mean, we've just spent an awfully long time on this, and we are, we still have other videos to watch and stuff like that. So, if you have any other pertinent points, go ahead and throw them out there. Other than that, I need to make a couple announcements. So do you want to talk about this then, or?
Okay, just while you were talking, I was throwing some old maps, and again, you're showing you like your electricity almost. This is a Navajo, your four corners, and your rim on it. Again, it was very, very well that I did documented with the older maps. Also, this is an interesting way of, that's an old magnetic map. We'll just bring some of these up. Here is like taking a tarot card and just dropping the magnetics in with the way that they line up the card and the four corners. Again, giving you a sense that you have four corners, you have east, you have west. Just again, a different way of looking at the maps and putting it into the old historical, that again, the magnetics seem to be very, very well represented, the pole configurations and the way that you stand. But go ahead and take it, Bob. Go ahead and do your next video. And I'll stop sharing then.
All right, that sounds good. Let me, let's just kind of take a little bit of a break here. Share screen. Do that one. Okay. So first thing I want to do is just want to do a quick break and promo the Flat Earth Festival, since we have Karen B with us here today. And play this video for you guys, but that is coming up soon. And Zach and Cami will be having a lot of demonstrations that you can actually put your hands on, and feel some of these things. And Zach, is one of the demonstrations, are you going to actually take the opposed magnets and the weights and stuff that you made? Are you going to have those there so people can feel that weirdness going on with that?
Yeah, I've brought those to all of them. That's one of those that, I'm just going to, until we find a place to do it or someone to do it. I've been asking anybody that knows a natural drop, just to avoid, the iron in the thing or there's just so many variables that if you just make it a nice natural overhang and you get a good 110-foot drop minimum, man, that'd be perfect. But yeah, I'll definitely be bringing them.
Yeah, because that's something that's amazing. And of course, we're still looking for a place that's suitable where we can drop these from. But it's interesting because you can hold these two things that Zach made in the balls with the opposing magnets, and you let them go, and you can feel that they have a resistance to dropping. And it's just the weirdest thing to actually describe. And I think it's really cool if people actually get to feel it. And this is why we feel that when we take these things and drop them, we're going to find that these particular balls with the opposing magnets in them will drop slower than the ones that just have the exact same amount of material and counterweight. So anyway, we're still looking for that. And God, I hope we can find a place to do that at some point, but that would be cool. But let me go ahead and play this for Karen B. And if you haven't gotten your tickets, you might want to think about signing up because it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's see.
It's back. Greenville, South Carolina, October 22nd to 23rd. With the grand return of Mark Sargent. music from Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Austin Whitsitt of Whitsitt Gets It. Benjamin Balderson of Olden's Alchemy. Jason Lindgren of Secrets of Saturn and Crow 777 Radio. Marty Leeds of GnosticAcademy.org. One big love. How the World Works with Cammy and Zach. And new music by Austin and Kai Whitsitt. Reserve your tickets at flatearthfestivals.com.
I want to be with people that have functioning brains who aren't afraid to show their beautiful faces.
I love Rose. That's so awesome. Very cool. So yeah, that's we're looking forward to that. That's getting really close. October's on its way.
3 months away. Yeah. So, and I have e-tickets this time. So if you buy a ticket on the website, you get an e-ticket. So I just send a bunch of people's e-tickets out because it wasn't working, and I had to go fix it and redo everybody's ticket, and it was a big pain.
Yeah, sometimes technology can be more of a pain in the butt than it's worth.
Right? Like the start of the day, which I had the same trouble yesterday with Strange World. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we noticed. I think a lot of it was from the storms, because the storms were just whacking everything out around here. But I don't know. Maybe your internet was working okay, but it just seemed like your internet kept going offline.
Yeah, my internet wasn't going offline though. It was. I think it was the streaming software.
Oh, okay. Well, it was acting like it. So, so whatever. All right. So, got that out of the way. Also, I want to let you guys know, and thank you very much for. We did 2 fundraisers in the last week, and they both funded almost immediately. Austin Whitsitt is going to get his new PC. And I told Jaron that this really probably wasn't a good idea to call it a gaming PC, because he's not going to be using it for gaming. In fact, I don't even think he plays games.
Maybe should have streaming PC.
Yeah, streaming or video performance PC, same thing. But this one, and also the other one, which was this one, for Sean Hibbler, we got that financed as well. And what started this was we had a gentleman in the community that donated 2 really super high-end video cards, which were they were unbelievably expensive. They're more than the rest of the computer, but
yeah, video card alone can be like $5,000.
Yeah. Well, these video cards were almost $2,000. So we put together a system that matched it, so that you would get really good video performance out of it. Because we figured that Sean Hibbler and Austin would be 2 people that would really utilize that. And they funded beautifully, and I want to say thank you to everybody. And I'm sure we're going to see a bunch of good stuff from Austin and Sean. So good job, everybody. It's totally awesome that we got that. And let's see, what else? So I guess the other things I wanted to say was, now I would kind of like to play this little tutorial, Cammy, if it's okay with you, because it kind of goes back to the beginning and actually explains what magnetism is. Because here we are, we're talking about, declination and all these things that it does, and also the ether and all that stuff. But a lot of people, I don't think, really understand that. And this is one of the best videos I think I've ever seen as far as explaining magnetism and how it manifests out of the ether. So, was that okay with you if I go ahead and play this now, and then we then we can look at the Ken Wheeler video that actually basically reinforces this, and I can explain that a whole lot better.
Whoops, I'm
Oh.
not trying to be rude. No, I'm sorry. I didn't have my mute unmuted. I was doing tech stupid on my part. Not only do I think it's a great idea, I have not seen this video, but I am very, very familiar with Fractal Woman, and she is so competent and so hands-on, and I have learned so much from her. So I cannot imagine doing anything but loving this video because, again, I have so much respect for her work.
Is she a flat earther?
She's not.
No,
she's
but
not openly a flat
Oh, okay.
earther, but she has some good. I learned again. I don't try to.
she has some good insight. She might be at some
She
point.
might be. I don't. Yeah. She
I
might
just wonder
be.
if I need to add her to my list or not because I hadn't quite heard of her yet.
Oh,
A while
no.
ago, I kind of felt that out, and I don't think she is.
I don't think so either. I don't think that. I think she would be probably very condescending. So again, I take the pieces that apply to what we're doing because she has some very good information out in very specific areas that again
I hear you there. I hear you.
just because
I
they're
get it.
brainwashing in the system does not mean that every bit of work they produce is bad. And in her case, I certainly will say that I've learned more than one thing. She's a great teacher, but yeah, I'll let you take this on, Bob.
Okay, that sounds good. So basically, it starts out this video, and I'm not going to play this part of it because that'll be just way too long on that. And I think I should probably speed it up. I already did to 1.25. All right, and she starts out talking to Richard Feynman, and he basically has no damn idea what magnetism is. And he deflects and makes up a bunch of BS, and it's ludicrous, all the things that he does because he simply doesn't know, and it's really embarrassing. And you can tell he's jumping around and itching his face, and he's just completely clueless. So she kind of covers that, and then she says, basically, was it Einstein that said if you really understand something, you should be able to explain it to a child, right? Oh, here we go. If you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. And, I tend to agree with that because if you can't really simplify things and break it down to a child, then you really don't know. Well, I think she does this very well, and she's even going to put it in a Q&A form, like she was talking to a little girl asking a question about magnetism. And we will take it from there. Here we go.
When I take two magnets and bring them close together, sometimes they stick together and sometimes they push apart. Why do they do that?
Thank you, KK. That is a very good question.
You might need to turn this up just a little bit. The audio is a little low on it, guys, but I can't do much about that.
I know that children love to play with magnets, and I'm sure they're always wondering, why do they stick together? Why do they push apart? I know that almost everyone that's ever played with a magnet has asked the same question. So I'm going to try and answer that question, and I'm going to try and answer it in terms that you can understand. So first I'm going to give you a bit of a clue. It has to do with water. Now everyone has personal experience with water. Children play in the bathtub. They know about water. Everyone has seen water go down a drain. Everyone knows that water likes to spin. Anyone that has been near a lake or an ocean knows that water forms waves. And so this is all, so if you understand water, if you have personal experience with water, you can totally understand why magnets attract and why magnets repel. So I'm going to start with this experiment. This experiment was done by an independent researcher, Lionel Deneux, which I have been researching for many years. So in this experiment, what he did was he put two cylinders. He took two cylinders and attached them to motors, which are up here, and he placed them in a pool of water, and he's spinning them. Now in this experiment, the two motors are spinning the cylinders in opposite directions. Now it's going to be hard to see in the video, but they are spinning in opposite directions. So they're spinning and spinning up the water, and now they are attracting to each other and sticking to each other. And now
Okay, now one thing I want to point out about this is they really aren't attracting to each other. What's happening is when the two cylinders are down in the water and they are spinning in opposite directions, what they're doing is they are creating a kind of a void in the middle of it. And remember, the universe is all about pressure mediation, right? So what happens is when that void
it doesn't like vacuums.
Yeah, it doesn't like vacuum, but it will create voids. And it's a little bit different context here. But so it creates a void in between those two spinning cylinders, and then both of the cylinders propagate towards that void. And of course, it makes it look like it is they're spinning towards each other, just like magnets supposedly are looking like they're attracting each other, when what is really happening is when you have the presence of a magnetic field, it creates a void. And we'll let Ken talk about that here in a little bit. But that's actually what's going on here. And let's continue.
He's pulling them apart. Okay, they come apart. But then they quickly come back together and they stick together. They attract to each other and they stick together. Just like two magnets that are side by side. Okay, just like two magnets that are side by side attract each other. Now, the idea here is that the two magnets spinning in opposite direction, or the two cylinders spinning in opposite directions, are analogous to a north and a south and a north beside each other. Now, when the cylinder spinning counterclockwise, north would be up, and the cylinder spinning clockwise is analogous to south being up. And I'll explain that again in a minute. So let's watch this again. Okay, so he turned the motors off, and now they're just hanging there. So he's going to spin them opposite again. Okay, oh, now they're stuck together. They're sticking to each other just like magnets. So in this experiment,
this really helped me a lot.
Yeah,
the whole pressure mediation and all that kind of stuff. This really solidified everything. It's like, oh, okay, that's simple.
Yeah, it really is. Well, because we have a tendency to try and make things more difficult. And of course, the explanations that we've gotten since, elementary school are not explanations, and Ken Wheeler says that all the time. It's like nobody's really talking about how this works or anything like that. And there are definitions out there, and other physicists, from a couple hundred years back, know very well how this fluidic medium called the ether works, right? But unfortunately, one day Michelson Morley came along and got in the way of the spinning ball Earth agenda, and they had to completely eliminate it, which was one of the biggest mistakes they ever made, because, relativity is a joke, let's face it. So let's continue.
There's in opposite directions.
What exactly is spinning like when it comes to like holding up two bar magnets next to each other?
Well, what's happening is, remember the 15 degrees per hour, that I was picking up on the fiber optic gyro. So basically the ether itself is spinning, it's in motion. It has both centripetal and centrifugal lines of force, and they change velocities from top to bottom in opposite directions. So depending on where you are in those things, you will get different readings in the ether itself. So that is what's actually spinning, is the ether itself. That's why it's kind of like the background construct for everything. And,
So here we have two things in the water that are spinning in opposite directions. And so with electromagnetism, you're saying that the ether is spinning in opposite directions in bar magnets?
It's within the toroid itself. Remember, down the outside of a toroid is this big donut, and the inside of a toroid is kind of an hourglass type of thing. It goes to a zero counterspatial type of area.
And a toroid is what?
Well, a toroid is let me pull up a picture of it. That'll probably be a good thing to do. Okay, so basically you have the toroid, which is the outer, basically the outer donut part, and the field that it emanates is you have the magnetic field that goes around it. You've got the big donut, right, that goes around it, and then inside you have the centripetal lines of force, which make up the other part of the field. So,
okay, kind of like a Tesla coil going on here.
Yeah. So there we go. So if we look at that, that's basically, what's going on. You've got centripetal, and this isn't a ferrocell is actually the best way to see this, and we will see it in Ken Wheeler's. But God, what is it I'm looking for that'll show me exactly what I need? Anyway, there are several graphics which I am not pulling up right this minute.
Karen will be able to pull up graphics for you, just like that. Her emblem and everything has got the toroid in it. Ask Karen to rescue on this one because she can really put it in motion for you.
Okay, Karen, can you pull up a toroid from somewhere? Magnetic field.
Get like a disc magnet. I'm also thinking of, Tesla coils.
Magnetic field torus. Oh, we're getting closer.
Right there.
Huh? Yeah, but it's not.
There's your disc magnet. Yep.
It's not showing. It's still not the picture I'm looking for. This is closer. But the one has got the entire. There's animated ones that show the entire. Here it is, right here. Basically, there's that, and so you've got the centripetal lines of force out here, and this is the centrifugal. I'm sorry, centrifugal is out here, and centripetal is through the center. Okay, so this is the this is how the ether manifests. It also is how magnetic fields manifest, right? So that's what I'm talking about when she's talking about it's rotating. That's the medium that we're looking at. Okay. All right. So let's go back to that and continue on.
The cylinders in the same direction. So let's have a look at that. So it looks like they're both spinning clockwise. And now they seem to be repelling each other. The distance between the cylinders is increasing. So he's trying to push them together, but they're not coming together. You can't make them stick together. See, as he pushes one, the other one pushes away.
And all right, and it's not because that they're pushing away from each other. Again, what's happening is since they're spinning in the same direction, they are building up an energy in between the two of them, which is kind of a dense ether buildup, okay, which is holding them apart. So there's still, when the more the spin goes, the more they will repel each other, right? And this goes to like the Gauss of the magnet, the field strength of the magnet. But yeah, so that's what's actually happening. They're being repulsed away from that center point that is being created in between them. And again, Ken Wheeler will explain this better on a different video that we've got. So let's continue.
This is exactly analogous to repulsion of two magnets. Okay, so if both cylinders are spinning clockwise, this is analogous to two magnets side by side, where south is up and north is down for both magnets. Now, if you put two magnets together with south up and north down next to each other, you will find that the magnets repel each other. So this water analogy is quite good at replicating the behaviors of magnetism, of attraction and repulsion of two magnets. So I'm going to show you another experiment using spinning cylinders that Yonel did. This time he has a slightly different setup, and what I want to show you is the north-south analogy. So what he's showing here is, here's a cylinder, which you can see sideways here. So this time he's spinning the cylinders horizontal instead of vertical, and he's showing right here that if you curl your hand, whatever direction your fingers curl in, that is the way the motor is spinning. So if the rotor, the spinning cylinder, is spinning in the direction of your curled fingers of your right hand, then your thumb is going to point to the north pole, okay, of the magnet. It's going to point to north of the magnet. Okay, so he shows two views of it here. And so in this experiment, okay, then he's showing it again here. So in this experiment, the light one is the North Pole and the dark one is the South Pole. So he's always going to spin it in such a way that this is north and this is south. So let's see what else is in here. Okay, and so this is, he's showing a picture of it here. The top, he calls it the top, but the left of the rotor is the North Pole of a magnet, is analogous to the North Pole of a magnet, and the darker yellow here is the South Pole of a magnet, or analogous to the South Pole of a magnet. So I'm going to show you a couple of experiments where he uses this setup. So here he's saying that the two rotators, so he's going to have two of these in his experiment. The two rotators produce water vortices. Now what are water vortices? Water vortices are just spinning water. So when you spin
Guys, I'm going to step away for like 1 minute and I'm going to let this play and I'll be right back.
water, it's called the water vortex. There are many ways to spin water. When water goes down the drain, it forms a vortex. There are many other ways you can make water vortices. So when you spin cylinders underwater, you're creating water vortices. And that is that creates a pressure difference between the magnets, between the cylinders, the pseudo-magnets, I guess you could call them. And you will see that they attract and repel depending on how you place these rotational cylinders. So let me skip to the experiment. Okay, so here in this experiment, he's spinning the two rotators, the two cylinders. They produce vortices in water, and these vortices cause the cylinders to spin relative to each other, similar to what happens between two magnets. So when you hang two magnets from a string and place them near each other, they kind of spin around and they're attracting and repelling, just like these two cylinders. So this analogy is quite good. Okay. So in this experiment, he rotates the cylinders and places them right next to each other in this configuration, which is analogous to the south-north configuration of a magnet. And you can see that the two cylinders are sticking together, just like the north sticks to south. The light one here, this is north. The dark one here, this is south. And you can see, let's watch that again, that the two rotators are sticking together, just like the magnets are sticking together. So in this experiment, he's spinning the two cylinders in, placing them head to head, but spinning them in opposite directions. And this is analogous to placing the two north poles together, and the light part here is analogous to the two north poles. So let's have a look at this and see what happens. Okay, so he is placing them together, and then in the case of the real magnet, they fly apart, and then they end up, let's watch this again. He does it again. Okay, he's trying to place the two north poles together, and then when he lets go of the magnets, they come together in this configuration. Okay, we can kind of do it in slow motion here. Okay, see what the magnets do. Okay, these cylinders, rotating cylinders, are doing exactly the same thing. They are now in the side-by-side configuration, spinning in opposite directions, and they are now attracted to each other. So it seems that this analogy is quite good at explaining attraction and repulsion of magnetism. At the very least, it is a very good analogy. So in this experiment, he's placing two north poles together and two south poles together side by side, and watching the behavior of the cylinders as they are spinning in the same direction parallel to each other. Okay, I'm going to play that again. So here he's got the two north poles together, which is like here, which means the two south poles are together on the back end here. So two north poles here, two south poles here. And you will see, so the magnets, what they do is they fly apart because they're now in repulsion, and then they turn around so that they're now in attraction, because nature favors attraction. Nature actually, I think I made another video on that, nature favors attraction. So they fly apart and then they come back together in attraction, and you will see that these cylinders do the same thing. So watch the cylinders on top, and you'll see it's a little more in slow motion, but they turn around, and so that they are now in attraction. They now stick together. So let's find that spot where they stick together. So now they're sticking together. So this is analogous to, so what happens is these two magnets, when they're in this configuration on the right, they are in repulsion, but one magnet, if they're hung on strings next to each other, obviously, as you can see here, they fly apart, and then they turn around, and then they come together in attraction, and the cylinders do exactly the same thing. So again, the cylinder example, the cylinder experiment that Yonel did many years ago is a really good analogy to what we're seeing in magnetism. So I'm just going to do a little review here with some diagrams that are maybe a little simpler and easier to understand and easier to see. If you take a bunch of cylinders and spin them in water, okay, what happens is you're creating water vortices around the cylinders, and if the water is spinning, if the cylinders are spinning counterclockwise, then the top is the North Pole and the bottom is analogous to the South Pole. But if you're spinning the cylinder clockwise, as seen from above, okay, in the opposite direction, then the top is going to be analogous to the South Pole.
Whoa, your mic's open. What's what deal?
Sorry, I didn't know I had a hot mic. My son just came in. Never mind.
Okay, no worries.
And the bottom is going to be analogous to the North Pole. And so, as I said before, when you spin the cylinders in water, they create water vortices that are spinning in the direction of the cylinder spinning. So it's less about the cylinders and it's more about the water. It is the water vortices that are creating the sensation of attraction and repulsion. Now,
so your big claim is that the water here represents the ether and the magnet is the object here, which is being rotated by a motor. Is that right?
Yeah, the cylinder that is being spun so that it creates a vortexual motion.
Okay.
And that's
I get the ether part, and I get the movement of the ether is what causes the magnets to come closer together. But I'm kind of a little bit, my mystery here that I'm trying to solve is the motor that's causing the rotation of something.
Well, the motor's just part of what's turning the cylinder. I mean, you could do it with your hand too. I'm not following you.
I'm just kind of curious about the powering of it all. So we've got the ether that's moving, and that's causing the magnets to come together.
Oh, so you're saying what's causing the ether to move?
This rotational force.
The ether is.
So that's kind of like saying the water is powering the magnets to move in the water. The water is powering the magnets to rotate.
Not really. So, the water is just an analog. That's all. I mean, it's, to try and define what the ether actually is it's kind of like one of those things. It's kind of elusive, like gravity. It's one of those things. But at least the ether we know is absolutely there. We can measure it. We can detect it.
Yeah.
Unlike gravity.
I get that. And I think this water example is fantastic. I love the example in there. So I'm just putting the puzzle pieces together in this analogy, and I'm trying to find out kind of what the magnet, like the connection between the magnet and the motor, I guess you could say. They're kind of trying to find that connection and the power source here. And maybe I'm looking too far into the analogy. I don't know, but I really like these observations and how they are exactly like they're parallel examples.
Yeah, and like I said, there's definitely analogies because we can't explain all of what's happening. But like I said, unlike gravity, we can actually measure this, whatever it is, because of what's going on around it. And
this is getting a lot closer to understanding what's going on than I've seen anyone else do. So I think this is fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and we impose more and more on God's secrets, and we probably aren't meant to know all of it. But when you get it down to basic analogies of the physics of how it works, it makes it a lot easier. Hang on just a second.
Yeah, it's like we're trying to reverse engineer it. And so just because we don't understand all of the puzzle pieces yet, that doesn't mean we don't understand some of the puzzle pieces here. And so it's one step at a time. That
Oh,
was you.
okay. I'm sorry. I was talking to Cammie. Cammie said she wanted to jump in so bad and say, "What powers it? The grid powers it." And that's probably true. I mean, in fact, that that's what's happening when we jig it up on a couple of Gaussian surfaces. The propagation always seems to take form of a rotational propagation. It seems like everything, propagates while it is rotating or spinning. It's bizarre, right? But it's the way it works. Why it works that way? I think it has something to do with, kind of creating a perpetual type of energy. Like, I don't know if you ever saw the Victor Schauberger video or Victor Berenikov or one of the two, where they have an interesting plant. It's like a stick, right? And it's a spiral stick. And the weird thing about the spiral stick is you can throw it in water, like in a river, and it will start spinning and it will propagate upstream, right? Or you can put it in a waterfall and it will start spinning and it will propagate up to the top of the waterfall, right?
Wow,
So
that'd be something to see right there.
yeah, well, and of course, gyros do something very, very similar to that. So, the secret to anti-gravity and the secret to all of this, many, many things, and it comes right back down to spin, right? There were several experiments done with little ball bearings, where it's interesting. You can pop a ball bearing up, you can plot it, how long it takes to go up, how long it takes to come down. And then if you spin that ball bearing at 30,000 RPM and do the exact same thing, you'll find that it pops up a lot faster and then comes down way, way slower. So something in that rotational thing, just like, when they're playing with gyros, it trades this spin motion for a nullifying of gravity, if you will, right? So, and I think it's fascinating. I really do. And this is something, like I said, because it literally is the secret to how this place works. That's why nobody's ever taught about it. They don't want anybody to know about this.
That makes sense.
Yep. So there you have it. Okay, let's finish this out. We're almost there.
To repel. They are going to repel. But if you take the same two cylinders and place them in this orientation, they are going to attract. They are going to attract. So this is exactly analogous to repulsion and attraction. Similarly, if you take two cylinders and spin them in the opposite direction to each other and place them next to each other, they are going to attract. They are going to attract. But if you place them in this configuration, when they're spinning in opposite directions in this configuration, they are going to repel. If you try to place them together, they're going to repel. So the cylinder spinning in water is something that anyone could understand. Anyone could do this experiment and see for themselves that this is a very good way of explaining attraction and repulsion. Now, in the case of magnets, there is no water. In the case of magnets, there is no water. So something must be spinning. When you create a magnet, okay, what I believe, when you create a magnet, what you are doing is you are spinning up something called the ether. And the ether is it's a fluid. Okay, this is getting to an alternate way of thinking about the universe, because historically the ether has been denied. Mainstream physics denies the existence of the ether. But if there is an ether and it is a fluid, then that would explain magnetism quite nicely, because when you create a magnet, you are spinning up the ether. And so there is an ether which is very subtle. It is very hard to feel. Just like when you wave your hand in the air is very hard to feel. Well, the ether is much more subtle than even the air. But it exists, I believe. And if it exists, let's put it this way. If the ether exists and it is a fluid and charging up a magnet, the creation of a magnet is spinning up the ether, much like spinning the cylinder spins up the water, then we have a very good explanation for magnetism in terms of attraction and repulsion. And so, and that is something that you can easily explain to a child because they understand water. You know, humans understand water. We're, you know, practically made of water. And so the water analogy is a beautiful analogy and a great way of explaining the mechanism, the mechanics of attraction and repulsion of magnets. So I hope that I explained this well. I hope Kay.
Okay, so there you have it. Really, I think a very simplified way of explaining it. And, you know, just cogitate on it for a while, run it through your mind and see what's going on there. But again, whatever the big mystery it is, whatever the mystery is, I guarantee you it has everything to do with spin. And that's one of the most amazing things. In fact, what I would like to see is I would like to see an experiment inside of a big vacuum chamber like Sandusky or something like that, where they took 4 objects, right? Or 2 objects, and 2 balls, for example. Yeah, it could even be 2 balls. Spin one ball up to, I don't know, 20,000 RPM, have the other ball not spinning at all, and then drop them both from the top down to the bottom. I will just about guarantee you and bet the farm that the ball that's spinning at 20,000 RPM will arrive to the ground considerably later than the one that's not spinning at all. Anybody want to take any bets on that? But that's something that I think...
I've seen that video.
Have you seen a video like that?
Yeah. So no, I'm not taking that bet.
Yeah.
I think you showed it to me. The little tiny balls, like ball bearings.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the guy's name that did it. I keep wanting to say Cleve Baxter, but he was the plant guy. God, who was the guy that did the spinning ball experiment? Somebody in the chat has to know. Because I'm drawing a complete blank on it right now. But anyway, yeah, he did all these experiments. And of course, the Globers come back and the skeptics come back and say, whoa, yeah, what's happening is because it's a round surface and it's spinning so fast aerodynamically, it's holding itself up there. Well, I suppose...
I'm thinking of the guys who drop things off of the giant dam. They go really high and they drop random stuff from really high altitudes. And
well, like Pete and Peter?
I don't know.
No, it isn't.
No, this is another guy. This experiments somebody's spinning ball, De Palma spinning ball experiment, right? Bruce De Palma. If you look that up, in fact, let's bring that up right here. I think I'm sharing with everybody. DEPALMA experiment. Okay. And I'm just kind of looking for this right off the cuff. I don't know, maybe images might be better. But basically what he did was he did just that. He spun up ball bearings and a whole host of other things, and they would rise faster and drop slower. And, you know, like I said, the people that were opposing this were saying that, well, what you're doing is you're just causing an aerodynamic effect, which is absurd because the ball is obviously symmetrical, right? So you'd have just as much downforce as you would upforce. So I don't think it was that at all, but the only way to really prove that would be to do it inside of a vacuum chamber, excuse me. So, but yeah, De Palma's spinning ball experiment. And we've also seen the 70s physicists that, you know, did all the gyroscope experiments, right?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, spin has everything to do with it. And that's one thing I know for a fact. And I think if we start pursuing that down the line, that we're going to find all kinds of things really start obeying to that. Isn't it interesting also that, you know, some of the early prototypes when they tried to make UFOs, they had a separate, like the bottom of the UFO craft itself was spinning, right? The top wasn't moving, bottom was spinning. And this all had to do with a spinning magnetic field, and they said that they got it to actually rotate and defy gravity. And I don't doubt that. I seriously do not doubt it. And I just think, like I said, it's just been being withheld from us because gravity is not what they say it is. In fact, gravity is completely made up, and it is an electrical phenomenon. And that electrical phenomenon, between that and the ether, is definitely responding to this rotational stimulus.
What is it possible at all that it's so easy? The answer would be so easy as, when I hear your electrostatic force and everything running on the right hand rule at 90 degrees. What if spinning an object, and the faster you spin it makes it that your field cannot align and pull it down? So that's why and it can only get it if you think of a rotation at certain intervals, lock into it. So by rotating and spinning something, it can't.
It's very
the force
possible.
that's going down. To me, that would explain so much on why, like the rotating. Again, when things are rotating, the little boy lifting the weights, and that how you can take the weight out of it by spinning it, because you can with the gyroscope and that. But what if the answer is just that simple, that spinning it messes up the alignment?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let me show you something here, because this is really good, and this goes directly into that. I'm going to kind of take a left turn here.
Racebusters, it's never a bad turn.
Never a bad turn, right? And then what was I looking for? I'm looking for the one that has something to do with airplanes, jet fuel. Let's see. Oopsie.
And you thought I was off topic, talking magnetic field lines with declination.
Well, it's funny how, this all seems to come back,
It all does. All of it is part of the same puzzle, and so it all clicks in together. In fact, that's where I feel like we're onto things, is when pieces come and click together like that. And if you guys can hear that thunder in the background, we have a storm on top of us here in South Carolina this evening. Coming your way, Karen.
Okay. I'm looking for the video that they're talking about Victor, the two
Victor
Victors.
Schauber?
Yeah, Schauber and Victors, the two Victors. And I can't remember the title name of it, but it had something to do with the jet fuel thing, right? About whether or not they're actually burning all that jet fuel.
Maybe it'd be too prolific for you to just jump in and find it right now without Steve on the show with us giving us a little bit of guidance.
Yeah, it's actually Ross that did it. I will recognize it the second I see it. So give me a break here. You guys want to talk about anything while I'm using my brain to look at this? Let's see.
Karen might have found a spot to drop the magnetic balls up in North Carolina.
Did she?
Really?
Every time I found a tower, it was metal, Zach.
This isn't a tower. This is a cliff. With
That would be
100 and 102 of them. One's 100 and the other one's about 150 foot drops. That would be ideal.
That would be excellent. Yes.
Both are sheer rock cliffs. We'll have to check them out to see if there's, sheer is kind of a vague term. I got to see them. Because if the bottom sticks out like 5 feet from the top, then that's a no-go. But if it's, straight down or even comes in
Undercut.
a little bit, yeah, undercut would be perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much, Karen.
Yes, sorry, I was muted. I was talking, but yeah, it's actually right near my house too. It's not far from where I live, and I have hiked to the top of one of those, and it is a pretty sheer drop. Like there's been people who have actually died falling off the top of those things. Like I think one girl was taking a selfie and she fell off and died.
I've got Angel's Landing that's not far from me in Zion National Park.
I found
Absolutely beautiful. All right.
I find it here real quick.
Yeah, Lake Powell is also where they did the crossover. What's it called? Hole in the Rock. Hole in the Rock. There's a ledge that you can go out over Lake Powell, and it's an incline type of drop off that you go out there, and you're on like a 2.5 to 3 foot shelf, so it's not that narrow. But there's something about it that when it inclines underneath it, it feels like it's pulling you in. And I have never had such a vertigo in my life. But I'll be quiet now that he's got the video back up.
Okay. Yeah. This is it. Yeah. Hallelujah. Okay. This is called part 2. Important info for all air travelers. Jet fuel hooks. Nobody knows air. Now this is amazing. So I'm going to just play this, because this is really, really cool. Let's see.
Relativity theories, everyone, including all of the scientists, knew the existence of the ether. In one fell swoop, Einstein got rid of the ether and everybody else followed suit. The age-old technologies used in the design of these aircraft and engines also utilize the properties of the ether. That's the bit they're not telling us. To do so would fly in the face of contemporary scientific thinking, and they would be forced to recognize the existence of this hugely important element. I said at the end of part 1 that I would be mentioning our little friends, the bumblebees. Well, to do that, I first have to bring you up to speed with Victor and Victor. If you visit Victor Schauberger's Ripley's Believe It or Not page, you will find it sadly lacking in important information. This man was a master at decoding the secrets of nature, a prolific writer and far ahead of his time, yet the mainstream scientists chose to ignore his work and label him a nutcase. Just this fact should throw up a plethora of red flags with people. This man dedicated his whole life to the study of nature, and he came up with some truly fascinating stuff. Levitation, propulsion through the ether, and implosion technology, to name just a few. Let's start with implosion technology to show you that he wasn't just making this stuff up.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's another thing also that factors into this heavily is implosion technology. And if you guys are familiar with a guy named Dan Winter, he has done some amazing work with implosion technology and phase conjugate combinations type of stuff. But all of this stuff just hovers around this, free energy, ether manipulation type of stuff. It's absolutely astounding. So let's continue.
One more thing Nikola Tesla and he have in common is this whole free energy concept.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, the two Victors they're going to blow your mind when you see this. I've never seen such crazy stuff as this.
You will see in this clip, the gas that she's holding would normally be enough to blow a gaping great hole in her hand, but it doesn't. That's because it implodes rather than explodes. The force goes inwards rather than outwards. Implosion technology.
In 3, 2, 1. Okay?
You could judge by the loudness of the implosion that there was a great deal of energy created. Enough to seriously injure her, but apart from being slightly shaken up, she seems fine. Victor's main body of work was with water, but he postulated and demonstrated that this technology works just as well in other mediums, one of them being air, or the ether. Air is our medium, water is for the fish, but the two are intrinsically locked together because both mediums behave the same way when coerced. I highly recommend watching the links for Victor's work in the show notes. These patterns and properties are used throughout nature, in the environment, in trees and shrubs, in flowers, and in animals. Basically, the whole of nature conforms to these rules, and Victor figured it out. As I showed earlier, Victor confirms that using the vortex idea on an aircraft, it will literally suck its way through the ether rather than thrusting against the air molecules.
Schauberger's central approach here was the principle of matter transformation. The elements of the air, particulate matter and gases are converted in this repulsator. One part escapes through the ring rotator, and the radiation energy, Schauberger talks about synthesis electricity, is emitted through the central axis. The repulsin creates a biological vacuum along the axis in front of it, into which the aeroplane is sucked.
So they're creating a vortex in front of it and letting nature just pull, creating a vacuum temporarily, and then letting that vacuum just pull the plane through the air. Astounding.
The relatively small amount of fuel on board is used for takeoff, landing, and taxiing. It's also used for the APU. The APU is the auxiliary power unit that's situated at the back end of most commercial aircraft. This is a small jet engine configured as a compressed air generator to feed the main engines at startup and during cruise mode, amongst other functions. I must just add something that I didn't address in part 1. Military aircraft like fighter jets use a lot more fuel than commercial aircraft. They need the extra power and thrust that combustible fuel gives. In cruise mode, a commercial airliner does not need the extra power as its forward motion is sufficient to suck enough air into the engine. Just a little observation here. The engines are designed to sit forward of the wings on pylons. From an engineering standpoint, it would be much easier to place them directly under the wings. As most people think, the jet engine spews out masses of superheated exhaust gas. If this was the case, then why would they put the exhaust directly under the wing where all the supposed fuel is stored? Next time you look at an aircraft, try and find the scorch marks under the wings from all of the super hot gases. You won't find any. The small amount of hot gas being ejected from the combustion chamber is surrounded by cooler, compressed air. Don't you think that these people should be in hospital with nasty burns from the super hot gases?
Ouch.
Before we leave Victor number 1, let's look at his vortex principles at work in real time. If you think his principles are just theories, then feast your eyes on this. Like the jet engine, the Garuda San Giovanni route needs a small force to start it, but then impels itself infinitely using the medium around it. In this case, water.
That is incredible.
That is crazy, yeah.
And it'll go straight up a river.
Despite the downward force of this water, the route impels itself even vertically, just as the jet engine does through the medium of ether.
That is astounding.
There is much, much more to talk about with Victor Schauberger's vortex principles and how the aircraft manufacturers utilize the natural forces of nature to assist flight, but I don't want this video to be too long. Again, check out Victor's work for yourselves and you'll see the connections. Time for Victor number 2.
Say what?
It's just awesome how it's able to self-propelling.
I know. That absolutely blew my mind the first time I saw that. And, like I've been saying since the day we started Globebusters, that a lot rotates around this, pardon the pun, rotates around the spin factor. Because spin is everywhere. It's all over the place. And, wow, I hope we don't lose power. We just had a little glitch. So
it's raining over here. Our power was flickering too. So it's just kind of hope I don't lose you here.
Yeah, I heard some thunder outside. But anyway, let's play a couple more minutes of this and then call it good.
Viktor Grebennikov is lesser known than Schauberger, but his research and experimentation is just as extensive and important. It also derives its reasoning from nature.
It's a man named Grebennikov from Russia. Grebennikov was kind of a non-conventional scientist. He was an entomologist, did a lot of work with bugs, entomology. And his favorite thing was to go out into the steppes of Russia and into the various outer hinterlands and camp out in the summers and study his favorite subject.
This might look like a radio-controlled bee, but it's actually a bee with a little radar transponder on it, which means that we can track this bee as it flies around the field.
And these little guys can carry 90% of their body weight in pollen, so it won't affect the way it flies.
First of all, the bees are flying much faster than predicted, an incredible 30 miles an hour, even when fully laden. The next surprise is where the bees go. They almost always overfly potentially decent food. And once they've found their patch, they then repeatedly shuttle to and from it. And this is the really clever bit. In spite of 30-mile-an-hour crosswinds, whether out or back, they all fly in dead straight lines.
A bumblebee can't fly aerodynamically. Yeah, and he's right. And I said, well, what did bumblebees do? And they said, well, they levitate. And I said, well, how's that? And he says, come on, I'll show you. And he showed me, he wrote a book, incidentally. I don't know if it's still in print. It's in the Library of Congress. The book is called Tomorrow's Energy Need Not Be Fuel. And in that book, he gave reference to what I'm talking about, that of levitation, that the bumblebee, when he starts to beat his wings, when he starts to flap his wings, there's a little cavity, a hollow cavity next to the larynx inside his system that's hollow. And when he beats his wings, he starts to resonate this energy, and it goes back and forth, just similar to a guitar strumming on one side of the room and hitting the same chord on the other side of the room, or somebody hitting a high C and breaking a crystal. It's the same thing, it's resonance. And he said, what they do, they resonate. And when they resonate, they eventually reach the resonance of the field around them. And he explained it this way to me, that the Earth was, of course, spinning, but it was operating on a frequency of 8.5 hertz per second or so forth.
And so there's something about the sound of a bee makes the buzzing sound that it actually uses to fly. It's not just there coincidental. It's
exactly.
Like there's
a chamber.
I'm thinking also about when I go out and water my garden in the mornings. I flip on the water, and all of a sudden all the bees get wet when they're in the flowers, and so they have to wait until the wings dry. And there's a reason why they have to do that. It's not just a coincidental thing. Oh, my wings are wet, I can't fly. But lots of animals can fly with wet wings. Like birds can fly with wet wings, but bees can't. And I think it has to do with the electromagnetic properties of their system.
Yeah, because they're levitating. Because what's happening is their method of propulsion is not aerodynamic, so much so as it is propulsion through resonance, right? Resonant energy. And their buzzing sound that they make literally is resonant to the chambers that I think are up near their neck or something like that. And it allows them literally to levitate. And we've all heard from day one that, physics tells us that, bumblebees should not be able to fly. And by our rules of physics, they shouldn't be able to, which tells you that either the physics are wrong or they're not telling us something. And of course, the answer to that is they're simply not telling us the rest of the story. What a surprise.
Surroundings, it becomes a free agent. It creates a magnetic bubble around itself, and it can go anywhere it wants. And I said, well, that's not in any of the science books. He said, I know. You probably never see it there either, but that's what happens. They'll discover it someday and bring it out, but it's just we have a conventional way of doing things, and then we have a natural way of doing things, and they're totally different. They're diametrically opposed.
The important point here is the bees. As you've heard, the bumblebee shouldn't really be able to fly. Those wings are way too small to lift that chubby little body off the ground. In fact, it's a bit of a conundrum also for the mainstream scientists. They can travel in perfectly straight lines for long distances without any deviation, even during a howling crosswind. Because of the resonant frequencies produced by the vibration of their wings, they create a bubble in the ether, protecting them from any outside interference. So levitation by sound waves is a real-world effect. You want more proof?
Found out that the bug wings themselves were creating an anti-gravity phenomena under certain conditions.
These technologies are known and used in modern-day aircraft manufacture. The vortexes being produced are helping the lift properties of the aircraft. This is why the engines are forward of the wings. If they were underneath the wings, then the vortex wouldn't do its job. It has to flow over and not under the wing. Next time...
Just as a side note, guys, I'm one of those people that, remember, or at least I thought I remembered, the configuration of the jet engines underneath the wings, and I always thought I remembered them as being tucked underneath the wings. And apparently that's a Mandela effect these days, that they've always been way out in front like that. And, to my memory, way back in the day, they were always tucked deep underneath, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of evidence of that. So, whether or not the Mandela effect has anything to do with that or not, I don't know. But it's just interesting that, that's one of the prerequisites for this to actually work, is to have those engines mounted so far forward like that. Interesting stuff.
Time you fly, try to listen to the hum of the engines. It changes pitch when going into and out of cruise mode. Just pure speculation here, but there are large cavities in the wings, which are tested with compressed air and not liquids, by the way, and the engines produce a distinct hum, just like the bees do. So the tale of two victors comes to an end. I highly recommend watching all the video links in the description box, as you will gain a much better understanding of the natural forces at work here. As always, this is just my own musings, and they are by no means definitive, but the scientific evidence and the observable effects definitely backs up the theory.
Yeah, he builds up one hell of a preponderance of evidence, and the rest of the information that's in here does as well, all these links. So I would recommend checking it out. And sorry about deviating so far off magnetism, but I felt that it was really pertinent to this. And I just think it's absolutely amazing, where this whole science that we are so heavily trolled on, and they want to stick so badly to their gravity and say it's the only thing that works. They even have flat earthers that are doing this, right, and trolling us. But I'm not going to back down, not for 1 minute, because there's something to this.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is this resonance, and resonance is about like vibration. We talked about the tuning forks, right? And so I was just barely asking, what is the power source? What is causing this ether to be stirred up? And maybe this has to do with the vibration. The vibration is causing this stirring effect. That's just one speculation I've got going on right here, just based off of kind of what they're talking about here. And maybe there's kind of a connection here.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. I don't know. All right. So anyway, guys, we're coming up on 3 hours again already. So I'm kind of inclined to cut it off now, because I am feeling kind of crappy, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's the weather or what, but do you guys have anything that you think we should cover before we go on, or before we close it down? Or Cammie, did you have any more that you want to cover, or should we save part of it for another show?
I think we should probably save more of it for another show, because of the fact the weather is moving in pretty dark, and that is my office. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to talk shortly, because that storm is moving right overhead. So it is probably a good time to stop right now and continue on. We weren't done though, so I definitely love to continue on with this topic.
Yeah, and I'm definitely
That's
feeling
great stuff. It's very much worth investigating further and kind of laying the puzzle pieces out and putting them together.
Absolutely. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and just hand it around one last time for anything that coming up. And Karen, we'll start with you because you got Plateauberfest, and what else you got going on?
Well, right now, just mostly Flatoberfest because it's coming up so close. So that's pretty much what I have going on. And then my regular streams, I'm still doing Strange World, of course, every Tuesday with Mark Sargent. And I do Coffee Talk every Monday and Anti-Religious Scripture Study on Saturday.
Beautiful. Sounds good. Okay. And Zach, what do you got coming up, sir?
Just the normal Iron Realm Media stuff, and I got so many different videos on my brain. I'm not sure where I'm going next with the videos.
I hear you. Okay, well that sounds good. And Kyle, what do you got coming up, sir?
Tomorrow I've got Flat Earth meet and greet going on out in St. George, and I'm really looking forward to that. And video-wise, I'm really trying to steamroll this Epic Moments with Orphan Red. I'm just really trying to make that happen. I'm already like halfway done with the video, and I was really hoping to get it done this week, but it might end up rolling over into next week and being next week's video. We'll see. So I'm just trying my best with that.
Okay, sounds good. And last but not least, what do you got coming up, Cammie?
Well, tomorrow night on Iron Realm Media, we do have a very special guest coming back, Stellium 777, Mike Wilkerson, one of my favorite people in the world.
It's just a single 7.
Just 17, okay, and I'm 717. I get confused with Crow, and again, we put in Rose and everybody, but Stellium, Mike Wilkerson, I know him as Mike, fabulous person. For those who are not familiar with his work or his channel, he's unveiling the Titans and doing what I think is incredible work. And so if you want to join us tomorrow night on Iron Realm Media with Mike Wilkerson, Stellium 7, that would be really awesome. And other than that, playing with my magnets, getting ready for Flattoberfest, and thinking the storm is going to move in. But yeah, all is going really good, trying to keep busy.
All right.
And making it through.
All right. Sounds good. Okay, guys. Well, thanks for joining us. And we will, continue on with this tech stuff next week. And we'll be back on Sunday as well. And hopefully we don't get flooded out here, because it definitely looks like we're going to get hit by a storm. So there you have it. So we will see you next time we are live on the air. Until then, be good to each other. Don't lie to each other. Open your mind. There's truth inside. Peace out, everybody.
Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here at the 4th Annual ConspiracyCon 2004 Memorial Day weekend. Appreciate that you're here. Most of you were here this morning when I made a few announcements about how many of our presenters are solution-oriented. And the person you're about to see is just such a person. He is going to be provided with an introduction honored today by Jordan Maxwell, an associate and friend of ours here at the conference. And again, about solutions. Look at that symbol right there. Might look a little bit familiar. And I don't use that symbol by accident, and neither is our next presenter, who is also an associate and good friend of Jordan Maxwell. Jordan, some of you know, has spoken at this event and others like it. And I thought it would be appropriate for Jordan to provide a little bit of a hidden history lesson as to what has happened to our country, what has happened to this planet, what has happened to our legal system, our financial system. He is very knowledgeable about secret societies, symbolism, fraternal orders, all the things and elements and groups that are behind what has happened. And I couldn't think of anybody better to introduce our next guest. So without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Jordan Maxwell. He will be up here for about 15 minutes. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here with us today. A lot of kind words have been said about me, but I want to clarify a few things. I'm not the world's foremost authority on anything. I never have been, I'm not now, nor will I ever be. I'm too smart for that. Because I know how much I don't know. And I'm learning every day that I live, the world keeps opening up larger and larger. And I started this escapade back in 1959. I started talking to audiences in 1962 about secret societies, the New World Order, occultism, and it was in 1966 that Anthony J. Hilder produced his first record set with Myron Fagan on Illuminati. And it was Anthony J. Hilder and Myron Fagan who introduced into American society the idea of secret societies and Illuminati. So when you hear the concept being discussed by anyone of secret societies, and especially that word Illuminati, remember it was Anthony J. Hilder who introduced it, and the man who talked about it, Anthony actually produced the records, and it was Myron Fagan, a very important man that you need to know about, who's no longer with us. Myron Fagan was the man who introduced the idea of Illuminati. As I said, I was talking about these subjects back in 1962 before most of the people who now talk about it were even still in school. So consequently, I've looked at many different areas of conspiracy since that time. And I'm appalled at what I see happening in this country today. We are told that America is the land of laws, a nation built on laws. In point of fact, nothing could be further from the truth. America is run by people who are lawless. We have no law in America, and understand that. The law is whatever the powers that be in power happen to say it is today. Whatever they say it is, that's what the law is today. And it may change tomorrow. So what you need to understand is this is not a nation of laws, it's a nation of lawlessness. And somewhere along the line, we're going to be dealt with by that universal God force because of what we have allowed to happen in our country. Now, in relation to the subject today, which is the occult world of commerce, let me give you a couple of examples of I think where you need to start thinking. If you are going to send a box through the mail and you need to wrap it with some rope, you go out in the garage and you find some rope and tie up the box, and that should be sufficient to do the mailing. But if you're going to take that rope out to the edge of a 10-story building and hang on it, you better trust and you better examine the integrity of that rope now, because your life hangs in the balance on it. Another example is if you owned a 2-story building and you were going to put a lot of weight on the second floor. If you were smart, you would go downstairs first with the structural engineer, get on a ladder, and go up through the ceiling tiles and examine the floor that you're going to put that weight on to see if the floor is going to hold that kind of weight. So what you're doing is you are standing under the foundation you're going to build on. You're standing under to get understanding. because that's where the word understand comes from. To stand under the foundation that you're building on. Understanding words is what you really need to start doing. You need to start doing your homework and understanding words. If you put an S in front of words, it becomes swords. And that's what words are. They're cutting. They can cause you great trouble. Humans are word-controlled creatures. So we need to establish what words mean. Again, when we talk about law, there's a Roman maximum in law that says, "For he that would be deceived, let him." Simply meaning, if you are so ignorant as to be deceived, then that's your business, that's your problem. So you need to do your homework and find out what the words mean, especially in relation to law and government. Because there is a world of occultism that is operating today throughout the world, in which you use certain words, and when those words are used in a court, they don't mean the same thing at all. Understanding law and the words of law, there are two things that this planet has: water and earth, water and land. Consequently, there are two kinds of law: the law of the land and the law of water. You've heard the term law of the land, but in point of fact, that's precisely what this word means, law of the land, because it is the people who live on land. And that is opposed to something else called the law of the high seas, or the law of water. You need to understand the difference. The law of the land is the law of the culture that lives on the land. And so consequently, the law of the land is different in every country. You can do things in America you can't do in Russia. You can do things in Africa you can't do in England. So the law of the land is the law of the culture that lives on that particular land. However, there is a higher law that dominates the entire world. It's called the law of the water, or the law of the high seas. The law of water is referred to as the law of money. It doesn't matter what color you are, where you're from, or where you live. Money is money. And anytime you're doing banking or using money, you are now under the law of water, maritime admiralty. If you go back in history, in ancient history, where all of this began, back in the land of Canaan, and you probably have heard in the Bible, the land of Canaan. The Canaanites were Phoenician bloodline, and in the ancient Phoenician language, Cana meant merchant banker. The very word merchant comes from mer, M-E-R, for the sea, for water. As a mermaid, we have merchant. Merchant bankers. Let me give an example of the difference between the law of water and the law of the land. The law of water, as I said, is a law of banking, money, as opposed to the law of the custom of the people, or the law of the land. The Statue of Liberty must be put in water. It could not be put on American land as such. It had to be put in the harbor, because it's not the Statue of Freedom. It's a Statue of Liberty. Liberty is what a sailor gets when he pulls into port on a ship. He gets liberty. He's not free. So America is not the land of the free and the home of the brave. We're not free or brave. Period. We're not free. This is not a free country. Now let me give you an example of how this law of the water works. Why is it that you have to go to court? People are always concerned about going to court. You go to court because you play basketball and tennis on a court. How do you play tennis on a court? You play with a racket. Why? Because that's what it is. It's a racket. And make no mistake, they do not pick words by chance. These words are very serious. They do not use words in terms with no avail. These words are very important. When you go into a court, what's the idea of going to court? It's a game, like basketball. The whole idea in a court is to put the ball back in the other guy's court. One team gets up and they throw the ball over to that team of lawyers. That team gets up and throws the ball back into their court. And consequently, it's a ball game. And the judge is wearing a black robe, so he is the referee. The judge is the referee. He doesn't care which side wins or loses because he's going to get paid anyway. So he couldn't care less. He's merely there as a referee, and that's why he wears a black robe. And that's another interesting subject we can get into later. But the judge is a referee between two teams. The judge, that we are told, rules from the bench. The word bench in Latin is a bank. Therefore, the judge rules for the bank. Where do you find banks? You find banks on both sides of a river. They're called river banks. And what does a river bank do? It directs the flow of the current, sea. The juice. Consequently, your money is currency because it's the flow, the cash flow. And I'll give you an example of how this works. When a ship pulls into a harbor, all ships are referred to as female. Airships, rocket ships, sailing ships are always female. Why? There's a very good reason. Maritime Admiralty banking law says all ships are female because they're carrying items. They're carrying items for money, and so consequently they are under Maritime Admiralty law. Admiralty is where we get the word admiral, admiral of the Navy. Let me give you an example of how this works. When a ship pulls into harbor, it parks at the dock, and it ties off at the dock. The captain has to provide for the port authorities a certificate of manifest, because yesterday the ship was not here, but this morning the ship pulled in, so it has manifested. So consequently, all the products, the $800 million worth of TVs or Toyotas, have manifested. So each one of those items coming off of that ship has come off of water. And each end they has come in a ship. And consequently, on a ship, all ships have a captain. The word captain comes from a Latin word capital, money. So the captain represents the money that's on board the ship. And as I said, the captain has to present to the port authorities a certificate of manifest for each and every item. How much does it weigh? What color is it? How many doors does it have? Etc. And consequently, the captain presents a certificate of manifest. The ship is sitting in its berth. Wherever a ship sits when it docks is called its berth. She sits in her berth, berthing a ship. Consequently, all the items, as I said, coming off that ship represent money. They came in on water. They are Maritime Admiralty product. And this is true all over the world. Now, when you were born, your mother's water broke. And when your mother's water broke, you came out. And this is why you have to have a birth certificate, because you are a Maritime Admiralty product under international law. You are considered, your body is considered a Maritime Admiralty product. Your mother delivered you. This is why if you go to Sears and buy a refrigerator, they will ship it to you. They will deliver it. And that's why you were in your delivery room. Your mother was delivering a product. Maritime Admiralty, you came down your mother's birth canal. And once you, and as you're taking one of the televisions or the cars off the ship and it falls down and breaks, that's all right. Sometimes they're stillborn, so consequently you've lost money on that one. Therefore you have to have a death certificate, and it's always signed by the doc. The doc has to sign your birth certificate and your death certificate. All of these words and terms are maritime admiralty banking words. And therefore, if you understand lawyers and judges and courts and government are all under international maritime admiralty law. All religions, all churches in the world operate under maritime law. This is why all churches are divided into denominations, like 20s and 50s and 100s. Serious. This is why they're called denominations, because all churches are nothing more than the product of maritime admiralty banking. It's an extraordinary story of occult treason, high treason and crimes against the state. Make no mistake about it. There has never been a country on the face of the earth, as far back into history as you can go, there has never existed a country in which the people rose up and demanded their right to be free. Never. The concept of human, spiritual, intellectual, and physical freedom is a totally concept that has never, ever existed on the earth. The only time that has ever come into existence was the founding of this country, where it was understood that we were sovereigns and we owned our bodies, and consequently, since 1868, we're now on the International Maritime Admiralty Law. Think about this. When cowboys in Indian movies, when the cowboys would ride into town, they'd get off the horse, they were wearing guns. How come they could walk into a bar carrying guns? And if two guys got in an argument, they could go out on the street and draw on each other in front of the sheriff's office, and the sheriff would do nothing. How come? How come that men could go out in the street and shoot each other in front of everyone and have nothing be done about it? The reason why is because before 1868, all Americans were considered sovereigns. And that's one of the nice things about being a sovereign, is you have the right to be yourself. And consequently, you need to understand that, in one last point I'm going to make before I introduce your speaker, that in 1868 there was a corporation founded. Anyone can incorporate a company. Well, in 1868 there was a company incorporated. And in that particular company, the founders of that company called it, they referred to it as the United States Corporation. And they stipulated that anybody who would be a member of that corporation or work for that corporation would be called not an employee but a citizen. So today, if you are asked, are you a citizen of the United States, what you think you're being asked is, are you lawfully in this country to do business? That's not lawfully what's being asked. They didn't ask if you were in America lawfully. They ask you a specific question. Are you, of your own volition, out of your own mouth, testifying that you are a citizen of the United States? Because in that way, citizen of the United States means you are an employee of a foreign corporation operating on the international maritime law. So today, the President of the United States is the President of a privately owned company. The company is called United States. And the word president is always a word that is used in corporate law. Banks have presidents. All companies have presidents. So there's a corporation called United States, privately owned, and it has a president. President Bush is not the president of America. President Bush is the president of a privately owned company. Privately owned, out of England. And you need to understand words and terms. Because I believe that there is a divine presence in the universe that men call God, and one day that divine presence is going to move on the earth, and we're going to see freedom come back to this world. And when it does, you're going to need to understand words and terms and how they have been used to trick you. And that's the speech that today I'm introducing Jason Whitney, to give you some ideas about how these words have been used to enslave you. And with that, I'd like to introduce my friend, Jason Whitney.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to just restart the computer here. There's a lot to cover, and going to go pretty quick. And some of the stuff that we're going to go over is, in essence, a reiteration of some of the concepts that Jordan presented to you. So, but we're going to give them with visual examples, so they hopefully give you a better mental anchor. So when you see this stuff come up, if you should ever, get involved in a situation where you unfortunately have to go to court, you understand the name of the tune. And you'll find out at the end of all of this today, it's just business. I was first introduced to Jordan Maxwell approximately 3.5 years ago. I was up late at night, and it was about 3 o'clock in the morning when my girlfriend had said, "Hey, you got to listen to this guy." And I was doing homework. I was originally a computer science major, studying network engineering. And I set my books aside and I walked over to the table and I flipped on the channel so I could hear the radio in the room I was in. And I hear this guy talking. And the information was so powerful that was being presented, I was absolutely blown away. I went and grabbed a notebook and I started taking notes because, I've been into the occult since I was about 18, and I've studied mostly stuff on basic secret societies and pyramidology and the concepts of some UFO ET stuff. But what Jordan presented on that radio show put the entire world system, whether it be religion, banking, or politics, or UFOs and aliens, and the concept of the alien ant farm, which is Earth, all into a construct that I could basically see with open eyes, kind of like the Matrix revelation. And if it wasn't for Jordan in any capacity, I wouldn't be here today. And certainly myself and a collective group of people that have become researchers, and I like to consider myself in essence, still a neophyte, because I'm not an expert on anything like Jordan. However, so many researchers that we have come into contact with have been facilitated into this particular paradigm as a result of Jordan's research. And like I said, in my particular opinion, Jordan is truly the godfather of occultism. So just wait for this machine to boot up here so I can get to the good stuff. My presentation in part's predicated upon the images, but anyways, the world of Admiralty that we're going to talk about today it's a concept and it's a philosophy. What the system, Jordan explained that there's two kinds of law in the world. There's civil law and there's the law of water and money. Well, we have our common law system where collective groups of people come together and they agree to follow particular behavioral patterns. However, the banking system, or the banksters or gangsters or whatever you want to call them, have collectively, through thousands of years, have set up a situation where they can manipulate people to superimpose a legal system that is not based entirely on law, it's based on commerce. And so this artificial let's pretend construct has basically been superimposed over our law of our land. And as we'll get into it, I'll explain that, or I'll try to demonstrate further that we are not operating in a common law system anymore. Although the common law is still here and we need to understand how to access it and how to use it to our advantage. But most people, unfortunately, are so ignorant of what the law is or what the codes are or what the statutes actually say and how they particularly apply to them. They just are used to functioning in a consensus reality that, oh, well, you know, at 18 or 16, everyone gets a driver's license, and, you know, when I work, everyone fills out a 1040 IRS tax form, or because he said, or because your parents said, or because your parents were particularly indoctrinated in a system where everyone is functioning perpetually in this let's pretend game. So we're going to go over a couple things here really fast. This presentation, like I said earlier, it's dedicated entirely to Jordan Maxwell because this is his work, just reiterated in a new light with my own particular spice overlaid. So thanks again, Jordan. So interestingly enough, this ship, or the ships of the high seas in commerce, if you get back to, you know, ancient Europe, the merchant vessels that transported goods and services and commodities and product to make money were called revenue cutters. Okay, it's just a term, not too significant, but the whole system is set up about one thing: money, because the banks through the banks, through their politicians and legislational system, they set up a body of laws to further extract money, or set up a system that money is always flowing up. It's being extracted out of your bodies, out of your sweat equity, out of your labor. So the whole thing is based about one thing: commerce. Okay, Jordan said the ship, you know, when a ship is pulled into a dock, it's docked. And we go back to what happens when a ship pulls into a dock. It has to present a manifest, you know, a certificate of manifest. It's really simple. It's all about forms. Everyone ever see that movie Brazil? Okay, that's pretty much the system we're operating in today, if you take a closer look at it. So you have a certificate of manifest, and it just describes all the property that's on the ship. Ship sits in its berth, as Jordan mentioned earlier. There you go. The mother, and the system that we operate, if you understand Admiralty, it's a very esoteric system, because the banking has been operating longer than 6,000 years, probably longer than recorded history, longer than the Code of Hammurabi, etc. But the mother is a vessel, or all of us are vessels, because, and this is a philosophic esoteric point, but our bodies are a warehouse, and you live within the confines of your skin if you take the concept that you're a spiritual being. Okay, so it's an energy vessel. So the mother is a vessel delivering a product, swimming down the rivers of the birth canal, and you know, it's delivered to the dock, or the dock door. And what is it? It's delivery of a human resource, because that's all we're considered, humans. We're human resources, and you know, you get a birth certificate to vouch for that. It used to be that, you know, if a child was born in a common law society, you know, collective society, you know, they record it in the Bible or some sort of, you know, official records, etc. But everything's about certifications, or a B/6, like in Brazil, you know. So certificate of live birth, and we're talking about money. You're a human resource. So what is money? It's energy. That's all it is. The system is set up that it's the control and flow of energy from generally the bottom up, the basis of the foundation of the people, up into the hands of the bankers that further perpetuate and dictate more laws to further extract money. And we'll demonstrate this in just a moment. So battery is pretty much what we're considered. If anyone has seen The Matrix, you know, our bodies are a vessel. It's where we store the energy. We eat food. Its energy is transmuted from the sun. It goes up the food chain if you study biology, and the energy is stored in our fat cells. Well, take a look at this. A nursery, in essence, if we're talking to the world of Admiralty, and the ship pulling into the dock and getting the port, coming into port, and we're getting all this paperwork, and it's all about money. The nursery is an energy farm, or a monetary farm. It's a production house, kind of like the Matrix, you know. So we're going to go into some definitions from the Law Dictionary. what these terms mean. Jordan says we need to take a look at words because we're word-controlled people, right? And I'm not making any of this up. If you look in Ballantines Law Dictionary, a human being is a monster. So that's what, when you walk into court, this is how they're looking at you. So you want to get your constitutional rights. You want your liberties, not your freedom, but you want civil liberties. Well, they're working with this guy. How does that apply to you? So let's take a look at what monster says. A monster is a human being by birth, but in some part resembling a lower animal. A monster hath no inherent blood, and cannot be the heir to any land, albeit it be brought forth in marriage. Okay, so what are we talking about here? Are we talking about a human being, which is in the law of admiralty or the law of banking, we're talking about a let's pretend game. Limited liability, no one taking responsibility for their actions. That's why we live in a corporate fascist system where everyone wants to incorporate and not take responsibility for what's going on. And this guy over here, the real you that's aware and functions in like a state of common law where it takes personal responsibility for everything he does and will make his wrongs right and everything. This guy, it's on a piece of paper only. That's the certificate of live birth. That's the B/6. That's the let's pretend game. So if the construct that is law has two kinds of people. In fact, the spiritual being you won't find a spiritual being in a law dictionary, but you'll find the definition of a person. But peculiar enough, the definition of a person, they try to get you caught up with a natural person. But how do you define a word with its own word? That's a peculiarity in itself. So person includes a natural person, a firm, a co-partnership, or an association, or a limited liability company or corporation. The entire essence of the let's pretend game is to get you to be one of these things, a corporation functioning in a state of fascism in a limited liability world, a let's pretend game where no one takes responsibility for their actions. So we get into the construct of what the physical world versus the legal world is. You have the world of land, which they try to superimpose this matrix body over, of the world of admiralty. In the Constitution, which is predicated upon common law, we deal in the world of gold and silver. What happened to that, guys? Now we're dealing with Federal Reserve notes, which a note, by definition, is evidence of a debt. And anyone heard of national debt? Or how about income tax? All income tax does is go to pay national debt. It doesn't pay the streets. It goes to pay the national debt with the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve came into act in 1913. And that's a whole story in itself. And the taxes that are generated as a result of using Federal Reserve notes, who collects that? The IRS. When were they started? The same year as the Federal Reserve, 1913. But guess where the IRS is based out of, guys? Puerto Rico. It's not even an agency of the United States government. That's a whole story in itself. So we have consciousness over here in the physical realm, but the legal realm, it's completely devoid of consciousness. We have present or represented. You ever hear the term in court, you're represented, or you need an attorney to represent you? Because we're playing in the let's pretend game over here. And when you're dealing in the world of the physical, you have lawful. In the legal realm, in the world of statutes and codes, we have legal. And again, real versus fiction, substance versus reflection. We have the real thing, the real essence of substance, or we have the thing named. And we also have the creditor, or we have a debtor, a lender or a borrower, object versus symbol, a physical body, or a paper certificate, such as a birth certificate. So, in essence, who you really are considered to be legally is a fiction, a concept or idea expressed as a name, a symbol that legally has no consciousness. It is a juristic person. It's en legis. It's a word written on a piece of paper. It's not you. You see, when we're dealing in real law, when there was a controversy between people in society, in like a tribe or a community, if there was a problem, it was, someone would come up to the elders in society, and they would bring you before a committee, and they would hash it out before a committee of like the Sanhedrin. If you take it back several thousand years in the Judaic cultures, they would take you before the Sanhedrin, and you'd have to give your testimony before the Sanhedrin. Each party testifies, right? So if you look at the word testify, it comes from the word testicle, because you have to hold the males, which were the ones that functioned in commerce. The women were excluded from that. They hold on to their testicles, and if someone's caught lying, what they were holding was what they would lose. That was one of the penalties. I'm not kidding. So otherwise, it's social and political ostracism, or they can't function in commerce. They become basically a persona non grata. They don't exist. They don't function in that society. They need to move to a new location. So if we're dealing in the world of reality, in the world of spirituality, minus the particular religious construct, the concept is you're having a union between a man and a woman, typically, and you're having a union before your Creator, before your based on your belief system. And that's all the unification you need, whether it be before a priest or a rabbi or what have you. It is your particular contract, your covenant with the person that you love. But now we take a step forward into the world of the statute system or the codified system. We have the let's pretend game. Well, you need to get a marriage license. You have to ask for permission to do something you would normally do based on your own accord and before your Creator force or your particular religious or philosophical belief system, whatever that allowed for. But now we need to ask for permission from the man if you can have this relationship. Why? Because the whole system at large is predicated on commerce. It's now been boiled down to a business relationship. And if you don't think so, I've heard Jordan say this a million times, the first person that you're not going to see is the Lord. You're going to see the attorney. Okay? And you're going to talk about who's getting what, and it becomes a matter of contract. So you have to get an application license to marry. So this is what we're operating in over here. We have a 3-party marriage. Instead of just you and your wife, I guess it could be a 4-party marriage if you're still incorporating the spiritual dynamic of your Creator force. But now you have your wife and your husband and the state. And if it's an application for a benefit or permission, that permission can be revoked or denied. And then you get into this, the construct of jurisdiction. The state, if they gave you anything, they can come in and take it away or tell you what to do and how to do it. And then you basically have to live and operate under the codes that are prescribed that dominate the application for the birth certificate, etc. So, such things as application for the permission to travel freely. You got to get a driver's license. License, in essence, if you follow it, it's predicated on a system of business. Okay, I just thought that would be funny. Yeah, and the name is all caps, and we'll get into that stuff a little bit later. License is certificate or the document itself which gives permission, authority, or liberty given to or forbear for any act. So what we're talking about here is, anyone heard of just getting up on their own free will and accord and going somewhere because they just cared to do it? Or maybe it's a necessity, you need to go somewhere to get food and survive. You have an inherent system of rights that are bestowed upon you by the Creator, that are predicated on natural law principles. What goes up must come down, etc. But again, the world of admiralty, or the guys that are considered or interested particularly in one thing, how to extract the wealth and power from the energy sources, which are the batteries that are you. Because all money in society nowadays is generated as a result of your potential and what you put into the system. Because Federal Reserve notes, they have no value whatsoever. They're backed entirely on the full faith and credit of the U.S. population. So without you backing these things up, they have no value at all. So in order for you to use this money in society, you have to get up and work every day and put something into the system. And what you reap, you'll sow. So the system cannot perpetuate itself without you. So what is the vehicle that is the courthouse? Well, the courthouse is a very fascinating thing. It's a primary facility that I like to call them chop shops, meat grinders, or wood chippers. But these entities or institutions or systems are the primary method or modality, or one of the primary methods or modalities by which your sweat equity is extracted out of you on a consistent basis. We take it from the ground up as something petty as parking tickets. Although parking tickets aren't particularly handled in court, they can be, and we'll talk about how you do that later. But parking tickets or traffic tickets, and traffic tickets and parking tickets are the #1 generators of indirect taxation or revenue in the state of California. Period. If you look at the numbers, you will be appalled. So, check this out. You have a courthouse, Masonic Lodge. Looks kind of similar, right? Courthouse, Masonic Lodge. You have a courthouse, and you have a Masonic Lodge. I'm just leading you somewhere. Okay, you have a judge, the Honorable Smiley, and you have his gavel, right? What is this? A Masonic gavel. So what I'm trying to say, and I'm not going to get into a big Masonic presentation here, I'm just setting you up or to inspire you all to do a little investigation as to what the system that we're operating under today is founded upon. Who were the founders? Who were the founding fathers really? Were they a great bunch of guys, as we were told in our history classes? Or was there a greater plan? Was there a grand dynamic? The great work? What were they aiming to achieve? And if you do a little investigation, you'll find out that it's about one thing: business. So Jordan mentioned earlier, judge rules from the bench. Okay. This is the basic derivative. Bench in Latin, banc, and bank. And the judge is a banker. And if you look at the whole legal system, how it works today, it's based on banking entirely. Now, river directs the flow of currency. We're talking again the world of admiralty. It's about, money is often referred to as currency. And again, the court system is always after our currency. The courts are set up to regulate the flow of currency, and the entire court system as it operates today is a let's pretend game. And we'll take a look at this. The let's pretend game. Why is it that you have to file, you ever heard the term motion in court? You have to file a motion in court. Why? Because the thing doesn't exist unless you say it does. It's basically your paper soldier in the let's pretend game. You're yelling out, you're calling out to the judge, I'm filing a motion, because you're not dealing in the world of substance where you're communicating with parties openly and stating the facts. Okay, I was injured on or about this day, and this is how I was damaged, and these are my witnesses. Now, based on the evidence I'm presenting, that guy should lose his testicles. What do you think about that? And the other guy presents his evidence and says, well, that guy should lose his. So, and then the committee of the Sanhedrin, or your judge, or whatever your elected official that's directed to give the rule a law or balance the books, he makes the determination accordingly based on the evidence that's presented. But now we have a system of judges in our corrupt system that typically make up the laws that go along because they have a vested interest in the outcome of every court case. And I'm going to show you guys some things that's going to get the wheels turning for you. So you guys ever heard the term circuit court? Circuit court, circuit courts, energy, battery, money, banking, electricity, gross national product. It's all about energy. What happens, though, when you interrupt the flow of energy or the currency flow? You break the circuit, right? Or you get charged. Okay? You get charged. That guy's wearing a black robe like a judge, by the way. So anyways. Okay, but when you go to court, or when you go to court, you're charged with counts 1, 2, and 3. And the judge is a bank. But if you look at the etymology, the concept or the term counts 1, 2, and 3 are actually accounts. Why? Because the judge sits on the bench and he's a banker. It's all about the extraction of your sweat equity, and we're proceeding forward to why. Okay, what happens when you hire an attorney to represent you? Mr. Shyster here. You know, again, why do you need to get an attorney? Because the whole thing is a let's pretend game, because the attorney, if you look and take an analysis of it, we're dealing with attorneys, not counselors in law, not lawyers particularly. We're dealing with an attorney that's there to represent the certificate or piece of paper, the artificial person or the natural person that cannot stand and speak for himself properly, or the presumption is so, unless you rebut it. So he's representing the artificial legal fiction, the reflection, the thing named the debtor or the borrower. Because why? We're dealing in banking. You're there. Most of the court cases or lawsuits are of and pertaining to money, are they not? Why else do you go to court? You know, all crimes are commercial. If you look at the legislation and the codes, everything boils down to a dollar value. And in fact, I have, not with me today, I have a case, the president of Tyco, he was convicted in court, and he was awarded, or the sentence was like a $25 million fine, or the end result was like $25 million fine or something like that. If he didn't pay it, he was going to jail for life. What do you do? He whipped out a check, cut it, paid it to the court, and the game was over. He didn't go spend one day in jail because it's based on bookkeeping entries, the entire thing. So if you got enough money, as most of you have an inherent understanding, if you got enough money, you're not going to jail, because you can get lots of attorneys to represent that piece of paper, to make a deal with the judge, or to properly represent you, such as OJ, and get off. Okay, so when you hire an attorney, let's take a look here. An attorney occupies a dual position, which implies a dual obligation, okay? His first duty is to the courts and next to his client. So as an officer of the court, in any circumstance, he yields to whatever the judge's direction is, or his obligation to the Bar Association. Now, the Bar Association in itself is a whole other construct. You know, you have local Bar Association, multiple constructs. You have local city, county, state, etc. But if you go to a website, it's called ordotempli.org, you'll find out that all Bar Associations hail from the Temple Bar, which is directed at the Inns of Court, that has a direct affiliation to the Ordo Templi Militaris, which is a Knights Templar organization. And that contract, that covenant to direct all bar associations on the planet, is issued through what's called a letters patent. And you guys can look up that term later. But it's a contract that's set up based on the Knights Templar. Who are those guys? Those guys are the guys that founded what's known today as our modern banking system. So, in any regard, with respect to the court, if you hire an attorney, you're called a ward of the court. You ever hear that? As an operation of law, if you hire an attorney, you're considered a ward of the court. But if you look up the definition of ward of the court, it's infants or persons of unsound mind. So how many of you guys hired an attorney and said, geez, what an idiot I was. Get this guy. So if your attorney was an officer of the court and his first duty was the judge, and he's giving him the secret handshake or the little sign, the little lapel pin shake, whatever the deal was with the judge, based on his payout or whatever the situation may have been, if you're convicted as a result of his lack of performance or conspiracy, you're going to prison or jail, where you'd be placed in a cell. Okay? A cell. A cell. But however, again, remember the concept. The whole court system, our whole monetary system, is based on ancient esoteric principles. Your body's energy. It's a vessel. Your body's a vessel. You have blood vessels, etc. And you're traveling on the seas of commerce. Not really, because we're on land, but they superimpose the world of Admiralty on us. And anyone can verify this, because the Navy has surveyed all the land in the continental United States. And there's brass cap high water marks in all the local towns and counties. So they've, in a let's pretend game, they said we're underwater right now. That's why they have jurisdiction of admiralty. And it's, unless you rebut that presumption of jurisdiction or the admiralty realm, it shall reign supreme. But if you might have the opportunity to pay bail. You ever heard paying bail? Okay, you might have the opportunity to pay bail if you've been placed in jail. Okay, bail. Okay, bail or bail. To bail someone out is to provide cash and get them out of prison, or more generally to help them out of a difficult situation. Well, I think going to court, period, it can be a difficult situation, especially nowadays. Especially a financial one, and we'll just go on from here. But after you pay bail, the court has concluded its sale on the high seas of commerce. You see where the etymology is going? It's just, we're dealing in admiralty, ancient Phoenician commercial law, as Jordan said. But everything you said and done, when everything's said and done in court, and you've discharged all your debts, you've paid your debt to society. How many of you heard that? Because everything is commerce, period. One of the first definitions of commerce is the exchange of ideas, concepts, philosophies, interaction, goods and services, etc. And then one of the other definitions of commerce is sexual relations. And I'm not kidding. So the byproduct of that is a commercial product where, again, you get the paper certificate and you play the let's pretend game. So ultimately, which is it? Are we talking business here, or are we talking justice? And as Jordan would say, it's nothing personal, it's just business, like the mob says. So now we're going to get or progress further to a solution-oriented situation over here, because most people, it doesn't take a genius to figure it out that the system is not based on natural principles. It's not based on a win-win situation, that there's harmony in the universe and everyone goes home and they have enough money in their pocket, etc. But where does all the money go? Marvin Breyer, and that's a man that found out. Marvin Breyer is an I don't want to say Bank of America employee, but he worked for one of their subsidiaries, and he's a COBOL programmer. And he's the guy that designed the foundational computer systems, or the code that transfers all money and etc. and balances the books at the end of each day. Well, Marvin unfortunately had a very rough situation where his daughter, her child was about to be stolen from the Department of Social Services or one of those particular agencies. And Marvin could not stand the pain to see that happen to his daughter, because his daughter in his life is everything to him. She's the capstone on his life's pyramid. Anything and everything for his daughter. So what Marvin did is he did a little homework. He tracked the money that was being raised from the court, and where all the funds and all the money that he was paying into the court system for fines or just court docket filings, all going into slush funds, guys, without exception. Marvin, by the way, has been in Insight Magazine about 6 times. He's been in the LA Times. If you just type in Marvin Breyer on the internet, you'll see tons and tons of articles on him. And he's a personal associate of mine, and I've been fortunate enough to get in with him to understand how he does what he does, how to crack the matrix, how to break through and understand how to get to these guys where it hurts, the money. So if you track the funds that are paid to the court, without exception, at least we haven't found one. And certainly we wouldn't be arrogant enough to say that it's not entirely possible that it might go to the proper directory where the funds are supposed to be appropriated. But the funds are going into different accounts as opposed to where they're mandated by legislature. Instead, they go into private accounts associated with the Judges Association. However, it's really interesting about what the Judges Associations are. And you can look at any court system in America, Namely, we like to particularly look at Los Angeles because a lot of us are originally from there, and done a lot of investigation over there. But the Judges Association, if you talk to them, try to find out who they are, they're allegedly a tax-exempt organization. However, they're not registered at all with the IRS. Period. They fall under a 508 category. And I'm not a super huge tax guru, so I'm not going to get into the codifications. However, the IRS turns a complete blind eye to the fact that they haven't properly registered, but they're amassing tons of these funds. Okay? So, but you'll find out why. You go to tax court, or you go to court based on willful failure to file, or you're not paying your fair share, etc. Why you bring in proper legal arguments or issues as a matter of law, and they throw you into the wood chipper. Why? Because they're all working in harmony together, in concert. Okay, so the Judges Association, what do these guys do? They raise bonds. They create debt without taxpayer approval. Okay? And I'll explain to you guys how this information was found out. Primarily, paying checks. Marvin never uses cash or credit card to pay for anything at the courthouse. He always uses a check. And once a check is negotiated or processed, on the back of the check it has all the routing numbers, okay? The routing numbers and usually a phone number, so you can call and find out who it is. Otherwise, you can use something called the Public Records Act. I don't care what state you're in, everyone has a Public Records Act. And in some cases, if you're dealing on a federal level, you can do it under Freedom of Information. Now, under Public Records Act requests, in California and Hawaii and other states, I'm sure it's across the board, it's the same. If they fail to answer, it's a $1,000 fine. So it's all about how you put it on a piece of paper. But the law is created for your benefit in the event, at least we would like to think, it's created for our benefit, that there is a particular check and balance, but they tuck it away or they hide it away in codes. Well, what are codes? By definition, they're something that's used to hide something. The military uses codes all the time to hide their communications, etc. So the money that is paid to the Judges Association is used to pay off anonymous bonds. Okay? The anonymous bonds are issued through Merrill Lynch and other associations, but Merrill Lynch is the primary bad guy. And we have paperwork that demonstrates this. Marvin got a judge thrown in jail and some prosecuting attorneys, and there's more on the way. Because, you ever heard of judicial immunity? Well, guess what? You don't sue the judge, you sue his association. Or you find the evidence of the wrongdoing through Public Records Act requests, so you trace the money on the check. And then you present the data to the grand jury, and they got to investigate it. And then they got a problem. So, as a result, Credit Suisse and Bank of America are the primary underwriters on those bonds. And a company by the name of DTC, it's called Department of Trust Corporation, controls the bonds. But guess what? DTC is ran by the Federal Reserve board members. Okay? If you take a look at who's on the payroll, it's all a complex matrix and how do they want you to pay? You're not using gold or silver to pay at the courts. I tried to pay them. They don't take the stuff. I've tried to use all kinds of stuff at the courts, guys, but they want that Federal Reserve note product, a private product that's set up under a sham situation, 1913, set up the same time as the IRS, 1913. And there's some other agencies which I won't mention that were set up in 1913 too, which is a little kooky. I'll tell you later. So, I like to call these things Anani bonds. The interest on the Anani bonds is paid through the court fees, fines, and restitution, and along with forfeitures. So, when you get convicted, in a traffic ticket matter, not only do you pay, let's say it's $100. Usually there's a statutory limit on traffic tickets. But what do they do to create more revenue? They give you what's called a penalty assessment. Last time I checked that I was in court was 170% penalty assessment. So you pay an additional 170% on the top of the $500 fine for traveling down the highway, or on the high seas as they would call it. etc. So the credit rating of the anonymous bonds that are issued by Merrill Lynch in association with Bank of America and Depository Trust Corporation in association with the Federal Reserve, who is in association with the IRS, based out of Puerto Rico, is all based, the credit rating's performance is based on or determined by the courts or the banking business ability to arrest, prosecute, and convict, or with respect to civil matters, litigate. So what we have here is a perpetual meat grinder that's feeding off itself. It's infinite because it's a system that is endlessly perpetuating itself, and the more you use Federal Reserve notes, the more there's national debt, the more money that needs to be paid to the IRS. But let's take a further look at what the bonds are for. The bonds, the finance payment to contractors for the building of more courthouses. Okay, so what I'm saying is it's perpetual. They do more than courthouses, but that's the principal amount. Well, they're probably all in concert. Not even probably. I mean, the buildings look the same even. So, but they also build things as post offices. Now, interestingly, in the city of Van Nuys, the Van Nuys courthouse, Marvin Breyer found out that the courthouse, the entire courthouse, was bought for $5 by a judge. And Marvin, by the way, has disqualified basically the entire bench. There's no judge that can't hear Marvin's case, because what he does is he uses Public Records Act requests, FOIA, and he also goes down to the local library and pulls the judge's statement of economic interests. You know, once a judge becomes a judge, they have to give their entire profile, where their money is going, and they might have some stuff offshore and etc. that you might not be able to find. But for the most part, the way he creams these guys is he finds out, okay, who's this guy ruled on? He'll pull their whole case history, how many cases he's ruled on, and he'll see, well, he ruled on a case dealing with McDonald's, and he owns stock in McDonald's. So he reverses entire court cases or kicks judges off because there's a conflict of interest. So it's all based on money, conflict of interest. And he also finds out through Freedom of Information, or namely Public Records Act. In one instance, he found out that the judge had a brain tumor. But he's still making all these decisions off the bench. And he walks right into court, especially when he's powered up about their conflicts of interest or he's tracked the check. What he does is he'll buy like one page of the docket, costs $1. The next day he'll go back and buy another page of the docket. And what'll happen is none of the checks that he's using to reflect pages of the docket being bought are not showing up when he has all the invoices reflecting that he's purchased the stuff. So, and then he tracks the money, finds out that it's going to the Judges Association, etc., and he generates more conflicts of interest. And what Marvin will do is he'll go into someone else's court case. Say your court case was litigated on like 6 months ago, and you already got the book thrown at you. He'll go in and buy a page of your docket and track where the money goes, and finds out that it went to the Judges Association, and he'll file a complaint against the judge, and he can get your whole case reversed based on conflict of interest. The judge is going to jail, and your case is reversed non-pro-tunc, as if it never happened. So, but the principle that the reason why I'm trying to present this information, because these guys have inherent weaknesses. And our system, and I believe in the concept of law as agreement between the parties based on natural law principles. Whether you look at the Bible or any particular belief system, there's common natural law principles that if most people never violated, we never have a particular problem. So in any regards, you hit them where it hurts, and it's the money. Because anytime these guys are fooling with money, they have a bad habit. And it's usually as a result of their misappropriation of funds. And you guys want proof? Here's a sample of the couple of checks that were cut from the Judges Association. This one is only $71.60, but we have others that range from several thousands. And but it doesn't take $571. But we have some that got a couple extra zeros on there. But the whole point is, all it takes is 1 cent to be misappropriated for the guy to go to jail. Yeah. My stepmother used to work for a judge in a courthouse, and they couldn't even make a photocopy of something for anything other than what was required for their particular office. Otherwise, it was considered a misappropriation of funds, and it was a felony. So 1 cent is all you need. So this is an example of Marvin's slush funds. If you guys do a Google search, you'll find endless articles about Marvin and what he's been able to do. This is the end of the basic essence of my presentation, but I'm going to talk to you guys more in detail about how to do Public Records Act requests. But in relation to the PowerPoint, as in the words of Jordan Maxwell, you better go back and do your homework.
I'd like to thank everybody for being here this weekend at Conspiracy Con in these strange and mysterious times in which we find ourselves in this country. I want to thank each and every one of you personally for coming to this event, for being with me now, because I believe that the times we're living in is a time for solutions, and I deal in solutions, and what I present to you today, I hope to give you some more tools, not only to know who's doing what to whom, but what we can do about it. The 20th century was the time for problem think. The 21st century is a time for solution think. I would like personally to thank Victoria Jack and Brian Hall for inviting me and believing in this particular thesis, because the presentation that you're going to see tonight that I'll share with you is one of many things that I do, but it's something I've believed in for a very long time. The presentation's title is called The Hidden Persuaders, the Subversive Use of Sacred Symbolism in the Media. And it is only part of what I do, but a very important part. If we turn to the slides, we can start very quickly because there's a lot to go through. This is, of course, a compressed version of a much larger study into symbolism in general. But we don't want to be doing some big, heavy academic analyses here. We just want to keep it very topical and give you an overview of what I consider to be a psychic dictatorship in our midst. I'm concerned about what it's doing to us all, but I'm specifically concerned with what it's doing to the young. And we'll address that as time goes by today. We're going to be talking about advertising and the hidden messages, the aesthetically conditioning motifs and politically conditioning motifs that come across in this very ubiquitous genre, this media. But many writers in the past have dealt with this, albeit they've left out the occult tradition. What you're going to be hearing today is a combination of two particular pieces of information, two studies, which have long been disconnected. In your own country, you've had Marshall McLuhan talk about the powers of suggestion used by the media. You've had Vance Packard and Brian Wilson Key doing some fine work. Gene Kilborn, the activist, all authored people, and more recently Douglas Rushkoff, doing wonderful work. And I started doing this work when I was 13 in Ireland. Long time interest in the occult, coming from many generations back, but also an interest in art, an interest in symbolism. And I didn't know that in my life there was going to be a convergence of these two realities. It took time. It didn't happen right away. It was only actually when I came across the work of Jordan Maxwell that suddenly I understood what I'd been seeing all the time, that this was more than just skulls and ice cubes. Because why would they be there? We have a connection between aesthetics, the portrayal in art, the portrayal in advertising, and an occult agenda. Very hard to accept for some, but we hope to prove the point tonight. The Western world in general, and America, is what I call symbol illiterate. What you're going to see tonight is a small window into a concept that I've taught for years, taught children especially, and it's just symbol literacy, which is learning about how the universal creator, or the universal presence, the universal intelligence, speaks to us daily. It speaks in symbols, not words. It was so important for the hegemonic authorities and patriarchal bastions to get us off the track of dealing with symbol literacy, that even in the Bible, at the creation of Christianity, before thou shalt not kill, before that edict in the Decalogue, you have this particular commandment, which is thou shalt not make for yourself a graven image or a symbol. It was more important to them than thou shalt not kill. And we're going to find out why. It has to do with the brain and moving us into what's called a left brain type of thought, a left brain type of cognition, a left brain type of expression, away from the right brain holotropic concept, which was more common to our forefathers. But thou shalt make no graven images. What are the ancient world covered in? What is Egypt covered in? Is graven images of God, graven images of divinity. It was absolutely natural to our forefathers to do so, to portray divinity, to portray the mysteries of being in symbolism. It became a very different edict in the Bible where it says, first came the Word. In the beginning was the Word. Well, I take exemption to that. I'm sorry. No, in the beginning does not come the Word of God. In the beginning comes the image of God, or Goddess, if you want to be actually pedantic about it. But let's leave that aside for now. I work with the tarot and the divination, which is the archive of knowledge, the Gnostic core of the great book of symbolism. The greater book of symbolism, the tarot, these are the main chapters. Anyone who wants to get symbol literate, because Mircea Eliade, Joseph Campbell, Carl Jung have gone blue in the face asking us to get symbol literate, to become aware of how symbols are used, because they take the soul up. By being aware of how symbols work, and art and imagination, we evolve spiritually. But that which can also help you evolve can also help you devolve, can also help you be enslaved. So the tarot and these great ancient Gnostic canon truths that were laid down by our forefathers were done mostly in symbols, the richness of symbolisms, and we teach this. In the occult tradition, it is essential that people become familiar with the role of symbolism and numbers and vibration and so on. One little aside, but connecting very much to what you've heard in other days here, is an interesting fact that what they call the Bible, let's say the Old Testament specifically, the 5 books of the Old Testament, the Pentateuch, are based on the Torah. They'll admit that. You ask anybody who's in the know and they go, oh yes, of course we can accept that the Pentateuch originated with the Hebrew Torah. But what these people will die before they will admit or tell you is that the Torah originates from the tarot. We haven't got time to explore this, but this is irrefutable if you do your homework and go to the reference works. In fact, it's the same word. The word is identical. But the difference is that the Bible and the Torah are communicated in words. Right? Words. The tarot communicates in symbols. And that's where the big problem is. Because you can argue till the cows come home about a particular statement, because now you have a language barrier and you have an interpretation barrier. Well, look, in symbolism, red is red, a sphinx is a sphinx, there's no argument about it. But when it comes to a written terminology, that's when the blood starts flowing, and that was the intention. In ancient medieval art, all the way down from the earliest times, we have symbols coming out of the occult world. We're finding them in the scriptures, finding them in religion. The crucifixion of Jesus, the crucifixion of St. Peter. The entire Bible can be decoded using aesthetic principles alone, or astrotheological motifs, cosmological motifs. The image on the right, for people who do not know, is one of the cards of the tarot, the hanged man. Well, didn't Jesus hang on a tree? Didn't Odin, in the Scandinavian myths, hang under a tree? Didn't Buddha get enlightened under a tree? Didn't Conan the Barbarian get crucified on a tree? I mean, we're seeing this motif all over the place. And science, which has always been doing catch-up anyway to what the mystics have been saying for aeons, but finally they're doing catch-up, and that's wonderful. They've just found that, in fact, symbols are important because, as you see here, it says that there are 240,000 miles of neural threads in the human brain, enough to stretch from Earth to the moon. On every micrometer of these threads, there exists 250,000 units of information. But this data is recorded only as pictograms, only as composite images and not as words. That's right, the universal intelligence, our phylogenetic race memory of every experience that our forefathers have had is encoded in the brain, encoded in our DNA, in symbolism, in symbols, composite images. And today we find ourselves in a world replete with symbolism, images. We become deadened to it because it's so pervasive, in fact. We have the symbols of religion being denigrated by the corporate world. Powerful ancient symbols that we've associated with spiritual uplift are now being used for a different agenda. Jeremy Campbell in his fine book says, one important property of language is that while its symbols may be used to bring about physical results in the real world of substance, they need not be used for that purpose. Symbols can be decoupled from physical reality to a greater or lesser extent. Words are not deeds, though they often lead to deeds. Symbols can be manipulated to form new statements and expressions which are only tentative, playful, figurative. Symbols are at liberty to be a little irresponsible and experimental. Now that's a very loaded comment there. In 1835, we have the historian de Tocqueville, in his review of America, and in review of the genres that were going on of his time, wrote these words. He said, I fear that the productions of the democratic poets may often be surcharged with immense and incoherent imagery, with exaggerated descriptions and strange creations, and that the fantastic beings of their brain may sometimes make us regret the world of reality. In 1835. You think that's old? Plato was doing the same thing in 300 BC when he warned about the artists, quote-unquote, this has been misinterpreted by many scholars, but he just said that the artists, quote-unquote, if they're given too much dominion over the mind, there will be a decline of civilization. I believe that he was aware even then of people who are still with us, still operating in our society today. Don't believe it? This is a quote. It says, I think we are destroying the minds of America, and that has been one of my lifelong ambitions. You can read for yourself who wrote that. They're happy to tell you what they're doing. Well, here's the results of their fine work. Heroin and cocaine use among white youth climbed about 300% over the 2 decades before the 90s. For African American youth, it jumped to a staggering 13 times the rate of 20 years before. The frequency of eating disorders in teenage girls has skyrocketed. You're going to find out why. While any of these problems in isolation raises no eyebrows, taken as a group they are barometers of a sea change, a new kind of toxicity seeping into and poisoning the very experience of childhood, signifying sweeping deficits in emotional competences. But the other side, they say, oh, kids love advertising. It's a gift. It's something they want. There's something to be said about being in there first, about branding children and owning them in that way. And in boys advertising antisocial behavior in pursuit of a product, that's a good thing. In 1990, compared to the previous 2 decades, the United States saw the highest juvenile arrest rate for violent crimes ever. Teen arrests for forcible rape had doubled, teen murder rates quadrupled, mostly due to an increase in shootings. During the same 2 decades, suicide rate for teenagers tripled, as did the number of children under 14 who are murder victims. Douglas Rushkoff, in his book Media Virus, says children's television and MTV are the easiest places to launch countercultural missiles. The more harmless or inane the forum, the more unsuspecting the audience. I highlighted MTV there for an interesting point. One of the methodologies that these individuals use in their corporate logos is based on the phoneme system. If you say the word as a mantra to yourself, MTV, and say it quickly, MTV, MTV, empty TV, empty TV, empty TV, empty TV. Ever seen any kids that watch MTV? They look pretty empty to me, wouldn't you say? Well, that's what they were being told. The great philosopher and theologian Erasmus said, the main hope of a nation lies in the proper education of its youth. The others are saying to the children, forget it. Questions are a burden. and answers a prison for oneself. Let us take control. Stop thinking. It's too much of a bother. We'll take care of you. So the experts are saying what is at stake is nothing less than the next generation, particularly males who in growing up are especially vulnerable to such disruptive forces as the devastating effects of divorce, poverty and unemployment. The status of American children and families is as desperate as ever. We are depriving millions of children of their competence and moral character. Look at just the terminology there. We are depriving millions of children of their competence and moral character. Not they, but we. Esquire magazine said kids won't even find out how much their values have been perverted until they hit the high school. And Douglas Rushkoff says we have come to expect hidden messages in our kids' television. But this story of manipulation goes way back and has occult roots. Anyone who's done their homework knows that one of the groups that operate behind secret societies, it was the Fabian Society from Oxford University. It was founded by Sidney West, who again is very happy to tell you what they're doing. He says to play on those millions of minds, to watch them slowly respond to an unseen stimulus, to guide their aspirations without their knowledge. All this, whether in high capacities or in humble, is a big and endless game of chess with ever extraordinary excitement. Well, we got them. They're called the media, but they've been around longer than television, because the word, in fact, if you study it, goes back to Medes and to a place in the Middle East, not far from where Libya is now, called Media. And in Media were the sorcerers and the astrologers, not necessarily negative people, but a tribe, a very adept cult from the ancient world who specialized in the use of talismans, amulets, mantras, and sorcery. And the kings of the world knew that if battle hadn't worked, or if legal means hadn't worked to get rid of an enemy, or you didn't want to be known that you were getting rid of your enemy, you simply called on the Medes. And you bring the representative of the media in to your court, and he'll take care of the problem, because he's going to put the spell on your enemy, the hex, because they know how to do it. And that's where we get the word Mediterranean, mediation, meditation, and medication, the medics. Study this alone, and a whole interesting subject will open itself up. Because we still have, you see, the sorcerers and the voodoo and the witch doctrine. We still have it. Only it's now the techno-shamanism. It's the silicon sorcerers. It's the ivory tower witch doctors. And they're still very busy at what they're doing up on Madison Avenue and behind the other great corporate giants who are only too happy to tell you what to think. Not how to think, but what to think. Ursula Franklin, she says, I picture the reality in which we live in terms of military occupation. We're occupied in the way that the French and the Norwegians were occupied by the Nazis during World War II, but this time by an army of marketeers. We have to reclaim our country from those who occupy it on behalf of their global masters. Interesting terms there, interesting phraseology. Well, these individuals, they do go back a long way. And they have understood completely your psyche. They've had generations, centuries to study it. Their type of sorcery involves different kinds of techniques, but it's still the same effect. Telehypnosis, metacontrast, hemisync, synesthesia, embedding. New names, new terms, but for a very old, well-known practice. To get you into groupthink, into subservience. To get you to embody dialectical divisions of which there is no end in our society. To fashion your allegiances for you. To implant associations that your mind might not normally associate. To purvey escapism, rampant escapism, and projection of fantasy into reality. To inflate false personas so that you don't have to be you. You can live it out through the person on the screen. And the excessive eroticization, especially in regards of the female. What we're talking about today has enormous consequences for the women of the planet to find their power again. But just one point, just that little anecdote there, we talked about the endless dialectical divisions. Are you aware of how many there are? And that they're crafted based on a very set agenda to pose one party or one group against the rest. We could explore that alone. We could do a whole seminar on just that one thing alone, of the dialectical divisions that are created in our society. And there are many even in the intellectual academic world, in the function of our own senses and the function of our own biology. And the two that we'll only be able to really touch on today is actually the last ones, liminal or subliminal. We'll be trying to focus more on that. But as I said, this is a very deep subject. We don't have time to go into anything more than an overview. And I would love to get into the whole concept of the lost language of symbolism and do a deeper work on this subject. But that time will have to come. Right now we just have to keep it very topical and accessible. Not only do we have those divisions, but we've got a very, very important tripartite division that these media sorcerers use on us. It is the simple division between the three kinds of intelligence that we have. Most people think only in terms of mental intelligence. No. We should know that there is also body intelligence. Your body is an intelligent, vibrant, living thing. Completely self-contained intelligence there, cellularly. The mind, of course, we're familiar with. Overstated in our culture to an unbelievable degree. But then there's the heart, the intelligence of the heart. And they know how to send signals and coded messages to each of those kinds of intelligence. When you think they're talking to one, actually they're talking to another. And vice versa. So it's kind of hard to track it. It takes symbol literacy to know what they're doing. Who is the enemy? What tools are they using? They're happy to stimulate you in various ways. They're happy to take things away from you down through the centuries for thousands of years and then replace it with things you don't need. They're happy to make those associations for you that we see on billboards every day. Well, did I give them permission to do that? Did I want to see their artwork facing me or on the sides of buses? I didn't give them permission to talk to me, did I? But they're doing it. Somebody has taken a right off of me. So they're busy telling us what I'll get from them. Things I don't need. Everything. Convenient, smarter, faster, happier. Is that right? But they don't tell you the side effects, do they? They don't tell you about the disassociation, the dysfunctionality, the kids, the teens who are jaded, addicted, bipolar, suicidal, delinquent, sociopathic, institutionalized, possessed. You're literally climbing over people. They used to call it possession in the old days, you know, when the Meads took care of you, or the local witch doctor did his piece on you. They used to call you possessed. Well, we are still possessed today. Actually, if you ask any churchman, they'll tell you that the rate of possession has gone up since the advent of the television. Oh yeah. The whole theme of this talk is about how we are going to get symbol literacy so we can graduate and evolve spiritually. Because, as Nietzsche clearly pointed out, we have the misfortune or the fortune, who knows which, of being the only creature who must constantly overcome himself in order to live fully. So there is a drag factor. There's individuals who absolutely are bent double, working overtime to make sure that we do not evolve and that our children regress, that civilizations are in retrograde. What would happen if a pharaoh came back today? And some of the techniques that they use in this psychic dictatorship are words, symbols, colors, rhythms, light, movement, mudras, which means hand positions, gestures, which have been used for aeons as means of spiritualization, used by cults, infused with mysticism, are now being used on us for quite an opposite agenda. To drag us down into the pits of our own miasma, our own hells. As Carl Jung said, consciousness is a recent acquisition of nature. It is still in an experimental state, so to speak. It is frail, menaced by specific dangers and easily injured. As anthropologists have noted, one of the most common mental derangements that occur among primitive people is what they call the loss of a soul. Take this comment that he's talking about and transpose it to our societies today. That is exactly what is happening. The loss of soul. How is this technique done? What is going on? How are they doing this to us? You've heard the story of the zombie, right, in Haiti? Well, the zombie was a person just like you or I, and they slipped something into his drink. And that is the resin or the potion or the liquid or whatever you want to call it, the solution from the Datura plant. Now, if you drink that, you become kind of zombified, but the next day you kind of be back to normal. So every day, you see, the witch doctor had to continually administer the Datura plant poison, otherwise it wouldn't work. Well, we